This conference will now be recorded.
We'll begin with the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll call the January 31st meeting of the Marion County Commission to order and begin with payday. Tina?
Okay. The grand total payday is $1,494,655.52. And then you have the warrants there. We do have some invoices from Western Associates. The report is in the binder there. And I probably should report the sales tax. It was not in your packet, but you have it on the table. And the sales tax was $78,331.58. And if anybody has questions about any invoices or needs me to pull anything up, just let me know.
Any questions?
We do have quarterly allotments for most of the groups that have those. Prairie View is not included. They are scheduled on the agenda on the 7th to come and speak with you.
Thank you.
And I did let them know their funding would be delayed until we have that conversation. Because they normally would have gotten a fourth of what they requested this payday.
Rob was gone until Friday, and I didn't get to visit with him Friday. So, but I did visit with the undersheriff and jailer Jimmy a little bit over his deals. Got their two opinions, but I haven't got Rob's yet. So
Maybe we'll take that up under getting the regular session and administrative.
yeah, or something to that effect.
Get a report on that.
Just so we don't miss a step, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve
I had just one question.
oh,
that part, yeah.
and Associates at $221.20.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second for the Western Associates payment of $221.20. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
Okay, 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
And we'll go back to the rest of the vouchers.
The rest of the vouchers.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, what was our percentage increase on the multi-line pool for the year, from prior year? I know, it was,
For the K-Camp insurance?
yeah, it was, I knew it was a fairly substantial amount.
I will check and see what that, I can get that history for you
Kind
real
of
quick.
know which direction we're going, other than we know we're going up.
Well, we also added some, they did tell us that it was gonna be going up this time, and
Right.
we also added some equipment too.
Okay.
But, let me find out what I'll get a report real quick to show the progression of that over time.
Pretty big item year to year.
Yes,
There's
it
a
is.
lot of insurance premium on this report.
Up all the snowflakes.
Yeah. Saw it last week.
Guess I didn't pay attention last
A
week.
lot of snowflakes in here.
All the
One with the cat, 2 with the cat.
cats.
Oh, yeah.
I see 2. Something for commission to do while we're. Okay, while Tina's looking for that history, were there any other questions that anyone had?
Now, I just had noticed, look, it appears the sheriff, did he buy one vehicle, did he,
I don't know what they bought. I thought it was 2.
Well, it's got
But that was-
Sheriff 20 Dodge purchase, so I don't know if that's 2 vehicles or a 20, whatever.
What's the price tag?
29,350.
It's one
It's
vehicle.
one vehicle.
Probably. So it probably means it's a 20
Yes.
something.
Yes. Yes, that'd be one vehicle.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Okay, Ashley's getting that for us.
Okay.
Did you have other questions, or?
Well, it was mostly of the sheriff, you know, if he's gonna start a plan about buying the highway patrol vehicles. Because he's bought more than one now.
Yeah, he's been buying a couple used vehicles, and when we asked him when he came in, he said that he's trying to make his budget work by buying that way, so. I don't know that that's his plan to continue.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was something that was concrete.
It was that, I think that he was trying to make his budget work this
Right.
time
Right.
and still accomplish getting some vehicles. That's what he explained when he came. Okay.
Didn't mean to slow everybody down.
No, it's
Well,
okay.
it's a good question. And it's a huge
No.
dollar item.
All right. So in 2019, we paid K-Camp a total of $158,530.26. 2020 was $167,113. 2021 was $194,913. And then this year, we were over 200,000, 216,752.
And you said we added some.
We have added equipment, but we make equipment changes every year, so.
And then we also went we went to historical replacement.
No, we did not. You all
Did not.
decided not to
Okay.
on the courthouse.
Okay.
So those are the numbers each year.
Basically, 20% on the year, every year. Okay.
I didn't go ahead and figure percentages,
About-
but I thought if you just
about
saw the
20%
report,
per
the
year.
numbers.
A lot of coverage.
And on K-Camp, I wanted to report, we did get the second payment for the dam and for the heated dock, excuse me, and they did not increase the amount. They just, that they had previously approved, they paid us what they said they would pay us initially.
I got a question on that. How did that, I'm not sure. But along the lines of being that it was delayed out due to not our fault but the contractor, is that also another insurance claim because material prices went up?
Well, and
Because
that's
of
what
the
the
delay.
adjuster initially said, that he was gonna check to see if they could do more because of that, and then they did not.
I didn't know if it took a separate claim.
I don't know, I could follow up and ask the adjuster.
Yeah, I guess it would be a right question. I just try not to put more on Tina all the time. Try to ditch it off on somebody else.
You were successful.
I know.
Still a good question and worth asking. Does that answer your question
Yeah.
on the insurance? Any other questions on the pay?
I got one.
Sure.
Let's see here. Emergency management, vehicle trailer and radios, 3,800. Says that's the Kansas Association.
Yeah, that's
multi-line
the
pool.
insurance on those items.
That's insurance, okay.
Yeah, we bill that out by the department, and
Okay.
so that's their portion of the insurance.
Okay.
But yeah, we did add that command training last year. Different, other different.
And that's for a year?
Yes.
Okay, other questions? If there are no further questions, is there a motion to approve payday in the amount of $1,484,000? Oh man, I knew I should put my glasses on. $1,494,655.52.
Did I hear you make it?
I was asking, but I will make it. I made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Randy Dalkey. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, I'll just get your signatures on everything.
Okay. Is it just?
Should be one another.
There's one in here,
One in here.
right behind this report.
Ah, okay.
Find your spot.
Yeah. Back.
Okay, one down.
You also had the comp time reports there.
Everybody had a chance to see the compound reports.
Did you want to take these for any reason? You can have those, the insurance.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I just didn't know if you wanted to look at it in any more detail.
Okay, anything else for Payday?
Nope.
With that, we'll move into our work session. The goal of our work session today is to look at some priorities for paved roads. And we had discussed last year about doing a bond issue. So we'll start with our county engineer looking at priorities, and then at 10 o'clock, we have our bond council coming in to visit with us.
Should dissolve soon.
In your packet, one packet, I sent you some financial information that shows the current beginning balance of capital improvement fund. Also, the pages that you all worked on when you did the budget. There's where Scott was trying to plug in numbers for
Yes.
you. So that was, I did two of those. One was the draft that you did during budget, and then one is with the actual numbers for 2021, including.
Appreciate that. That was all very.
And then the rest of that was current projects that are still, will have outstanding bills with them, so they've already been approved.
In fact, actually, why don't we start with, does everyone have that packet up that Tina sent out? Let's start with the first page. If you can walk us through that first page.
It was the very last one I
The
sent,
financial one?
financial
Yes.
information.
Yes.
It said primary.
So the preliminary draft of the
Yes.
this is our financial statement, our actual financial statement that I've prepared, and this is preliminary because there may still be some outstanding bills coming through that we have to charge back to 2021. I'm hoping there aren't any. But at the end of the year, we had $4,594,660, which you can see that in the actual, in the 2021 at the very bottom here.
Yes.
So that's where we ended the year. This is funded all by transfers. So we transfer some of the sales tax money and 7 mills from the general fund into this fund to fund it. And then we had some reimbursements. That cost share from the state was 1.8. And that 1.8 up there that you see, that was from the state and also the city of Peabody. Their portions combined is what made up the reimbursement up there towards the top of that actual column. And then the actual expenditures for Nighthawk was 3.312777, and that's the only project we paid for out of this fund. So this was the cost of Nighthawk, and then here's the balance that we have left at the bottom here. Let me go back up here. I'm trying to make it big enough so you can see on the screen in the room here. Okay, so then this second page was the page you were working on with Scott when he was here doing the budget, and it showed, he had estimated some amounts that were gonna be coming in, what we thought we were gonna be spending, and what the projected cash balance would be at the end. And then in 2022, you had said, here are some priorities to pay for. You had bond proceeds coming in this year. And then this also tracks out, like if you have other roads you wanted to do and then plus pay a potential bond payment, that by 2024, without putting additional funding in here, you're gonna be in the red to pay the bond payment and road projects out of here. And then this next page is just updated with the actual, let me go down, with the actual numbers from 2021. So, because we were working with estimates, so this shows the true balances of 2021. You're still gonna be in the same situation if you do things this way.
Right, one thing to back up to is it shows the 290th project at 4.35. With the cost shares we're gonna be getting in, our share should be about 2.6. So that will help a lot with that red ink at the top.
Mhm. So I was just giving you those numbers that you started
But
with
that's where we
at
started.
budget
That's
time.
right.
And then the next page here is, at the top, you see the capital improvement fund. Those were the, that was estimate, and then towards the right was actuals.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was Nighthawk project, and then below that, you have the other projects that you've already approved that are going on, that are ongoing here. So we have, I put the estimated county share in there at the time you approved it, a description of what it is, where it's being funded from, and then in notes. And then I've got actuals for 2020, 21, and then estimated for 22, 23, 24. And then when we put in the expected revenue that from the state over here on the right, the county's out-of-pocket portion is all the way to the right. And when that year on the clear to the right is when we expect the state reimbursement. So each year, we're gonna be paying out a certain amount, and then we should be reimbursed for some of those expenses. That's kinda hard to see on the screen, sorry. And I can print any of this out. And then after that, it was just in the order that I had listed them on the front. It was the actual invoices and cost tracking for each project to date, and where it's being funded from. So that's what that is. We did a federal DOT emergency project on that culvert at 290th and Nighthawk, and we do have one engineering payment outstanding from the state yet, their portion, in the amount of approximately $1,067. And then on the Goldenrod Bridge, we paid for that. We're waiting for the state to reimburse our $150,000. And that's what I have so far. And then I was asked to provide basically the wind farm money, where that stands. We've got that reported on our general fund and the financials. And right now, I haven't had a chance to do the preliminary financials for the general fund. I know we paid a lot of expenses out of there this last year, like for the heated dock, and so I would be leery about trying to utilize this very much right now until we know more. But this, you did commit to fund $25,000 to the land bank out of this money, and so. And the last one is the ARP funds, so I just thought I would give that to you so you had that for when we discuss that.
A lot of good information. Appreciate you getting that to us. Yeah, every commissioner knows exactly where we stand financially.
I do have, like, the draft financials, like, mostly complete, except for some of the big, like, the general fund and that, but we're still charging back. Like, we charged back bills that we should have paid last year that we didn't get or didn't get turned in, and so that still affects those balances.
Sure.
But so far, nothing big.
There have been some bigger things, yeah. So we won't really know exactly where we end up
Sure.
until mid-month or toward the end of February.
But these numbers give us some assistance or some guidance in looking at direction with this major projects
Right.
that we need to focus on. We
Right.
need to come to a consensus.
Right, and I did not give you the road and bridge department yet because we still have quite a bit that we're charging back.
Yeah. But we had talked last year about doing a bond issue to get some major road work done. Interest rates being attractive, hope there's not
For a little while.
For a little while. Again, timing is critical. I asked Bryce to put together some, and we've seen different projections coming in. But it's time for us, if the commission is going to move forward on that bond, we need to make a decision on projects and get the bond rolling. So Bryce, if you'd want to present us with, I know we've looked at these numbers several different times and it's a moving target, but it's
Right.
time for us to come up with a consensus.
Sure.
And if there's anything you need me to copy for the board, I can do that.
I will say before we get started, it's kind of ironic. This morning, I just received notice from FEMA that we can sign off on our reimbursement. I was not aware that it was only 75%. Is what FEMA pays. I thought it was 100. Anyway, they pay 75% and we can get 15% from the state. So the FEMA portion that they would pay would be $252,952.18.
Or,
That's for the 2019 flood.
oh, I thought that was.
Plus another 15.
I thought that was closer to 700,000.
No, our total, or the total we turned in was 337,269. But they will pay 75% of 252,952.18. Excuse me, that is the 75%. And
But we
then-
can get another 15% from the state or not?
Yes, I talked with Rady Frank about that, and I have to call Kate in, and I don't, he didn't know if that process would automatically be started once we signed up on this, it would be sent to the state or what, so I'll have to follow up with it, so. But that's what she said, the state should chip in another 15%. So, we would get 90% of that 337,269, so. Not, like I said, I was never informed that it wasn't 100%, but I guess the way it always is, the county has to be on the hook for some of it, I guess, but,
We take what we can get.
yeah. Well, and like I said, it kinda caught me off guard, but I guess if, that's the way it's gonna be, I'll sign off on it so we can get the process rolling, at least get the 252,000 coming.
Did they say how fast?
Did not say, like I said, I just got it this morning, and so I would imagine probably, 6 to 8 weeks normally for those when you sign off on.
Tell them 75% of today's cost,
Yes.
since it took so long to get it.
Yeah, I'll ask about that, see how far that goes. So, plus interest, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so, but anyway, so we at least there's a little bit more of that coming down the road.
Okay.
And then also, I just got an email, KDOT just opened up the cost share, submittal from February 14th to March 17th. So we can turn around and I guess I need to follow up then. We had originally turned in to 290th. So, and there, we officially didn't hear anything about that, but that was before we met with the secretary, so I need to follow up. And if that's the case, I assume you probably want to turn around and resubmit the 290th
Yes.
of the cost share. Okay.
When is the HRRR portion of that announced?
Don't know. I was just looking at that over the weekend. It didn't give a date as to when it's going to be announced. So, because I think that was December 1st we turned that in. So I would think that,
Should be.
yeah.
time.
But with the holiday season and the COVID thing, I don't even know if KDOT's still working at home or wherever they are. So, but anyway.
Did they put a limit on the applications for February?
For the cost share, no, it doesn't say anything about it now. It just said to save the date. So, like I said, it just came in the last 15 minutes.
Okay.
But anyway, so we do have that to our benefit as well. Okay, as far as the roads, I had submitted this sheet back to you, I think it was October, November, about the costs associated with those associated roads.
Is it okay if I make a copy for them?
It should be, they have it, I don't know if they still.
They probably don't have it with them,
You
because
guys-
it's been a while.
Okay.
Here,
Chicken scratches.
yeah,
Yes.
I'll make copies.
Yeah.
Maybe they can look at it.
A piece of paper that adds up to $18 million really should be height?
Yes,
Not
yes,
really.
yes, yes. So that you can go ahead and change it. There we go. There's one.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Kent's doesn't all scratched up.
No, I didn't scratch it.
And I don't know what happened with mine either. I could not find it. I tore my desk apart yesterday for an hour.
We should have had Tina make a copy of Kent's.
The only thing I was gonna write on the top is what the percentage increase in cost is to date.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at this point in time, I have not heard from suppliers or contractors that the prices will be going up. They face the same variability that everybody does when the fuel costs, gas goes up 10 cents a day or whatever else. On the left-hand side of here, I don't know if she copied it, how she
Here,
pushed that.
you put some scratches on it.
Yeah. I have the AADT, the average annual daily traffic of these roads as well. I've said before that typically the standard is 200 vehicles a day. For anything less than that should be a rock, and anything above that should be some sort of pavement or hard surfacing. So if you follow down through there, almost every one of them is above that mark, except for obviously the Albany Road and then Quail Creek to Ramona. But the biggest push that we were talking about before was obviously the Indigo. It was kind of the big push. It is our busiest road by far, almost 1,500 down to 1,000. Depends on where the traffic counts are shown, but I mean even then the minimum is 1,000 vehicles a day. So that puts it pretty much the highest travel road. The commission originally was pushing for 3 inches, and my recommendation was 2.5 inch overlays. That would add structure, definitely put a good cross slope back into it, fix all of our problems. With that cost going up, and the bond issue, whatever else, I've actually come back and I guess I'd like to make maybe a little recommendation that in order to maybe get more roads covered, that we could go back and take that Indigo overlay back to a 2-inch. Put 1 2-inch overlay on. I think we could get a good 8 to 10 years out of it, even with those traffics. But that would free up, about 800,000 based on those estimates. The other thing I've looked at as far as 190th, we were trying to figure out what we could do to possibly make that work. Well, I contacted a local contractor that does the 2-inch heater scarify, whatever you want to say. 190th has a great base. I mean, all things considered, it's probably a good 8 inches thick. That one of the original things that they were down against was it's got some chip seals on top of it. The chip seal does not recycle very well. It smokes and it doesn't have great aggregate, stuff like that. Well, I said, what about doing an inch mill, then do the process? There's also, that when you're done with that, the typical or the minimum requirements there is just to put a chip seal on top of it, just a single chip seal. So assuming that we would do the 1-inch mill and do the heater scarifying all the way across from Marion to Hillsboro, skip Hillsboro, and then go on out to 56, he said we could budget about $1.5 million to do that. That doesn't include, we're probably looking at $150,000 to $200,000 in chip seal, but that's something the county could do. So the good benefits about this is that if we were to do that process, one thing I'm concerned about is I don't want to raise the road up any more than what it already is. We have edge drop-offs the way it is. The higher you make the road, the narrower it gets. That's culverts and stuff to worry about. Theoretically, we would lose 1/2 inch or so by doing this process, but we would still gain 2 inches of a much better surface. Typically, the heater scarification or hot recycle, whatever you want to call it, when they mix that stuff up, they actually spray a rejuvenating agent back into the oil to kind of revive it back up. So when it goes back, it actually looks, for the most part, like a new road. Now, they're not 100% confident in it, but they were very confident that that process should work, given what we have out there. So by dropping with the 2 inches on Indigo, doing the 190th, that would help out. Now, the reason for now 2 reasons for dropping the Indigo is that it saves money, but it also may put things out there far enough that we can actually set up a yearly budget or 5-year budget or whatever else to try to that way keep up but get ahead of these roads, if that makes sense. You know, we've got so many, I mean, this sheet right here was like 18 million just to cover these, and by spending the money on the bond issue and things like that for this stuff, then now we're gonna be struggling the rest of the time to try to come up with money on top of that. Now, every year I'm budgeting $500,000 for asphalt, which, all things considered, I guess my point is, if that's budgeted, that could go towards bond payments or whatever else, because honestly, $500,000 doesn't give me much for asphalt work. Basically, 2.5 miles at $200,000 a mile. And so, if we continue to do that, and I'm assuming that would go 2.5 miles, because that's not a lot of quantity to do that.
So while you're, stop right there for a second. What is your plan for that then? Just go out and slap an overlay over?
On Indigo?
Yeah.
Yes. And, you know, we've talked about the different options for that. Everybody that I've talked to has driven it, has said the same thing, we just needed more structure. Now, like I said, a 2-inch overlay, good hot asphalt, I'm very confident in 8 to 10 years. It still brings up the issue that down the road, if we end up with the same problems, what are we gonna do? Then we'll have to look at something like the full depth reclamation. But once we do the full depth reclamation, then we're looking at the issue, we're still gonna have to go back and put a big overlay on top of it. But it would take care of the issue of taking care of the base and have a better base. So it's
I think, though, Bryce, right now, the way I've heard commissioners talk, that we all agree that the 5 miles or 6 down below 120th is the ugliest.
south, yep.
And I don't think that was the intent of the commission to just go out and slap an overlay on that part.
Well, I totally understand.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to do it like we had planned, that's great. I'm just saying that we could. That's an extra $1 million to put on one road that doesn't go towards other roads around. Like I said, it needs, you know, it needs all we could put on it. I'm just trying to spread, you know, the money that, you know, the bond issue and stuff like that as far as we can.
Now, I would like to go back and revisit we did the hot burner recycle with Jesse Ham in
Yep.
charge. How long has that been since Jesse?
I think they said that was 17 or 18 that we did that on Indigo. Is that what you're talking about?
First year I was on the commission.
I think it's 4 years.
Yep.
Going back 4 years?
4 years ago, Ken?
Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
And that was just on Indigo, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is the fact is that
Have we not taken and overlaid that, or chip and sealed that since then?
yes,
So it's been chip and sealed even since
Right.
then?
yeah. So, but the problem with that is, on that kind of process or anything else is, you've got to have the base to support what you're doing. And that's why the 190th provides, you know, that option. Now, is it a foolproof option? No. But it does take care of a lot of the cracks and things like that. Much less expensive than what it is for just a straight overlay. But the other option is to go in there and mill off some and put it back. You know, anytime you mill it off and haul it back to a plant and run it through there, you're gonna pay for those expenses as well. So, you know, again, it comes down to the fact is, as a commission, what do you wanna do with the money that you have available or whatever else? You know, I wish there was to say we could go out and bond $20 million to do it all at one time. I mean, so, that, just throwing that out there. And then the other thing was the big push was on the Kansas rebuild. The 1.5 miles from 56 down to Ag Service was the big push, because that road is really, really rutting and falling apart. And then you look at the fact is, as you, where was it, Kansas? If you go south of Ag Service, it actually drops down to an AADT that doesn't require, that shouldn't require hot mix or a hard surface road. Now, again, being said, it's there now, you know, in order to maintain that, because that area has been hit a lot with flooding too. I mean, we've got some problems down there, but would it, you know, that'd be another one. Do we just put an overlay on it? Do we go back and I mean, it's, we definitely do not lack in places that we could use the work. Let's put it that way.
I think our focus, we really want to do things right. We do as best we can, but again, as you pointed out, we have to do the balancing. If we want to do it absolutely perfect, then we're only going to have a few miles of road and everything else is going to go pot. But we've got to come up with a balance and set a priority, and kicking it down the road isn't getting us anywhere. So that's where today I'd like the commission to come to a consensus on a focus of what we can do in a relatively short term. What I've been hearing is that Indigo would be our first priority. Is that,
And
can we come to a consensus on that, and then how to approach it?
Yeah, that-
Or do commissioners feel there's another higher priority?
so 190th is the second highest traffic.
Well, that's still to be discussed.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
traffic
just
wise.
trying to get my ducks in a row.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to get, 5 ducks in a row. Because we need to all be on the same page, and they need, but I'm just at, that's focus, is Indigo our highest priority? It's our highest traveled road.
I think it is. I think that is the highest priority. And then how do we address that, Dave? That is,
Exactly.
to me, is the big thing.
Yep.
And the reason why I just brought up
Yep.
the hot overlay
Yep.
and then
Yep.
this chip seal,
Yep.
that's all within 4 years.
Yep.
And here again, you're looking at it again, this year could use it, I mean, for something, this next year could use it.
Yep. We want to do it right.
Not that I want to spend that money, but I think that road I think this number up here at the top
Yes.
shows you
Yes.
that is pretty important to us to develop a pretty good road base for that road.
Right, and my argument is if you do this road right, in the next 10 years, you have money to spend on other roads. I mean, we've seen that on other roads that were done right that used to be months of patching done up.
In order to come up with that, I don't know, Bryce, what we're gonna see out here on the base of the Nighthawk and the Tampa 330th and that, I hope we see 5 years without any major problems, and then is something gonna be required 5 years down the road to save that base that we've done in that road? So, taking that, and if I get a base, and I think we all know that it's not the same as what the old timers did, ripping it out, pulling her back in, sheet footing it forever and ever, and pounding on it, letting it set, and then putting cement or blacktop on top of that. But I think we can get 10 years if we do that, and then I don't know how much longer it will last with asphalt on top of that kind of base. I think it would last a lot longer.
Yeah. I got to think about something you asked about. The heater scarification was done 4 years ago. If I remember right, when I talked with Jesse, he said that road received a 2-inch overlay back 2010, somewhere
back
around
in there,
there.
yes.
And what he said, that was the first, in his recollection, was the first commercial overlay that road had, because it had been a similar road to what we have, chip sealed, blade patched, whatever else road. And so,
I only remember one overlay on that.
okay, and that's what he was saying is that that's what we're looking at, essentially. We put that overlay on there at 2 inches over that, and we got, so that would have been in 2018? They didn't use, so you got essentially 8 years out of that before you wanted to go back and do stuff. So again, it's the same thing to where you were still only working with 2 inches of hot mix on top of there, and what we're seeing now basically are the signs of what there was before, I'm guessing, that they did the overlay. So
I don't know that I've seen the south end of that road in as rough a shape as it is in today.
Well, and again, you know, a lot of things that affected since then were, you know, you'd love to say that you could predict the future and say, hey, this is exactly what's gonna happen with all the rain and the floods and the freezes and whatever else. And I agree with you too. I don't know what's causing the problem. But, like I said, you're just looking at, you got 8 years out of a 2-inch overlay. And, you know, by trying to do the heat escarification, essentially the reason that ended up with the problems in those areas was you didn't have the base to be able to absorb that.
I think when you were budgeting, your number was 3.45 for Indigo for the 11.5 miles. Was that for, if you guys remember, was that for a full reclamation that you were talking about at budget time? Because those numbers don't match.
Right. I think we were looking at a more expensive auction.
Well, 3-inch overlay.
Right, and that's, yeah, so,
It's 3.
okay, we got the consensus, Indigo's our target, then we moved into the discussion of how to address Indigo. What I'm hearing is the southern half is having more issues, and we've had this discussion before, and Bryce has broken out the numbers. Would it make sense to do 3 inches on the south part and 2 inches on the north part? I'm just asking.
It would be better with basically the consensus that the south 5 miles is the worst part.
Yes.
So we would get the extra inch on that. And you know, and really the north end, there's only a couple really bad spots compared to the south end.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's something else too. And you're gonna save several $100,000 there
Right.
by doing that. But it ultimately comes down to,
I mean, is that something that makes sense to, I'm asking, I don't know.
Makes sense to me, because, I mean, it just by driving it in appearance, there's a world of difference between those two sections of road.
Okay. Jonah, Randy, Jonah?
I'm just concerned about putting anything on top of it without addressing what is causing it underneath the base.
Water.
Right.
Why is the south half worse?
I can't tell you why the south half is worse.
And then the problem that we have is they make it down to the last final mile, and then all of a sudden, it's a completely different road. And so then we always get compared to the other counties, and it's like, we need to be at least not showing them where the Marion County line is.
In that last mile, I was out there all night with Jonah, or not with Jonah, but with Jesse, and when they sunk the truck, the second heater truck, it sunk in axle deep, and when we dug it out yet that night, 3 foot, 2.5 foot down, there was mud down underneath the water, and it's coming from that draw that's coming from the west, and you can just follow it right back to that, and so I don't know whether even with this full base reclamation, I don't know going over that draw or stream,
Is that an actual waterway?
Coming to it, yes.
So is that something we could work with NRCS on to see if we could get some of that diverted a little
No,
different?
it's a draw.
Oh, it's just a draw.
It's a
Oh, I was-
draw.
I was thinking-
It's a
I
draw,
was
not-
thinking
it's not a
waterway.
waterway. No, it is a water draw coming, the valleys coming down to that, coming from the hill. But it's wet down there, and it's got those cattails down in the ditches and stuff, and it grows around there all the time, so.
Looks weird.
So if anything, Bryce, I would really be prepared for maybe something extra in that area. I don't know what to do. I mean,
I can tell you from experience, if you do develop that, typically when you open that up, you better plan on doing an awful lot of work. Now, there are ways to hopefully, if you want to say bridge over that, if you know you have essentially a French drain or artesian well coming up from underneath there, you never know. You could go in there and you could put you could ask it to build it with heavy rock, essentially make a French drain to drain that out into the ditch. Unfortunately, I've actually seen water that has come up in the middle of a highway that has worked its way up from a 6 foot deep ditch. Makes absolutely nothing. I mean, I've never seen such a thing, but it's there. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, you
And-
bore shot a perforated pipe through there.
But I mean, it's just, wow, where did this come from?
Right.
So, and essentially that, especially in that 1 mile down the road, and it's kind of on top of the hill going down that hill. That's what, it's crazy, because most of the time you'd have that problem, you think it'd be down at the bottom of a hill. But I mean, that's something we can look at.
I think we put 2 foot of rock in the length of this building, or at least through that patch that you see on the southbound lanes at the last mile and the last quarter mile. You'll put
Yeah.
that patch, and there's all new rock under that westbound lane that we tried more or
Yeah.
less
Yeah.
to do it that night or that afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
And stuff. It was-
And the second part about it is that now you basically open up the liability of, hey, we need to go and dig that down. You don't do that in a day or two.
No.
You know, you've got to have plans, you've got to have essentially 24/7 traffic control. So I mean, you develop that too. But and honestly, if you do have problems 2-3 feet deep, your FDR will only be able to do so much over the top of that, because it's like anything else, you've got to have something to work on. But anyway, you know, as far as, you know, what you guys want to do, I mean, that's the whole thing, is where do you start, where do you end?
Is that FDR the only thing going out there right now?
Essentially, from what I understand, KDOT used to do like a 4-inch recycle of lime or fly ash or cement or whatever else. Come to find out, they're not even doing that anymore. All the contractors aren't doing it. So you either do basically some sort of a, you know, the surface recycle, heater scarification. The big thing now is what they do a mill fill. You mill off an inch, you put back an inch, and hopefully you do that. But as far as subgrade work, very little other than the FDR or just put it all in.
Do you take a look at a quarter mile or half mile through that area where that draw is and go in and shut the road down and rebuild it?
Well,
I'm just asking.
and to be honest with you, you could do that, again, not knowing what's down there. We didn't get to get the geotechnical people out there to find out there, but if it's 3 feet down, you go down 3 feet to fix that, and you start looking at like I said, the cost and the liability of doing that. It's definitely an option. The problem is, where do you start and stop?
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. I agree. But the worst thing is there's a guy that's in my, well, yeah, he's in my district, and he drives it every day. He has drove it for ever since before that and after that. And he's called me quite often through here, and he said, you know, you spend a lot of money in this little spot right here, and it's still worse than it was. And so that's his impression, because he works in roads in another county. But that's the worst thing that happens when you do spend money and then you come out with a negative project.
Well, I wish there was a definite solution or answer to it. That's, you know, there would be. We'll close the road for 2 years, we'll go in, we'll rebuild the, you know, tear out everything and go back. I mean, but, you know, you look at the user's costs for people that now have to go out of the way or whatever else. I mean, and you put a dollar figure to that too. So.
Could we? A lot of that vehicle traffic is people going to jobs.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. You just look at it.
The traffic volumes show that from Hillsboro to 120th is the largest volume of traffic. The Gossel up around that way. Obviously, you do have people going south too. So.
Well, we want to do it right. Would the commission want to look at doing the south portion 3 inches, north portion 2 inches, and then leave an option to explore, or maybe do some testing, or bring back some price options on base work in that area? Commissioner Dahlke pointed out.
Would you're talking about no depth reclamation period, just over?
Well, yeah, from what I'm hearing, I don't see that the full depth reclamation really gives us a benefit in this case. Now,
I think it's just to find out where the water is
Right.
and where it's
Right.
actually the highest
What I'm
part
hearing,
of the table.
it isn't the full road,
No.
it's a couple individual spots.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about the rest of the spots, but I was there and saw that
Right,
night. So
right.
that's
We
the
know
only reason
one
why-
spot. Okay,
I
we
know
know
that
one
spot. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But I'm trying to narrow it down so we've
Yeah.
got a little more focus on it so we can move forward. But yes, I am concerned about those individual spots that have extreme issue that we could explore. Now, once we get an estimate on it, it's $2 million to redo that base. Is it worth spending that much?
Right.
Then we make that decision of what's an appropriate amount to spend versus just doing the overlay and as best we can to bridge over it.
We'll know a little bit more about that when we can find out exactly what our debt service capacity is.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna tell us a lot. What can we service?
Yeah. Well, we know we're gonna have to put more money in, so.
But I mean,
I
on
wonder
the
if I
bond
could
side.
make
Yes.
a suggestion, or just to
Yes.
put a thought out there.
Yes.
That if you determine which roads are your priorities and what order you wanna try to do them in.
Right.
And just set a relatively high general budget number of what you think is reasonable to accomplish it. I know you don't know
Right.
the specifics of what
Right.
needs to be done, but in those projects, you would probably have a consulting engineer, and they would be doing core tests to find out what the road needs. And they could probably bring back the recommendations based on that, and when they draw the plans, wouldn't that be, that's how we typically have done it in the
Yeah.
past.
Yeah, and like I said, I had actually talked to the geotechnical company, but we didn't get it done before winter time, to go out there and do some borings or soil tubes, whatever else, to find out what we have down there. It'd be interesting to get your information, that obviously
Mark it out.
you were out there when that happened, so we could check that area compared to some of the other areas as well, so.
Would the soil reclamation for 5 miles be a test area for Marion County to see that 5 years after that there's no difference between the north half and the south half? Or if there is a difference in better product? I mean, just throwing it out here. I mean,
The land's different between north and south.
sometimes,
I mean,
yeah,
that's-
yeah.
Well, and with that, that is I would say probably a better solution, but again, it's gonna cost even more money. Because now you have to do the full depth reclamation, and I don't know if anybody would recommend, with the amount of volume and the trucks on there, to do just a double chip seal. I would say it probably would be a minimum of 1.5 inches overlay.
I'm still going for 3 inches.
Well, 3 inches.
Okay.
Well, then our whole
Yeah.
lot is spent on one road.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so now you turn around and if you're at
3 inches
125.
for the 5 miles, just going over the base that you do. I'm anxious to see if it's gonna, I'm anxious to see the Nighthawk's gonna be a
Oh,
telltale
yeah,
sign.
well, it's,
How long it lasts.
I look at the fact is that, we're still better off than what we were before.
Oh.
But, you know, not saying it's the best or whatever else, but anyway, again, it's up to you, it's up to the commission as to what you wanna do. mean,
I like the idea of putting a figure out and then we can always downsize it.
And I don't know, I do believe that, well, obviously just throwing this out there, I do believe that Chase County is doing some work. But I'm sure that, obviously we'd have to go out to bid somewhere that somebody would look at it. Of course, the other thing we face too is the fact is that we're already into basically February. Most contractors are full up for asphalt work this year. They might fit in a little bit here or there, especially if they have a project around here, but unfortunately, there's not many projects around here with asphalt. So if we do let a contract, we're probably bringing the asphalt out of Emporia or Wichita or Salina, whatever else, because they wouldn't move in a plane. Now, I've been told that KDOT is pushing, or is planning to do an overlay on Burns next year, 2023, as well as overlaying 15 north of 56 next year. So, with that being said, if we could wait until 2023, we would surely get better prices if we could tie these, not tie them officially into KDOT, but basically let them about the same time. The contractors would know that, they could adjust their quantities and whatever else to give us better bids, but that also means pushing off a year. Which, just like you said, kick the can down another year. Just throwing that out there, but obviously, I'd love to have a crystal ball to tell you how things are gonna last between here and there. Can't tell you. It's all we can really look at is right now. We look at what's happened, especially in Indigo, the last year and a half, 2 years. It has really fallen apart, but a lot of the other roads have as well.
So it's 190th, it's gone quicker.
Well, it's,
Hasn't it?
that's what happens with the road. I mean, you look at the
It
life
just
cycle
starts in-
costs, and once it starts, it's gonna gradually, I mean, it's gonna exponentially get worse.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the only thing that I could even temporarily look at making it better would be just to put a blade patch on all the way from here to there. Are we gained anything?
You've wasted
If
your
we're a
time.
year out, does that change our priority to what we can do this year?
Well, I'm just throwing that out there that,
Well, the timetable falls into the decision also.
Because, I mean, if we're looking at a big project and we know we can't get that bid out until 2023, okay, what can we get done in 2022 that is still on the priority list?
Well, that we can still afford, because we're
Right.
gonna put that.
Right.
How much is that cost gonna increase to the next year?
That's a good question, depending on, you're looking at $100 per
And we're
hour.
trying to deal with prices for today. If you get the bond, right, I don't see it going, and this is my opinion, but I don't see us going out to 2025 to get all these projects done. We need to start locking contracts now. And then start making the payments. That way we're locking in the lower price before the prices can go up. So we're gonna be talking about doing a lot of stuff right now and a lot of nothing.
Yeah, but will they lock a cost in if you're looking into 2023?
We
No.
may.
they won't do that, and that's simply because they can't control their materials. Labor, they could somewhat figure that out. I've been told by 2 asphalt contractors, they're likely to get 60-day quotes on their oils now.
Well, yeah,
It's
So
that-
are
it's
you-
that
what
way.
you're saying is to lock the bond in at the lowest rate, get the proceeds, and then plan the work
Yes.
and spend it.
And
Is that
like-
what you mean?
Spend it quickly,
Yeah.
because otherwise you're just letting the costs go up.
Right.
Oil's gonna be $120 a barrel. I'm not an analyst, but I think that's what it's going.
But there's also the idea of the proximity. If we can package it with a plant being within a few miles,
that's a huge cost savings.
there's a
Two
cost
big
savings.
projects at
So
once.
you've got all these variables. Yes, you've
Yeah.
got the variable on the
But-
cost, you've got the variable of proximity.
But I think were you saying get the bond?
Yes.
And then even if we delay projects to bid out in 23, the money's there. Is that what you were saying?
Well, yeah, that and that we're not doing a project in 2025.
Is there any statutes that limit us doing that?
We're gonna start lighting
Yes,
bids
they-
for all of them.
No, you
I thought
can't.
you'd know that.
I don't know.
You can't, because he's retired, remember?
But that's a
He's
good
not
question.
retired.
of-
He's
of
coming at
bond.
10.
Okay.
Yes, and he'll be here shortly, and I fully agree with you, Jonah, that we need to get that done, but I'm still pushing to find out what we're gonna spend that money on. I mean, we've gotta get the process going on the bonds, we also need to know where we're gonna spend it. And that's where, it seems like for a full year, we've just been walking through quicksand and have not come to a decision on that.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is Indigo, we need to do 3-inch on the south end and 2-inch on the north end.
Okay, and that's,
That's kind of where I would be at this point.
if I look at it, that's about 2.3.
Yeah.
The south is the 5 miles, the
Yeah.
north is a 6 point.
We got 3.4.
6.5 and 5.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and then we can,
So do you want me to reduce that 3.4 number from budget time? What number do you want in there?
well, then that's the next question, how much do you wanna put in for, do you wanna add that with some base work?
I'm kinda locked in right here where we had already talked on their 7-year capital improvement plan. We'll keep those dollars locked where they are.
The 3.4?
3.45.
1.5 for Nighthawk, that's already done. 600,000 for Kansas.
Well, the Kansas 2.5 million.
Oh yeah, 'cause we switched it over
Okay.
to concrete.
Well,
Or
no,
asphalt,
either way.
So what was in the budget for the 600 was only the 2 miles? Is there, I stuck another line in here for the other part of it.
Yes,
How many
separate
miles
line.
is that?
4.5 on Kansas, is that what you?
So that's separate from the fertilizer plant part?
Yes. Correct? The 4.5 on Kansas, 1.5 Kansas is the fertilizer plant.
Right.
4.5 is.
Is the remainder?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess regardless of the dollars, I'm still gonna stick with what we planned out for the 7 year, those projects
There
that
was-
all have dollar amounts tied to them.
Is there, I don't think that the second canto was on here.
No,
So where would that go?
another one.
Right, and what year? Because it's,
Yeah.
there was no dollars.
Right, and that's what we don't know.
Yeah, so if you,
Yeah. The short-term priority would be the 1.5 miles.
okay.
I do have a question. Are you talking about the capital in this spreadsheet here?
Yeah.
I'm just looking out there at 2027, why we have some dollars on Indigo as well as Sunflower.
Because our accountant was the engineer on this project.
Okay.
He said you needed to be.
Is that-
We're just
okay,
looking at-
It's
okay,
probably
gotcha.
for chip seal to
Chip
go
seal,
over it,
cover,
to
Okay.
preserve the road
replacement.
at that
Gotcha,
time.
okay. I was just like,
Right.
So.
Really, this whole process, I don't think I was involved with at all, so those were, a lot of those numbers were
So
the
that's
accountant's numbers.
The creative accounting?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
gotcha, okay.
Just like, Tina, you can change D and L 2023 to 2.6. It'll be a $6 million project, but we've got 30.4 cost share coming. We're gonna shift gears now, since we've made so much progress on priorities. We're gonna make more progress talking about bonds.
Okay.
So, David Arterbury?
Yeah.
We haven't had the pleasure of meeting, but it's good to see you. I'm glad you could come down today. We're gonna have you switch seats, unless, no?
Yeah, just have a switch.
Okay.
I think it'd be better to switch.
Okay.
So we're gonna switch gears and talk about the bond issue in dollars.
While we're doing this, I will tell you guys, as you know, I've been here quite a while. This is the first guy that I met with doing any projects with Paul. So he's been around Marion County for quite a while, and we've had some good projects. Right across the street's one of them, the jail project he did. I think he also might have done this. It was before my time, but the elevator, I don't know whether he was in on that or not.
I think we were on the refinancing. of it.
Refinancing of it or
Yeah.
something like that with Carol and them, and so he's been around Marion County, not quite as long as Scott Lloyd, but he's been around quite a while, so I think he's got some history of Marion County, so good to see you again, Dave.
Yeah, good to see you too.
I think in your discussions with Tina that you realize the commission, we've got serious road issues, we've got to get some things done. Our general feeling is the climate is good, attractive for doing bond issues. So we're looking for your expertise and guidance and how we can best manage those dollars for our taxpayers.
Sure. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk to you kind of about it. I've got, some information on the process that you would need to go through to issue the bonds, and I've also got some information on costs. If you were to sell a bond issue for this size, how much would that mean in terms of the bond payment and what that might mean if you're gonna, put that payment onto the mill levy. So just to kind of start things off, first of all, the theme that you've got here about road projects is something that we've been hearing from a lot of counties around the state. It's definitely something that is a topic that's been, a lot of county commissioners have been discussing. What we've been finding is that most counties, when they have been deciding that they needed to borrow money to help fund some or all of their road projects, have been issuing the bonds pursuant to a statute that's KSA 65-684. It's a statute that's out there that gives authority to counties to issue bonds for road projects. Now, in order to use this statute, it's a statute that right now it's kind of awkwardly worded, and it doesn't apply to all counties. It's sort of not uniform in its treatment. So what counties are doing is they're passing a charter resolution to clarify the statute and give them the ability to issue general obligation bonds to fund these road improvements. Now, in order to do this charter resolution, you have to pass the resolution, and then you have to publish it, and then you have to sit through like a 60-day notice and protest period. But once you get through that, if your charter resolution provides for it, you could then issue bonds in any amount that you would want, without a need for a public referendum, because you went through the notice and protest period. And those bonds would not be subject to the state's debt limit. Normally, for a lot of county projects, for a lot of county debt, the most debt that you can issue would be 3% of your assessed valuation. There's exceptions to that. Jail projects are exception to that. These road projects could also be exempted from that 3% debt limit, if you wanted them to be. So that would be, I did a quick calculation. Your 3% debt limit right now would be about $5.2 million. So if you were looking at doing more than $5.2 million of borrowing, then you would want to exempt yourself from that debt limit. But like I said, that is the method that a lot of counties are using now to finance these projects.
Is that something new in the last few years?
No, it's always been there. I'm not an attorney, so
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
exactly how long this sort of goes back, but I know there's been several counties within the last year or two that have used that, KSA 65-684.
It seemed like the first thing I ever heard was 3% was this debt limit. That was a top number you didn't go over.
Yeah, no, and that,
Income.
yeah, and then that was, for a lot of projects, that is the case. But for these, if you do that charter resolution process, it wouldn't have to be subject to that. So the process you go through, let me just kind of pass this out for you. Actually, this worked out pretty well after I got a call from Tina on Friday. I had already had a calendar that I had put together for another county. And the dates weren't quite the same. I changed the dates, but that's what this is it's a calendar of the steps that you would need to go through if you wanted to issue bonds for road projects. And this is just an example. It's not meant to be any sort of, written in stone or anything, but I've highlighted in yellow sort of the big milestone steps as far as authorizing the financing goes that the county would need to go through to do it. The first thing that you would need to do, and I've put it on February 14th, is you would adopt, I call it a charter resolution for it, and that's what it would be, a charter resolution, not a home rule resolution, but you'd adopt a charter resolution. And then after you adopted that, you would publish it. And then you would start that 60-day notice and protest period. So if somebody wanted to prevent the county from issuing the bonds during that 60-day period of time, they could file a petition to do that. So that 60-day period of time would start when that charter resolution would get published. I think it has to be published twice, so I put that in here for 2 publications. After that second publication, the 60-day period starts. What I've assumed here is while that 60-day period is running, you could do other things to prepare for the bond issue. You wouldn't sell the bonds, but because you wouldn't want to do that until after the 60-day period is over. But you could go through things like starting to prepare a disclosure document. You could start to get the rating process for the bond started. And then once that process, the 60-day period of time was over, and in this case I had it ending, it would be, let's see, probably right at the end of April. you could go ahead right after that and then receive the bids on the bonds. After you get the bids on the bonds, then you pass a bond resolution that officially issues the bonds, and then you would close after that bond resolution is passed. You probably close, somewhere around 3 to 4 weeks after that. So in this case, if you started the process in mid-February, you could probably get money on hand, the bond proceeds, right around June 1 or so. And that's really a pretty standard process for a bond issue.
Okay, one question that you're talking about, 60 days, somebody files a petition, how's that handled then?
I believe, as I understand it, if the petition was filed, then the county commission would face a choice. You could either call an election to authorize the passage of the charter ordinance or charter resolution, or if you wanted to, you could just scrap the whole idea and just not have the resolution put into place.
Yeah, so if a petition is filed, then we have a certain amount of, it's filed with my office, we have a certain amount of time to verify whether it's valid or not. And then if it is valid, has enough valid signatures on it, it would either force the election or for you to not issue the selectives.
Thank you both, I appreciate that, because I didn't know what happened. We just went through a wind farm deal that lingered and lingered and lingered through the court system, and that's why I was asking whether this would go through a court system or not.
I don't think it would necessarily go through a court system. It would just force the question as to whether or not you wanted to have the election, or if you wanted to. That's a good idea.
Elections, folks, was $10,000 on depends on what, that was sort of a figure for one of the last ones that we've had.
Probably more than that now.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. You got a timeline, that's good.
Yeah. So again, that's just an example. I figured, okay, well, you probably want to know about how long from the time you say go to when it close, and it's super.
Perfect.
The next thing I was going to pass out here is a little chart that shows what the annual bond payment would be and associated mill levy for projects of different size. And I apologize, on the left-hand side here it says bridge project costs. I understand these are road projects, but it could be anything, yeah, any project. So I think this is pretty straightforward. First of all, this assumes a 15-year bond issue. I think I saw up on the chart here earlier, you were mentioning a 10-year bond issue. So if you did a shorter bond issue, that would just really mean a little bit higher payment and a little bit higher mill levy for that shorter period of time. But just as an example, let's say you wanted to do $1 million worth of projects. Your bond issue size would probably have to be about $1,035,000 to accommodate the issuance costs for doing the bond issue. Right now, I estimated the interest rate at about 2 3/4%. That would result in a bond payment for that 15-year period of about $85,138, or a mill levy about 0.34 mils. If you converted that to how much it would cost a property owner, that would be about $3.94 for somebody who's got a home that has an appraised value of $100,000. So then you can just kind of follow that table down. If you look kind of in the middle there, $4 million, that would be about a $337,000 annual bond payment and about 1.91 mils. And again, this is a 15-year bond issue. The interest rate I used is probably just a little bit higher than where rates are right now, but I wanted to be kind of conservative because rates seem to be kind of going up right now.
So if on $5 million and bond bridge project or road project there, and cut it to 10 years, be a third higher than that figure over there?
Yeah, well, I could probably do that. Hold on, calculator here.
I was just going to estimate $37.91 instead of $27.91.
Yeah, well, I could probably.
That's another question to be answered by the commission later when we get done with this, is to 10, 15 years. I mean, how far do you want to lay it out? So that's another forward-looking question.
I thought the temperature was maybe 7 to 10.
Yeah,
Well,
just
yeah,
how quick it needs to revolve back around for funds again to fix the same.
Yeah, you're looking at the life of what you're doing in
Yes.
15
Yeah.
years,
No, we're not.
probably.
Yeah.
We're
pushing
15 years.
Yeah. For the bridge project, it'd be maybe
Yeah, it'd be
50 years.
different.
Yeah.
But road projects may not be, so it's a long. And this guy does like to tell us that our projections for the jail project was a little longer than what it ended up. Project ended up shorter. That's the way he usually tried to lead us, even with the jail project.
Conservative.
Yeah,
A little
be
higher, a
conservative.
little longer, but it
Sure.
was shortened up.
Yep.
We didn't know exactly what sales tax would do.
Okay. The annual payment, if it was a 10-year issue, would be about $584,000 per year.
That's on a 5 million?
Yeah,
Okay.
Say 584.
yeah, and that would probably be mill levy about. Yeah, about 3.6 mils, if you wanted to do it over a 10-year period of time. So you were just right about a third higher than it was. And it was, and I guess the thing there, what you'd want to do is you just want to make sure however long you were borrowing the money for was, consistent with the useful life of the project.
So on a $100,000 home, you'd be looking about, what, $40 a year?
Yeah.
Because that's what the people look at
Yeah.
Yeah.
when we start doing things like that.
Yeah, and then, a lot of people probably pay the property taxes as part of their mortgage payment, so if you look at it on a monthly basis, that's, what, $3, $3.50 a month.
About the 12.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cheaper than the turnpike,
Yeah.
big toll roads.
Right, it's just that turnpike, right through.
One thing you don't figure is the initial cost to set up the turnpike.
Yeah, that's, everybody gets an impasse card, or a
Yes.
county card.
Yep.
This
We're not throwing coins in.
This one's Bryce sitting out there in a little booth with a
Right.
little rope,
Yep.
pulling the thing up and down.
So if we kind of follow this format, saying let's just follow this
Right.
format. Bids received on the bond, say early May.
Yeah,
Being the Fed says they're gonna price in 4 rate increases this year. Could we be looking at a 0.5% higher
yeah.
conceivably?
It could conceivably, I think, right now, if you were to sell the bonds, I would think that, and it was a 15-year issue, I think you would be looking at, not 2.75, probably somewhere between 2 and 2.2. So this probably already has a 0.5%.
So this may be
point.
priced in.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
good to know.
yeah.
What is the difference between a 15 and a 10-year loan?
I estimated that it's probably, when I was running my
Sure.
calculation, probably 1/4 percentage point lower rate if you go with the 10-year issue
Oh,
than a
that was
15-year.
I was curious the relationships.
Yeah, and that's just kind of a ballpark.
Right, we won't know, but that, the general guideline helps us. It's good to know that there's that built in, and then if we shorten it to a 10-year, that it actually.
Yeah. We just, if the issue size is smaller, if you're talking about $1 million or under $2 million, what we would probably want to look at doing is selling these bonds through a private placement, kind of like the way we did with the lease, where we just bid it to area banks. And we did something similar for $1.5 million bond issue for the city of Burlington a couple of weeks ago, and the rate they ended up getting was 1.87% for a 10-year issue. Now, if they were to do it today, it would probably be a little bit over 2. Now, that's for a smaller issue. If you were to do a larger issue, that would probably be too big to sell just the banks. So that's when we would want to do the full, an offering document and a rating, and that's what this calendar kind of anticipates. But again, we could probably streamline it a little bit if you were to do a private placement. Now, we really couldn't, because of that 60-day period, we really couldn't shorten the time it would take, because you're not going to want to sell those bonds until after that 60-day period has been completed.
Is it out of question to ever break up the deals where you're doing like a $2 million, $2 million in one, so that you can probably promote your local bank?
I mean, you could do that. It would probably depend on the timing of, when you needed your money. If you needed $2 million this year and, $2 million 9 months or 12 months from now, then we could probably bid it out to each one of those out to the local banks. But if you were going to need that $5 million all within about 6 months,
Right.
then it kind of becomes,
Okay.
you can probably rack up more costs issuing over and over.
And would they be all individual issues then if you did it that way?
Yeah.
And then you'd have all this extra reporting and potentially
Yeah,
extra
the-
costs involved in
Yeah.
issuance.
Yeah.
It
would like
would-
it in the middle.
I don't know.
No, she's right, the overhead on
She's
that.
going-
Well, and then too, each time you issue another bond, there's another whole set of fees or efficiency.
Yeah.
He'd
exactly.
make more money that way.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one in
That's
favor and one
Because you
opposed.
have to
so-
do each one.
Yeah,
Over
you got
and over
to bid
again.
each one, and you get a stack of documents that thick on each one from the bond attorneys that,
And that's after you whittle it down.
yeah. That's
In
just
my
the
files,
signature pages,
yeah,
yeah.
that's-
I think the temperature is about 5 million. Is that,
I'm just throwing that number out, that's sort of what I was.
we don't want to go over that.
I wouldn't.
Would you go the 5.2 or whatever our debt limit is, or would you just stick at
We need to, what about there's the fees on top of it, so 5 million, bond size is 5.15.
1, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'd be bumping it almost in.
I'm just,
And kind of like the interest rate, the bond size, I think I've been conservative, a little bit high on that also. That's
Okay.
the fees probably wouldn't be quite that much. I was just sort of doing a kind of a ballpark.
so is our limit on the first column, or is it on the second column?
The payment that you see here in the mill levy, that is based on the $8 million of project costs,
Okay.
which would result in, I'm just looking at the $8 million. The $8 million of project costs would result in a bond issue size of about $8,110,000,
Okay.
and the payment would be $660.
And the bond issue amount is the part that's subject to the debt limit. It's
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, and again, if you use that charter resolution process to authorize the bonds, what most counties are doing is then exempting these bonds from that debt limit. The benefit of doing that is if you exempt these bonds from the debt limit and then another project comes up that you might need in the future, you would still have capacity under that debt limit to do the other project.
So you would recommend doing the exemption even though we would exceed it?
It's up to you.
It gives us options in the future.
Yeah, it gives you flexibility in the future to issue bonds for other purposes, but it's up to
Anything
you.
that puts the home rule in play is probably a good.
That's true.
Yeah, the home rule resolution would give you the authority, not just to do the one bond issue, but it would give you the authority to do future bond issues for road projects too, if you wanted to.
It's a lot of good information. We've got a timetable, we've got costs. What other questions are out there?
We got our first steps, and if we want to make those, then there's no
Yep,
sense in
yep.
discussing it further.
Right, we've got priority here and then decision to make.
You could really pick his brain and tell us how much the feds are gonna raise rates and when.
You know, that's a good question. I think that the market is kind of already baked in, I think, a rate hike or two.
Yeah.
So I would hope if they, as long as they don't decide to increase rates faster than they've been talking about, I'm kind of hoping that at least the longer term interest rates hopefully won't change much.
I know we can't compare our county to other counties you've been working for, but, you know, what's been the temperature as far as petition?
It's, you know, we've been, I'm trying to think. I really don't see all that often petitions being submitted for the issuance of bonds. It seems like when petitions do occur, it's usually for more controversial projects or projects that, you know, just
But
generate.
not on the required infrastructure.
And not on things like, yeah, like that. You never say never, I mean, it's always a possibility.
Is the government gonna do anything? I mean, go back there, they're gonna help?
Yeah,
What's this
there's
thing?
federal money out there. I can't remember what KDOT has, but that's going to take 6 months to a year to trickle out as far as who's gonna get what, how much.
So
stuff
the
like that.
timetable for counties is about end of the year, the year list?
I'm guessing yes.
Okay.
All
It's
the
not
people-
tomorrow.
Yeah, all the people we talked to at KDOT, well, one of them was the local projects engineer saying that, yeah, there's a lot more money out there, but he said, we just found out last week about it. So they, you know, there's gonna be stuff out there, we just don't know how much, when, to what programs, you know, is it gonna be, you know, they say infrastructure, but when you consider the totality of what was let, or what was passed, in the trillions of dollars, that includes everything from electric vehicles to rail to whatever else. So there's only like 550 billion that goes towards bridges and roads. We divide that by 50 states, and according to their formula, you know, so. Then, of course, the other thing about that is anytime you use federal money, now you're dealing with more constraints as well. So. But yeah, I mean, there's gonna be more money down the road, but
Not this year.
I guess that information then helps emphasize to me the importance of doing the bond issue and get some things rolling now. Because if that money doesn't come in until the end of the year, early next year, it's gonna be almost hard to get that money allocated to projects in 2023.
Right, you can't budget for it.
That's a chance that you're taking whether you can get it.
Right, so to me, it emphasizes the need to do the bond issue so we can get hopefully get them in the pipeline before the tsunami hits from all the other money coming, other projects.
I think this figure here, we've got to figure out what goes there. I mean, do we need that much? Do we want that much? And I think that's our cap. And how we can fit it back into the 3 designated projects maybe?
Well, we're trying to do 2 things at one time. We've
Yeah.
got to do, and we're getting closer. We're making progress. But and to justify to our taxpayers, I think they need to know where that money's going. And that's why I think we need to put the 2 together with the interest rates. And I really feel it would be a good thing for our constituents to take advantage of this opportunity.
Well, we're pretty sure that next year's gonna be more expensive.
I think you've got a safe.
Not just material wise, but
Yes.
payment wise.
Yes, I think you and Phil are right on the spot.
And it all comes back to the implication to the taxpayer.
Yeah. So you said you had several other counties that are doing it. In general, is there more activity than in the past, or is it about the same?
No, it definitely seems like it's more. It
Okay.
seems like, at least as far as road projects
Yes,
go
yes.
and bridge
That's
projects,
specific.
it seems like 10 years ago, it was jails. It seemed like there was a real movement
Sure.
around the state for jails, and just lately, it seems like it's been more roads and bridges for counties.
So we are kind of following the trend.
It seems
With
like
the
it.
trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful also.
Well, we can't make no decisions today, but if this commission comes to a decision making to go with a bond here, I would tell you that I'll be the first to make a motion to go with this firm here.
We've got some temperature in the
Yeah.
Any other questions? We've got the expertise in the room. This is our opportunity to learn. Yes, Dave?
Is there lots of money available if people buying bonds?
Yeah.
I mean, is the market good?
The market has been good. We're actually, I think, noticing with interest rates rising, what typically that means in the bond business is that there are fewer buyers. So we are noticing a little bit of a pullback in the number of buyers that are out there, but still it's pretty strong. That Burlington sale that I was mentioning, they got 4 area banks who bid on it, and that's about as good as of a response as I could have hoped for under any market conditions. So there's still, at least for now, plenty of buyers.
And that was down under $1 million.
That was $1.5 million.
$1.5 million.
Yeah, for 10 years.
You said with the market, the interest rising, you get less buyers?
Yeah, well, I think what we're kind of seeing is that a lot of banks, I think, my understanding is they know interest rates, they seem to be on the rise. So it's my understanding that some banks are saying, well,
Hold out for the top?
yeah, hold on, let's
That's
not
not
invest our
time
money
for
now,
for
let's
10
wait 6
years.
months when rates are
When they
higher.
think
Yeah.
next year or the year after, it may be double.
I get you. It's kind of like holding out for the bottom on a dip.
Well, yeah, what
We're on the other side.
What we're seeing is that 10-year bond issue where we got 4 bids on it was great. We sold a 1-year temporary note a few months back for another city. It was about the same size, and they got 7 bids. So that to me indicates that the
Time.
banks want to just invest for a shorter period of time, which is, and if the rates are rising, that kind of makes sense.
Especially when they have had years where there's no interest to be had.
Yeah.
Right now, banks aren't going out much more than a year.
Tina, did you have any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I kind of think that if you are going to go ahead and do a bond, that you might want it, even though we're gonna be under that limit, or at the limit, where we wouldn't need the bonds, or need the protest petition,
I think
you know,
we do
would
it
be
anyway.
under the debt limit. I think you should probably do
Do
that.
the resolution.
Resolution anyway, because with the way that our funding has been, and with the state and everything, they're not, you're gonna need to reserve some future
Yes.
ability to do things, because I think this is the way that everybody's undoubtedly gonna be pushed into in the future.
And that would be, before you would adopt that charter resolution I was referring to, that's the things you'd have to decide upon. Would you want it to, cap you at 3%, or would you want to remove that limit? So those are some of the discussions, and that's where we'd have to bring in bond counsel, legal counsel. I'm just a financial advisor. There's another party that's involved with bond issues, bond counsel that actually writes the resolutions and prepares the legal bond documents.
So you could work with Tina on coming up with a resolution?
Yeah, I think you'll need to take some action in regular
Right.
session before we start on anything.
Oh, before we even get the draft resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
Okay, very good. But he would have the resources to.
Yeah, we talked to Gilmore Bell about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got our contact.
And then maybe the attorney would have an idea of which way to go on that resolution. So we would need it worded in such a way that, if the resolution does have a protest petition, this particular bond isn't necessarily subject to a protest petition. It would be you wouldn't want it to where they would, because you're within the debt limit here, you wouldn't want a protest petition to potentially force you to an election you don't need
Correct.
Yeah.
if you pass that resolution. So there's things to think about.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Very good. Anything else?
No?
Okay, if it would help if I stuck around, I mean, I go down here, and if you guys are gonna be talking for another half hour or so, I'd be happy to stick around in case something comes up.
We're probably gonna take a 5-minute break for several of us, and then we'll come back to.
All of us.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We have a consensus, yay.
Who didn't get
And then
one?
we'll probably talk some more boring discussions about where to spend the money.
Okay, oh, maybe I won't stick around for that.
But thank you very
We
much
have
for coming
have
down.
a list to choose from
Thanks,
here.
Doug.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sure.
Now, again, that's what a lot of counties seem to be doing, prioritizing.
Yeah.
Roads.
26 million in needs, if we can chip out
We got a lot
15%.
more than 26 million.
That's just
roads, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that ain't even all the roads.
So we'll recess for 5 minutes and then come back to the work session.
Okay.
Just being sanitized. Thank you for coming.
Well, you're alive.
Maybe we can get on the phone.
I don't remember.
It's money for your shot.
I'd have to look back, because I know, these things used to be small before, and then
Be
last
careful
time,
what you
plus
do.
the bulb, plus.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, that we bought, I know we bought.
Shut
Karl Rove moment already.
Look at that, he beat
you.
That was not me, it was Mr. Mueller.
I better pay some money, because I may be
Oh, I
behind.
haven't looked at that
See,
lately.
am I
Okay.
still overdrawn?
I think everybody was in the clear.
The
and
banker was always
everything's-
overdrawn from the very beginning.
I was the one who was overdrawn.
Leveraging the dollars.
Chairman, everything's on, so whenever
Okay.
you're ready to begin.
We'll come back to order. We had very informational discussion about bonds, and now we'll come back to the road issue. I believe we had left off at Indigo, looking at the 3-inch on the south part, 2-inch on the north part, which would be about 2.3 million in overlay, and then the discussion was what number to put in the budget. We currently have about 3.4. Would you want to split the difference? Do you want to stay at the 3.4? Do you want to go, I don't know that it's good to go all the way down to the 2.3. What's kind of the temperature?
I got a question to Bryce. If we did a $4 or $5 million package of 3 or 4 projects all at once, would there be a discount from the contractors?
That would depend on where they are and how much material would be, because we'd almost have to put them out there at the same time, so they would look at them all at one time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The problem that you face is, again, this year is we don't have anybody really locally that would look at it.
Yeah,
Unless we were to throw those, say, 3 projects out there at one time and bring in enough material that they would bring in a plant. Now, again, what you're facing is the fact is, I don't see that probably happening this year.
but that would be 23.
That's why KDOT bids theirs October, November, December, because they allow the contractors to bring in all the materials when they start in March or April, and then they're typically what they'll do is, some of them have like an extra plant or 2 for their crews. So somebody's moving a plant out ahead of them while they were still doing a project, so then the help goes from there to the next project and they move the plant. But it does take a significant investment to bring in a plant as well. So to say there would be a benefit, it would be on the economics of scale. And the fact is, the more units you have, theoretically, the less your unit cost would be. But then your total cost goes up as well because you're dealing more product.
But would you save 100,000 or would you save $1 million?
Oh, you wouldn't save $1 million.
Okay.
No, they still have fixed costs.
Okay.
The only thing that saves you money with a plant being brought in is the trucking cost, but then you also, the fact is they still have to truck stuff in to the plant site.
Yeah.
And the
Raw
reason
goods.
that they do that in the wintertime also is a lot of times they'll get backhauls on the materials that are coming in from a long way. You know, the guys will be hauling grain out and they'll be hauling rock back in. So that's another benefit. So if they have to turn around and just, we let a project in March or April and they have to spend time bringing in materials, you're gonna pay a premium for that as well. So.
All right, we'll move into the next part.
Dave?
Go ahead.
I think we're, I wanna know, Bryce, you see down here, or heard bids received for bond, passed bond resolution, it happens all by June 1st. If we come to a conclusion on a road, whatever, through this process today, who's gonna put the bids together to go out?
Me?
You?
Yeah.
What's that time gonna take you?
Honestly, if we're doing everything in-house and things like that, matter of a couple weeks to a month maybe.
Okay.
The biggest problem we face is whenever we set those out is, you know, we've got to get them out to contractors so they can still try to fit them into this year. We have to, one or two things, you say, okay, we definitely want it done this year by a certain time, so they'll put that in their prices to say that, you know, we're definitely going to get it done this year. But if we do give them the latitude to do it next year, it might be beneficial, but it may cost us more money because of the oil variability again. So it really doesn't take much to do that for a standard overlay. There's not near as many requirements and things like that to do all that. So,
Well, I'll keep reminding you this time, Marion County has been a little lax on, if we do an overlay, bridge or driveway entrances and stuff like this, sort of needs to have a figure of what it's gonna take to do that too, or else include them
Oh, yeah.
or something, because I have seen some driveway entrances set in our county for at least months after the project's been done.
sure.
And-
Well, honestly, I will tell you, especially in Indigo, we have a lot of issues of not only side roads, but entrances. that
Field
need-
entrances
Yeah,
and
well,
stuff.
well, that's house entrances, field entrances are a lot easier, but house entrances, and mainly, for instance, right south of Hillsboro going west on 180th, it's a big drop off. We were actually gonna be working on those last year and then didn't get there, so, but nope, that's all part of it. That's
Okay,
what it is, so.
all right. Thank you, Dave.
All right, since I asked my question 10 minutes ago and we got nowhere, but we got 5 other topics, let's move on to the next topic. Road number 2, in my mind, it's between the 1.5 miles of Kansas and doing something on 190th to preserve that base. What's the temperature of the other commissioners?
One reason why I just stated about drop-offs and
Mhm.
driveways
Mhm.
is I would like to see an overlay. Now, what Bryce mentioned today on I'm gonna use the famous commissioner's words for the 190th lunch route. That's what it used to be, and that's what it seems to be a lot, but I'll tell you what, our public does drive it, and no matter what, even though there's another road, but if an overlay was done, Bryce has a point where we'd be bringing it up whether we do grind it down on 190th. So I think that's the decision we'd have to make too, to mill it down a little bit and see. I'm done.
Jonah, do you have any input?
We have, regardless of the bond, we have enough money set aside for capital improvement. That, I think we ought to make some decisions based on Indigo, Kansas, and I mean, just hearing the north side of Indigo having more traffic, that means we got quite a bit of traffic on 120th then.
I didn't have it on here.
Didn't make the list.
It was on another sheet I had.
So is it about 50-50? Is it about, I mean, on the south half of Indigo?
Well, let's put it the way, on the north half, we were pushing 1455, but the 1090 was clear down to the south end turning into onto Highway 50.
Okay.
So
we're
you're still looking over I mean, you're probably in the neighborhood of 1,300 vehicles, you know, going south there to that 120th,
Okay.
you know. I like I said, I didn't have it on there, but if I had 120th traffic on there, you could basically add that over, or figure that on 120th as well, or over to Indigo as well, because that's where they would be going more than likely.
All right, I'll try another approach. Let's talk about Kansas, the 1.5 miles. You've already given us, we've talked about it, I think, 2 other times in half an hour each time. Let's focus on that one now.
I looked at the traffic study and spent a lot of money for not as much traffic on there.
Well, and it's a lot of money for a short distance. At the same time, it's a high traffic and it's a high weight road. And I don't know how recent the traffic count is, but since that facility is there, I'm sure there's an increase.
Well, the road north and south
True.
have just
Yeah.
gone,
Yes.
completely gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since that facility got put in.
Yes.
The traffic counts, the AADT were 2019 from
Okay.
KDOT.
That
It's
was
on their
okay.
it's on their website.
So that was
So,
before.
yeah, and that would have been, and I don't know with their traffic counts there whether, well, obviously they weren't there by 2019, but whether they would be far enough into that road to determine what, because I mean, as soon as you get off the KDOT portion, they're turning in. So
Right.
you'd have to have the counter right there.
Right.
But,
Is there just 1 mile?
well, from Highway 56 down to 190th,
Yeah.
and then another half-mile south to Ag Service,
Mhm.
because that road coming up that way.
You know, Jonah's comment reminded me, really, just even that first half mile going north
Yep,
is just absolutely horrible.
yep.
People are
That's-
coming up to a stop,
Yeah.
it's like that.
Yeah, and I mean, we could go in and just patch it, but I mean, it's definitely a base problem. There's
Yeah.
nothing there, or not enough to hold up
You're
it.
talking about north of 56.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't need what we're talking about out here.
Well, I mean,
I think the first
We-
mile.
we
north,
could do- yeah.
south, and then down to Ag Service.
I mean, you could bump it up to 2 miles if that's what you wanna do, but honestly, if you're gonna do it to withstand the kinda stress and strain that is coming down there, yeah, you should be doing something.
We've got some heavy equipment coming up to a stop.
And that's where it seems to be, is right,
Right.
proximity to, once you get up,
Yeah, you have the same issue down at 190th in Kansas, north and south stopping. I mean, you can see what's there, so.
There's lots of twisting and turning there.
It is.
Okay, now let's do the discussion on concrete versus hot or asphalt.
There are, either way you go, you're going to have to modify traffic flow. Because what we're looking at is doing a total replacement,
Yep.
taking everything down, rebuilding everything else. Now, I don't know what the parameters would be, whether we could go back in and do a full depth reclamation with an overlay on that also. That, I never really thought about that. It's a pretty small area to be doing that process. But the traffic flows would have to be modified, essentially closing that portion of the road and detouring, because from the time you tear out that pavement till you get pavement back and it's ready to be open is minimum probably a month. So the portion going into the flat storage there, we'll probably just have to do that from there up to halfway through there. They could go south, whatever else, close that portion, they come out this way. So as far as that goes, it raises a little bit of a,
You also gotta split the difference with the city there. Right next to the flat storage in the west half.
is the city, yes, yeah. So I mean, we do have that first half mile is actually city property, so.
Then does Hillsboro need to be included in these discussions?
Well, I've talked to them about
Okay.
it, and I mean, they're aware of it,
Okay.
we just haven't come up with any final
Okay,
stuff
but
yet.
we've got a partnership opportunity.
Yes, yes. And, of course, the other part was Ag Service down there. It's gonna be a little bit tougher for them to go south because they're now either run paved roads down to 140th or they have to take, some of the other gravel roads. But, like I said, either way you look at it, if you're tearing it out and replacing it, that's what you're gonna look at. So honestly, one of the things that does come into play, and again, these are budget numbers at the time, we don't know, but if we do that in concrete, you can typically phase concrete better than you can asphalt. Simply because asphalt, if you put in an 8-inch lift, 8 inches of asphalt, you typically would go a 4, 2, and 2. Well, you always have to leave a little bit of a taper so you can tie on. You never want your joints right over top of each other. So that causes a little bit of construction issues there. Still can be done. Then you have your base rock below that. Concrete, you can basically just go right up to where you want to, and solid dowel bars, and then continue on. KDOT, for the most part, will give you a better life cycle cost, simply because it typically holds up better with structure.
And then plus, usually when you start to see your cracks, you go over with asphalt layer.
Well, I mean, honestly, concrete, you know where the cracks are.
Yeah.
I want you to crack here. Asphalt.
Well, that's what you hope for. Sometimes
Well, right, but I'm just saying that's what, but I mean, we deal with that. The other thing is, something to look at is that the turning movement at 190th in Kansas should really be addressed. Simply because tractor trailers coming from north or south either way really don't have a lot of room for off tracking or whatever else. But that's kind of a smaller idea. The problem is with the southeast corner is that's where one of the substations are. So I mean, but anyway, that like I said, as far as life cycle costs, the other thing concrete may allow is more local input. Fact is, we have a guy here in Marion that can do it, guy in Hillsboro Newton, that may get some of the smaller people involved with that too. So
Well, one thing is, if it's concrete, you could probably do that this year.
possibly.
I mean, maybe more attractive than asphalt if there's no asphalt plant.
Yeah. The other thing is, if properly done and set up, you could actually do the concrete more in the wintertime also.
You got more flexibility.
Yes,
Yeah.
because.
After harvest.
Well, after harvest, whatever else is, but asphalt, you typically have to have a certain temperature, and you haul it so far, you lose that temperature.
Sure.
Concrete, you don't. Even if you were above 40 degrees the entire time, you're great. As far as, covering the concrete, you can put burlap, you can put heated blankets on there.
Okay. Would the turnaround on concrete be faster than asphalt?
Again, the same thing comes down to the fact is of what kind of scope we're gonna do. Like I said, one good thing about concrete is we wouldn't do as much base. That would save a little bit. But the problem with concrete, as with asphalt, once asphalt cools off, you can run
You're right.
concrete, you're gonna have to wait probably at least 10 days to 2 weeks.
But you don't have to layer.
Right.
I'm just trying to.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is, the other thing that asphalt would take a little longer by phasing is that, and it's gonna cost you more, because every time you phase it, they have to bring in equipment. They'll get 3,000 ton down here, well, then they have to move out and come back in 2 to 4 weeks for the rest of it. They can't afford to leave a paver there for the most part, as well as a tack truck and everything else.
Okay, so even the layering, there's a wait period between layering.
Basically until it cools off the next day, for the most part. So they would, if they laid a 4-inch, they could probably come back the next day and probably put a 2-inch, and then maybe even that day, depends on how cool it is.
But I'm just thinking with those businesses, we have to be really aware of timing.
And then the base rock, is that something that we can cut costs by using the crushed concrete?
Yes,
That'd be a good spot.
yeah. And honestly, it'd be a great material for it.
A while ago, you mentioned partnering with Hillsboro Co-op. Just went out and bought that out there. Or is it Co-op owned?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So would we make contact with them and see what they might like too, and see if they would want to partner with us?
I can answer that already. I've contacted them, and he said, yeah, he says we'd be willing to do whatever else, but he said we just wrote a huge check to the city of Hillsboro for this, and I don't know whether we'd like to write another check for it. But again, with
Is this on their half then?
on their portion, yeah,
It's on Hillsboro's half.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But anyway, again, I just had initial conversations with them. Said, hey, we're looking to do something. They said, yeah, let us know, and we'll do what we can to help. So, but
Hillsboro's just got that half mile south of 56, right?
yes, on the west
To
side,
the south side of the ponds,
yes,
to the old railroad tracks.
yeah.
So it'd be a half.
Yeah. So, but anyway, like I said, it's just something to look at.
What's that
roughly that concrete gonna cost, that job?
Well, like I said, that depends on, I mean, and what I did was just going by local estimates, but you look at, I mean,
Using crushed concrete, 8 inches deep,
yeah.
and then
Well, see,
8
with
inch
concrete,
concrete.
you wouldn't have to use 8 inches for the base, because of the structural integrity. So yeah, you could cut down on the amount of material, but the amount of material really isn't gonna be, you know, that big a deal. But yeah, we'd be able to save the money there using the crushed concrete, but like I said, you're looking, based on what it come up here, approximately the same size or same price, because based on whatever we choose and the coordination and stuff like that, you know, the asphalt is typically gonna run you higher because of the phasing. And if you went with the concrete, it'd just be a matter of coordination, but,
I would definitely be in favor of the concrete because of the longevity, the
Well,
lifespan of it is
yeah.
actually longer.
yeah, I agree. I mean, life cycle costs, I think that's
Maybe
something.
answer the question.
Yeah.
Is there temperature in the room on concrete over asphalt? I see 1, I see 2, I see 3.
You know, with the heavy trucks and the kind of traffic that's using it.
Okay, so we've got 1 direction.
Okay.
I'm leaning that way, but I haven't fell over yet.
When I was
I'm just trying to get a temperature.
when I was on the city council at Hillsboro, it was placed out, and it was more expensive to go concrete.
Well, sure.
But
For the first time, but you don't have to
your
go
your
back.
If
longevity
you don't have to worry about it.
is it's worthwhile, and where you cross over is 5 years beyond asphalt.
Is that one of these numbers?
Yes,
With concrete, is that the 2.2?
He said it's
Cans
relatively
of-
about the
right.
same.
That's a
So
2-2.
if I put in the 2.5 and then the 950,000, and if I change that indigo number from 3.4 to 2.8,
Mhm.
and I take out the bond proceeds, so, and just use what we expect to put in capital improvement for this year, that, we could do those 3 projects, and then we're short 212,000, which part of that could potentially come from, maybe from the city or from the blacktop fund. I mean, you could potentially fund at those levels, all of Kansas and Indigo, without dipping into bond proceeds. Just letting you know that.
But then we have next year,
Right.
and we have.
Well, I'll put the bond proceeds back in, but
Right.
you're gonna, and at some
Right.
point, you're gonna obviously have to be making
Right,
bond
right,
payments.
right. But the picture is coming together better now.
Mhm, right, I just wanted you to
Yes.
know kind of
Yes.
where you were at this
Yes.
point with what you talked about.
Yeah, because you're gonna have a bond payment due.
Mhm.
Well, this is without the bond.
Yeah.
This is without the bond.
And your bond payment wouldn't be due until the next year, so if I put that back in, 5 million,
But that gets us down the road looking much.
Well,
Then we can tackle some other projects going down the road.
and honestly, if you guys are leaning but not falling over the concrete,
Yes.
I can investigate that more and you know, get some
Oh.
get some more input on that and.
I'm loving the Carl overboard.
So,
Like
uh,
Olympics.
but I could do that, so. Now, I guess the other question as far as that, do you want to continue going south? We've got the same problem there that we've had on every other road where there's no base, it's breaking up. That's another road, 4.5 miles, it goes south down to a rock road in all 3 directions.
Well, where that floods down in there,
Well,
you know, the ditches would have to be all redone and dug out. For down that flood zone.
right,
That
what
water's
when
going-
you're saying it has to be dug out?
Well, I
just-
mean, those ditches, there ain't ditches there much.
Well, yeah, I mean, that stuff can be done. I'm just talking about the structural integrity of the road.
Right.
If it floods, it's gonna flood over pavement or over rock, either
Right.
one. I'm just saying that, you know, again, pick your poison. Do you wanna do some subgrade work down there? Do you wanna just put an overlay on it, patch it and overlay it?
Yeah, but if you do a subgrade, it's gonna continue to flood, and
Well,
it's gonna take away whatever we thought we'd
Well,
call.
I wish I could answer that question.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the lately, it has done that a lot, so.
Not every year.
Yeah, but I mean, the drainage issue is separate from what the roadway is looking at. But again, like I said, you go 4.5 miles and goes down to a rock road, so.
Bryce, what you mentioned a while ago, did we address that, Dave, 190th and that intersection? Because what you're talking about, they're pulling their spray rigs and all of their things out. They go straight on up to 200th or, Highway 56 a lot of times, but they also come down there and try turning right there on 190th, what you mentioned, the electric subplant. Is it time, if you're gonna do any concrete or anything like that, to buy some ground and?
I don't need, I'm just, from my standpoint, I don't know, I guess the question to ask is how much would you need? Can you do it within any improvement will help.
Well-
But we're looking at 1890s intersections built for
Yeah.
horse and buggy, and
Yeah.
you gotta get better radiuses
Yeah.
on these.
I
these
mean,
roads.
that's something that, while you was talking about it, I appreciate you mentioning, because
Certainly.
I've seen many times with their rigs.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Even if you
falls
can't
to
address the
ditch.
substation, at least the other three.
Yeah.
To answer your questions, there's numerous things that we could do. With the substation on the southeast corner, that creates a little bit of a problem there. The other thing we face is, I think we only have 45 feet of right of way on 190th and probably not much more on Kansas. So if we did want to do something, we could probably go in there and buy some right of way. As far as the drainage and stuff there, I'd have to look at that, but I really don't think there'd be too much of a drainage problem to where we couldn't possibly fill in the ditches or whatever else as long as we took care of that drainage. That's the only reason why you have the intersection like it is to provide the drainage. But I think the other option is, if we wanted to, is we could actually put a little bit of a curve in Kansas, move it west,
move it west,
maybe
yeah.
50 feet or whatever else, and kind of have a little bit of a snake in the
Okay.
road and continue
I
on.
think that intersection there, just that intersection, maybe you move it from, maybe a block, maybe you need a block approach to that, I don't know.
I mean,
I'm just-
I don't think you
I don't-
need much, and you're gonna have to close the road to redo the work anyway. But, yeah, I mean, there's definitely stuff to worry about, it's gonna cost more money and everything else, but,
But if you do it in concrete and it's there for a long time, it
Turn-
just,
yeah.
I think it would help their business a bunch.
Yeah.
Kent, you had a comment?
What?
You had a comment?
No,
yeah, twitchy fingers.
my comment can't be.
Oh, okay, you had a thought.
Oh, I had a thought.
Okay.
But honestly, I will tell you that as far as turning movement, stuff like that, concrete is by far beneficial over asphalt.
But I think you have a very good point, that's something to try to factor in to that project.
Yeah, I'd rather see that to help long ways down the road, I mean.
And see with the work already being done.
We'd have to get ground on the west side of the road.
Yes.
Okay.
In order to do that, yeah.
Well, I can come back with more information too, so, but anyway.
All right, we have 15 minutes left.
Well, I guess you can go as long as you want.
No, we're gonna wrap this up in 15 minutes.
So what, do you want me to put Kansas as a number 2 priority, and what amounts do you want?
I know, we didn't really even get into, I mean, what were you recommending on the 4 miles and 4.5 miles of Kansas?
Just a 2-inch overlay.
Okay, and
and-
that number works for that?
Well, it'd be another 950,000 or thereabouts. And again, it's if you want to do it or not. I mean, the traffic volumes don't warrant it, to be honest with you. It shows 140 vehicles at the south end. So
Where's that go?
down to 140th and then stops.
What's down there? People live
Hey,
in?
but it's not all the way down to 140th.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it does go all the way to 140.
Yeah.
So why even, why?
Blacktop don't go that way.
But the
what
one-
about going back to rock?
The 150th
That's
is
the
Davisville.
service.
Right, church
Yes.
corner.
Yeah,
Yes. That's 150, but the pavement does go down to 140.
I know.
Yeah.
It just,
So, yeah, and
Fills
so
out.
It is.
whether that traffic volume includes that, I don't know. These are just cameras put out there on certain days, and that's what they conclude as daily traffic, better than we have. But anyway, I'm just saying that, we've got the same problems there that we've had on the other roads too. And I'm gonna say, like Ken said, the water over the road hasn't helped either, but unfortunately, that's what it is, but.
I guess I'm not getting a strong temperature on 4.5 miles of Kansas from the commission.
Now, the other thing is, if we do the other 1.5 miles, or even if you want to do the part on the north end as well, in concrete, this would probably be a separate contract
Right.
to do that, because concrete contractor probably would not have an asphalt crew as well.
Right, so there's no advantage to tying it with the other Kansas project.
Yeah.
But it could possibly be tied with Indigo.
Yeah, yeah, we could taper it in somehow, and make it work.
Okay, all
So
right.
will I take that out? That 950,000
Yeah.
for now?
Yeah. All right, then we're gonna come back and we'll have a nice, lengthy, full discussion on 190 in 10 minutes. The lunch route is so affectionately referred to. The arguments I see is, you're a mile away from a state highway, why even have it? The other argument is, it's got a lot of traffic, has a lot of convenience, and there's probably the best road base in the county for a county road. Do you want to save that base? So that, I'm just throwing it, that's where I'm at, the struggle between those two.
Yeah.
There's certain portions of the road, I think, that need to be evaluated as higher than the whole road itself.
Okay, elaborate.
Well, we're talking about building Kansas.
Yes.
So there's a mile stretch between Kansas
Oh,
and the city
sure.
limits.
That's true.
That piece is more of a priority.
True.
If you touch Kansas, it's
True.
gotta be handled. Obviously, the piece over here coming out, or no, it doesn't go, 256 goes all the way out to.
Correct, but we stop on the west side of 256. 256 is
So
state
both
highway.
sides of Marion are handled by the state.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
Where we would, when you come down 256, you go west about 150, 200 feet, you'll see that's where the taper ends.
Yeah.
That is the end of KDOT
Right.
maintenance.
that's right. And I just forgot that side's also 256.
Okay.
So just that 1 mile, and then, I don't know what else, but I definitely see that as more of a value
Mhm.
on that road than the rest of it, not saying that the rest of it isn't
Yeah, I
not
think
worth anything.
that we need to save it. I mean, like I said, it's got a good base there. We don't need to let it go away, because it costs more to replace it in 10 years. And
And
it is a well-traveled road. I mean,
Ken?
56 has been in enough years that we know at this point that people are not gonna quit using 190.
Yeah.
That is a good assumption, yeah.
I have people that travel it every day.
Okay.
They say
That-
that
that's good.
they don't like the truck traffic up on the new highway.
Sure.
This is safer for them to commute back and forth.
there's other things to consider though, a little bit, because on a few occasions, there's been efforts to work with KDOT to see if we could put in 3 lanes or whatever from here to McPherson. Well, are we shooting ourselves in the foot by diverting all that traffic on 190th when that traffic could have counted up that highway and then made that highway have more of a slowdown areas and third lanes?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first I'd ever heard of doing a 3-lane. I find that maybe it'll happen with new funds, but the problem is they've got so many bigger things they're looking
Well,
at
yeah.
for that.
But they did, they came out and put traffic counters out, what, last year? And I
Well,
think the year before.
They probably
But
do
a
it.
lot of times that's done just on a routine basis. KDOT does that. That's where the information that we get. I will tell you that, yeah, I've heard that a lot about the safety issue. They don't like the big trucks and stuff, which compounds the issues because our edge drop-offs and stuff like that on 190th aren't good. But yeah, that is gonna be a tough sell all the way around to say that we don't wanna do something with that road. But again, it's a money issue.
Do you know when KDOT, do they have any plans to do major repairs on 56? Because you can tell now it's falling apart.
Now, Now, I will tell you that I was quite shocked to hear this, but I was talking to somebody, and what Joe Palick, I guess, has told the upper management in KDOT is if, instead of trying to just fix what they have, they were thinking about just letting it go for a number more years and then just totally rebuilding it. Just shutting it off and totally rebuilding it. Now, with that being said, I'm assuming they would probably make the detour up to K4 and stuff to that effect for a state route. So, because they're not gonna wanna push the kind of volumes and weights onto local roads, you know, so. But it makes sense, and the fact is you'll get a better road by tearing up what you have there and putting back a new road. You've got a decent base. I mean, anyway, you look at that road, is almost 40 years old. And for a road that long, it's done very, very well. So,
That's another question, and if they
It's
decided
not
that.
40 years old.
what was what, late 80s?
If we
Maybe closer to 40 to 30, I think.
Well,
I don't know, I
yeah.
think 30
Yeah.
at the most.
I said, the other question is, would keeping them, if we rebuilt or improved 190th, that we could keep KDOT from diverting traffic onto it.
I would think that they would have to come to us to request that, and I think that would be a very adamant no.
Right.
I don't think they would want the liability for the safety issues, the turning movements, whatever else, because really, how do you get the traffic down there unless you detour them way west of Hillsboro
Right.
and come down that way? Then you're sending all that traffic through Hillsboro. Granted, it was like that way 30, 40 years ago, but still,
The traffic that is.
yeah. So, but I think that would be a definite commission just saying no. And like I said, that's what KDOT's gonna look at. They're not gonna wanna do that. Or they may, the other thing they may do is they could say, well, we'll detour everybody down K15 down to Newton and around that way. But that doesn't really help the east-west traffic, so.
I don't know the numbers of the crowd that used to be the Gossel Saturday morning breakfast crowd, because I've been there for a year or two. I don't know if they're still available, I don't know if they're still doing it. It wasn't during COVID for a while. But anyway, I was surprised when they shut this down for the bridge right out of town, or the deal we'll be working on out here. That was the first meeting that I had with them down there, was 7 out of 10 said, let's get that open. We drive, and this was coming from Gossel, coming to there, they go the back way to go this way to come to the courthouse. I was just surprised at the number, and that was just out of 7 out of 10 at the breakfast club. So.
Okay, then the next thing on looking at 190th, Bryce has priced out two proposals. One was a 1-inch profile mill with a 2-inch overlay at 2.6, and then the one today was the mill and then a chip seal, right?
Mill, the surface recycle.
Surface recycle and
Yeah,
then
and
a
then
chip seal.
seal.
That was 1.5 million.
Right.
Which on 11 miles, that's pretty reasonable to maintain that road.
And again, that's another one where we do the 2-inch recycle, we put the chip seal on top.
Okay,
And again, that's what KDOT does with their projects, or the minimum they do. And again, it gives us something to push off 5, 10 years down the road, and if there's something else we want to do with it.
That,
I would be in favor of that.
I think that gains a lot more support.
Well, that's what I was looking at, was different options. I mean, I just hate to put any more,
Right,
keep going up, because it just compounds the problems.
right. What's the temperature on the recycle and then the chip seal at 1.5 million?
I would be in favor of that.
Just to take the temperature.
Now, they talking with the contractor, he said they're still looking at 2022 work. So that could still be done this year, and it wouldn't take much to get that turned around as well. So, like I said, with the other projects, it's gonna be a crapshoot if they're gonna do it.
Nice if we
Because,
could get something done this year.
yeah, the bad part about it is, I wish everybody could tell me what's gonna happen next 6 months. Weather-wise, spring, because that's all gonna affect them too, so.
One final question.
Just
for-
part of doing business.
For funds on this 5 million, are we gonna put that over to the side and be a additional tax increase? Or are we gonna take some of our road funds each year and pay out of the road funds all that we already have and pay for the 5 million?
We were figuring on our transfers to cover the bond payments.
And which they would not cover it beginning in 2025. You'd have to find other money from somewhere else in the budget to cover it, or tax at that point,
That's.
beginning in
okay.
2025 payment.
So I just wondering where, I want a clear picture there when
Sure.
when we get down to it.
Right. Good question.
It's nice to plan with it, but you better know how to pay for it.
Oh, it's easy to spend.
Detail.
Right back. I guess some temperature I'm getting is that these three are still our top priority projects, most bang for the buck. The Indigo one, what I'm seeing is realistically, it's gonna be 2023 with the asphalt.
I mean, I could contact the known people that would be there just to get their input, but I do know that the project over in Chase County, Highway 50, was actually supposed to be done last year, and they didn't get to it. So, and that's a huge,
What do they do?
they're gonna take out the rumble strips and overlay the project and stuff, but,
And the Kansas going concrete would be possible this year?
I think so. The thing is with concrete, you have to do a little bit more design work. I'll probably have to do some surveying
Well,
work.
especially at the intersection, if that involves.
Well, because you wanna make sure you have your grade, you're basically gonna have to set paving hubs or asphalt. Once you got your grade set, you basically do that. But I'm hoping you would get a better ride out of it as well, so, anyway. Okay,
That's not a decision.
I understand, right.
That's a temperature. I'm looking to my other commissioners, I'm trying to put together.
I'm good with Kansas moving that way, as long as Indigo doesn't come off the list,
Absolutely not.
so.
I agree.
Other problems.
And I set a block, but I don't know whether you'd have to have another 50-foot of road, move it over 50 foot or 25 foot. I don't know what you'd have to do.
Don't really know until we look at
Look
it.
at it.
And that's gonna have to come out to the geometrics, the turning movements
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Honestly, you figure out what you need to do and then you worry about how much right away
Right
you buy.
away. Mhm.
You try to buy as little as possible, obviously, but, so. Okay.
All right. I think we muddled through it.
And that can start being looked at.
Yeah.
You.
That's what I said, I
Because
can-
we're not, that Kansas won't even regard the bond.
Right. Now, the only other thing to, obviously the bond and everything else is too is, we talked about the 290th, having money for those, the HRRRs and the cost shares. So that's something to look at down the road, but we won't know till those are actually.
Right, but that's still a work into our math.
Yeah.
For next year.
Okay.
Very good. I think we'll close the road portion of the work session and move into rescue funds.
You had something else? I was just gonna say, I have fuel.
Oh,
bills.
okay, great. If you have some.
That would be for later,
And
because
that-
they're
and
not, they
that's-
can't take action during.
But if
Okay,
you
and
could
that,
leave them
and that's,
with us
yep,
and then
and that's
we'll
what I was
take
gonna
action.
ask you, so.
Yeah. But if you had any other items to report, or?
Well, just pass those down there. We're getting a little frustrated because we only have one bidder on one and one bid on the other.
Fuel.
Yep, so don't know what's going on with that, so.
We can't approve this.
No.
Correct.
No, we'll wait till we're in regular session.
just
to approve
let
it,
us-
but it can be distributed.
Yeah. The only other thing, which is gonna take way longer than what we have to, is we want to talk about buildings.
Yeah, we're not gonna get to that.
And that's why, so you let me know when you want to talk about it again.
The priority today is the
Yep.
roads, the bond issue.
I will find.
That's a
more-
pretty big accomplishment.
Well, and that's, yeah, and I will follow up on a little more information on those projects too, so.
One of these should be area and one should be transport,
Yes.
so you should have a page for each.
No, they're all.
Sorry.
I have two different.
I didn't grab it.
Who doesn't have area?
I have an area and I have a transport.
I think that's all you have,
Yeah.
is one
They're
page
just
for
one of
each.
each.
Yes.
One of each.
Yeah, like I said, one bidder on one and one bid on the other, and the other one chose not to bid at all. Alrighty, gentlemen, thanks for your time, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have any other questions about this stuff, please let me know. I'll do whatever I can to get the answers back to you.
I appreciate it. I think it was productive.
Okay,
We got some more to do.
alright, sounds good.
Thank you.
Done.
Right side.
Oh,
Did you wanna do you want to do ARP or did you wanna recess for lunch?
Why don't we go ahead and do ARP, is it all right to do ARP now?
Sure,
And then we'll do lunch?
at noon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that work?
Works for me, I just,
Okay. We
I
have-
put the ARP on here and
We
I
talked about it.
just,
Yeah.
in case we had time.
Well, if the food ain't here, we might as well keep going.
Right, and I think ARP is another one. We had talked earlier about a separate work session for that, and then we go, well, it's, February's
start on
not a good month, and I think Tina can give us a lot of information in 25 minutes. And then we don't have to do a separate work session for that. So Tina, I'm gonna turn it over to you to update us.
Okay, let me get out of some of here.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Oopsie. I tried to do some spreadsheets so we could plug some numbers in.
Well, that's what I was waiting for.
Is that on, just wondering,
This, on the financial packet, this is the very last page of what I sent you.
Okay.
And this is basically the amount that we have received, the 1,154,164. We are approved for an additional amount of the same dollars. So our total funding amount is 2.308 million. And so far on our initial funding, we've earned $173.92 in interest. So we have currently, well, we don't have the second half. But if you count that interest, we also need to consider that you have approved a payout to your consultant of $115,000 over the next 4 years for their services. So we have about 2.193 available to work with.
Right.
In whatever categories. I think that it might be helpful just, I know we're working on framework documents and all that, which we're still making progress on that, but if you know kind of what categories you want to spend on and set a general maybe amount of what you think each category looks like.
Yeah, and that's when we've got them up on the board, and we can probably, the lost revenue number is pretty much gone away, right?
Right, so the lost revenue number, it was
61.
Right, and so now with the new rolling, we could, since our allocation is only 2.3 million, we could utilize all of that. They've changed the rule to where we could utilize all of that for basically whatever we want to, as if it were lost revenue. However, we still have to follow federal guidelines with what we spend as far as reporting, asset dispensation, things like that, and having our framework in place. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay.
So it's 2.2, not 2.3.
Yeah.
Right, because you've already
That's what
approved 100, the consultant fee of 5%.
I'm gonna pick off the easy one. We've got the COVID ambulance. We're gonna have that on our agenda next week. And we don't ballpark, that number's gonna be around 300,000.
Right.
Over, probably.
It'll be over. That's-
So, and we're just doing one?
Well, that's the commission to decide, but that's kind of the temperature of
We've
the.
got to do one at a time, otherwise we have all of them wear out at the
Bunched
same
up.
time.
So you want to maybe, do you want to call that 310,000?
Yeah, let's plug
At
that.
least.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll find out next week for sure, but that at least is getting us starting to,
Mhm.
so now we're down to the 1.9. To me, the most important one is employee premium pay. But that's gonna be one that's gonna take
Take the
some
longest to figure it
discussion.
out.
I've talked to a couple of you already to be thinking about numbers. We've had a lot of loyal employees that worked through some very difficult circumstances. And this money, one of the highest priorities of it coming from the federal government was to help with loyalty pay to those employees that stuck with us.
I've talked to several counties and that was the top of their list
Yes,
also.
it needs to be our number one priority. Our employees are number one priority. To get the commission to focus, I'd like to follow up on Tina's suggestion. We set an amount
and then let Tina and staff work through a process to bring back to us on how to distribute it. Whether, in looking with other counties, are there different levels to,
Yeah.
there's so many things we don't handle on a daily basis. Let staff come up with the process of distributing it. We approve it, discuss it, but
Are we
our
doing-
key responsibility would
are
be
we
to set a dollar
Doing
amount.
two parts or one part? I mean,
I would
in the
suggest.
beginning, it was divided in 2 different years. wasn't it?
We could do it either way.
but it-
We would have to do, if you want to do for 2020 and 2021, you would do it as 2 separate pieces.
Okay.
But you could designate that here or not. But we would need
Only
to
the
know what
people
you want to
that's
do.
still working with us.
That's correct. You wouldn't give premium pay to anyone who's no longer employed with the county.
Right. Yeah, some of the basic framework, they would have been employed in, say, April of 2020, and they are still currently employed.
Full-time, part-time.
That is a discussion. Let's let the research be done and then bring a proposal to us, see what other counties are doing. And we also, there's just a lot of factors to go. There's more I question, the more differences there are between departments, the more issues. Let's set a dollar amount, let staff come back with a recommendation.
I mean, the total budget of this per person?
No, total budgets.
Total number.
And we also really realize that we've got to get something done with the storage /
Yep.
office building,
Yep.
which is gonna cost us.
Yep.
Does anybody have any clue?
Yep.
No, I don't have.
Yeah.
$750,000, $1 million?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
a sizable number. But again, I want to make sure that it's clearly understood that our employees are our first
Right, sure,
priority.
sure.
So we're gonna put it like a 30 or 60-day timetable to get that done?
Well, let's start with.
That's discussion down the road.
Not that I'm pushing, but
Well, I think Tina's probably already gathering information from other counties.
I have gotten some, yes.
So, but until we set, nothing can be done until the commission makes a decision. And at this point, I'm not asking for a decision, I'm asking for temperature.
And we can plug numbers in here and play around.
Yep.
Once you talk about all your
Yep, yep.
projects.
Yep, and that's what it will be. We'll start somewhere, we'll move, and eventually we'll come to a consensus.
I think you're gonna have to commit at least $1 million to a building.
Yes.
Can you create a new page, copy of a new page?
Sure.
Put my numbers in.
put your.
Well, you can put it
We
on
can
this
just put it
page.
in
Why
this
not?
page.
This is, Jonah has our
That's
starting
my
point.
proposal.
I can't see that because you went, shoot, shoot.
I'm starting, well, this is kind of like the Olympics.
Okay.
You can put things up for temperature. We should have every commissioner should write on their board, and then we put them up.
Commitments 350. Okay.
And this would be a good starting point.
And
Now you can pick it apart. I'll throw some stuff at the wall and you can
Yep,
destroy me.
Yep, I appreciate it. We gotta have a starting point.
I'm good at that. I can throw stuff at the wall and get picked up.
We gotta start.
That takes us just a little bit over, 6,000 over, 7,000 over.
Take
But
that.
that's okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
How many employees do we have?
we have about 110 to 115 full-time.
Okay.
We have
What's that total?
probably 20 part-time
About 2.2,
and
about 6,000.
Depending, I'd have to check on active numbers, but we have some EMS volunteers also, which was, in the past, has been like
So
60.
130,
I broke it
140
down
people.
into the 3 highest priorities and then stuck a dollar amount to
Mhm.
it. That's what I did.
And that doesn't include any water
Right.
projects, so I don't know if you're
I'm
excluding
just-
that.
I'm just
It's-
picking the
it's
top
just-
3 and going.
It's
Right.
a starting point.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I
Top
want
3
to discuss.
items. There ain't enough money to solve the world's problems.
No, it's not a lot.
No, it goes fast.
Okay, let
And I
me go
noticed
back
you didn't
here.
put anything in for audiovisual.
219308552. I'm gonna make a next column and
There
we
you
can
go.
do another, okay, so this one is
We should probably do 5.
JG, okay?
We'll do
That's-
5 columns.
That's Jonah's
one For each
column.
commission. And then just average them out.
And then if
But
others
everybody
have,
sees what's up, you need to write on your board.
That's where I'm at. I don't keep yours.
Okay, so we have a Katie.
Kent and I are about the same.
That's yours.
He's a little,
All right, just hold it up and I'll look at it.
I think it's easier if you get it closer.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to give Commissioner Dalkey a gold star. This was a really good investment.
A gold star?
I'm gonna give you my gold star.
Oh,
That's how good an idea that was.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
there's your
320,
gold star.
there's my gold
137.50.
star. I'm gonna go home and tell my grandson he gets a green one and I get a gold one.
Is that right?
Is that only thing?
No, I didn't.
What'd you
get it
got?
right.
That's
Kent
per
still got some
away,
extra
you know,
money.
if we take that-
I know.
Well, no, hold on
About
now.
130
You went 130, I went 120.
Okay.
all right, Mr. Banker, where's that money going?
There you go.
I'm just curious.
Is that right? I did something wrong.
Good bonus.
Mm-hmm.
I did too much. I mean,
Yeah, there's still,
Hold on.
there's still about
Yes, it is.
100,000.
What did I do wrong?
What are the?
Oh, it's one, I missed a decimal.
Oh.
There we go.
Just a
It's
zero.
$10 million.
Oops, minus. Okay, that's
And then
better.
Kent said put the balance in rural water district, water projects. Right, is that right?
That's where I'd
Okay.
like to see it go.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have any other numbers at the end of the table? It's not fair because you get to see everybody else's first.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I think I was, security water projects, he's putting that, I think I'm setting it right at, I was looking at 600,000 for premium pay. And just looking at what, I started dividing some of you guys' figures up, where it come out at. And, then the water projects, I'm gonna skip that because we've got a lot of water districts in there and who's in this county and who's important and who's not. I have trouble just giving to some. But COVID ambulance, I'm right around 300 down there. Because we've got some money in the budget for ambulances, so.
Mhm.
In the storage building, I'll come up with you guys 1 million there, because I don't have a clue what that thing's gonna run.
You know what you build.
And then the other 200 is see what's left for. Okay, if we did this right now, what happens 2 months from now if something comes in that sounds pretty important? Do we have a kitty?
Okay, and maybe do a column or a line for reserve.
Reserve, probably not
For
a
a
bad
while.
idea.
Future.
Yeah,
projects.
future, it's not really.
I mean, I'd like to get us moving.
Short
Yeah.
term.
Sure.
Short term.
I don't know where we're.
That's
You're saying don't blow it all.
Don't blow it all, yeah,
It's
okay.
long term.
Got 2 years to spend it.
Yeah.
No, not short term.
But that is a good, that is good planning to have some, for something that.
We could do something later if we had to.
Yeah, something may come up.
So that's where you want that, minus?
There you go, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Dave? Nope,
Fine, yeah.
okay. All right.
Anyone else have?
Well, since I had the opportunity to see everybody else's, ambulance 310,
So we got an average of, you've got the average there.
the employee premium pay 800. And that's the number I've had for a long time.
Okay.
Water projects 100. I'm gonna put in security 50. And, oh gosh, I should put this. Man.
Gonna be north of 50.
Well, yeah, how about if I go over by a couple $100,000?
That's okay.
Do 100,000 in water.
100,000
spent it.
Or water, oh, I already did that. Balance in the building, and I know I should have some reserve. I agree completely with Randy Dalton, we'll get there. I'm just gonna have to give up somewhere else.
That, see, it already hits me as I did leave out the commission redo room and I later on when we find out where the prices are, I'd like to redo
Well,
something.
come out of your reserve.
Yeah, come out
So
of reserve.
You plan for your reserve.
Yeah, since I'm over,
Well, we've got 3 of them that are pretty much set.
Mhm.
I mean, the ambulance is pretty much set.
yeah.
Premium pay, we're pretty close on.
Mhm.
The storage building,
Mhm.
that's, I don't know, it's $1 million enough.
Well,
You know,
and that's,
in
we
the
have
days-
to
But
understand,
we
like
have to
other,
we have to put a figure in there.
like other projects, we
put it
don't.
on
You know,
Well,
I think if we maintained a $250,000 reserve,
Yeah,
you know, that would give us a little bit of
yep,
No,
wiggle room
that's not what I told you.
for something else.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't average in the zeros over there.
I did.
You have to type
but-
zeros in.
You gotta average the zeros.
Yeah, it didn't do my thing here.
Yeah.
All right, somehow, tell me
Well,
your numbers again, Dave.
Oh,
I'm
something went to
sorry.
800, yeah.
Oh, I'm
Employee
sorry.
premium was 800,
Yes.
water was 100.
Security 50.
Wait, what did I do?
What's that?
Yeah,
And then 0 and the redo. And
I just put in 800,000 for the commission redo. Okay, I was
I don't
trying
want
to do
my name on
averages,
that
but
one.
it wasn't coming out, and I don't know what I did, why it took those numbers. Okay,
Were you at this?
Okay.
I told him I agreed with everybody.
Oh, okay.
I guess under the average.
Okay.
Dave's the average.
Dave's average.
Yeah, that way Tina doesn't have to calculate that.
Yeah, put average Joe up there.
I'll just put average.
Put my name there.
Average Dave.
Okay, well, we've got some consensus on a couple of the major ones. The number one being the employee premium pay. That's, I think that's a number that is large enough to gain some appreciation.
Well, yeah.
And it's appropriate.
I have to knock mine down, take the premium down, or the ambulance down, to make me within budget.
Okay, so that'd be 7,073.43.
Put him some reserve down there, let him have some
Yeah,
money.
but-
I'll put the $85 in reserve.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Premium pay for commissioner, $86.
Pizza.
That'd be our pizza lunch, yeah, our pizza lunch.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, premium pay won't apply to the commission. I do really like your idea of keeping some, we need to keep some back.
Well, for one thing,
Might be
if you
neat.
build a building, you're gonna have to furnish it, things
Sure,
like that.
Sure, and we have to realize not all the expense of that building is all gonna come out of this fund.
No.
But it's a significant contribution to the construction of the building.
So what we're gonna iron it down to, is that, if the ambulance is budgeted, got some money, how much do we need to cover?
But you gotta realize, we're gonna have to replace another ambulance within another year or two.
Right, but we build that up in our budget. Of course,
Yeah.
I don't know that we've been putting enough in, but
Right.
you're gonna have to
With
look
the
at that.
increase in the, because the next ambulance should be a COVID ambulance.
You budgeted 200,000 for 2022, so technically, if you actually took the full ambulance out of rescue, you could add another 100, and for the next year's budget, have one ready to purchase at
Yeah,
300. So
that's
I don't
what I'm
think
saying.
you really have much money in your
Right.
budget, because we haven't been budgeting enough
Right.
each year to get to the point where they are now. They're so expensive compared to what they were.
Right. And that extra expense for that disinfection COVID package is worth every penny.
2024.
It just, we gotta take care of our
Because
people.
So I wouldn't really reduce,
Yeah, leave it where it's at.
yeah,
never heard.
as much as
Taking
I
that
think
year
so.
one.
Yeah. All right, then let's tackle premium pay. Are we comfortable with that number, that average number?
That was the number I gave you.
So I got one.
That was your average number?
Yep,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
that
was
was his
canceled.
number.
Oh,
We have one above, one below, well, two, just a little bit above, and then one below.
I think after it's presented, then if we see where we are at, but what's presented to us and whether it's high enough or whether not, or.
Yeah, I mean, these would have to, you'd have to be.
Sure. They're targets.
Right.
Target.
They're
There you go.
target.
It's-
I guess I'm
Your battery is low.
in Dave Crowfoot's camp. Good with the average.
Okay. And then let's get to the ones that are a little more, some are zeros. How about, well, let's go to security. We only got me on that one. Should we that go to zero? Put it in reserve? I'm comfortable with that zero. We're still gonna do the
Yeah, that
project.
changed mine, I'm charging them.
Okay.
We need to be spending some more money on security.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna
I
spend
mean,
it.
right away.
It's just a matter of whether it comes out of.
Right, where it comes from.
Where it comes from.
This all legal stuff we can spend money on?
Yes.
Well, the one that's the shiftiest here, which I shouldn't really use that word, but the one that before they changed the rule that I wouldn't have recommended you using this money on would be the storage building.
Which,
Because that's something that in the past was excluded. Now with them lifting some of the requirements, we can. But prior to that, I would have said no on that one.
right, and actually, we probably are gonna be spending money on public health, but
That's.
we're gonna talk about that here
Yeah.
in our regular session.
Okay.
That is on the schedule.
So potentially that would be okay.
So you could put
It's not just-
storage/public health.
Yeah.
on
Okay.
it,
Yeah, please.
Just in case someone else wants.
Yeah, thank you.
That's
That
where
fits
they-
more within
we
the
can make it-
scope of.
That's where the reserve
storage
comes in,
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Okay.
It's still appropriate use.
Now with that in it, it would be regardless of what the
Yep.
recent switch was.
That was the
Thank you.
intentions.
Okay, thank you. I just
Yeah.
misunderstood.
We originally started talking about it being the public health.
Right.
Okay. So I moved the money, the 50,000 from security to short-term.
Yeah, it's even up there on the board. Public health,
Okay.
emergency.
But one up there that's possible for this, in my books, is because of COVID, is because of that right there, because she sits over there and watches us,
Mhm, right.
and a lot of other people sits over there and watch us, and I think it's a good thing, and I didn't like it when we started it.
The audio
So-
visual part, right.
so-
And that's probably a $20,000 to $30,000 estimate, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we want it out of rescue funds or take it out of some other funds?
Well, I don't, yeah, that's just.
To me, it's a project that is moving forward. We
Right.
are not,
Yeah.
we are not sidelining that project.
So, to me, I didn't put any money towards it because it's an affordable project.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
The other ones are,
It's also infrastructure.
the other ones are
Yes.
pipe dreams
At this
without
point.
this
Yeah,
money.
absolutely.
What was, 20 years ago, we might have said that's not infrastructure, but it is now, just because of the climate that we're in.
It's part of doing
And-
business.
'Cause it
One
is.
thing I've still got up here on my computer is the last page of Tina's deal here on financial, I believe, wind farm funds. Somewhere we need to direct that someplace down the road, or is that gonna be a reserve, or is that gonna be, I mean, that's, to me, is, I'd like to see some of that help pay for the roads,
Mhm.
a payment myself, but that's, I just giving ideas out to where.
And on that, once we have our solid year close,
Okay.
and we're done, because by the end of February, I cut that off and we can't charge back anymore,
Right.
and we have to cancel all encumbrances. And the reason that I started doing that is because we need to get our financials done. And so at that point, I'll know exactly because we're counting that money in the general fund right now. We're tracking it, but it's being counted in the general fund, and so it's making up some shortages right now, if there are any. So for future, you would wanna be able to designate I just don't, I'm not comfortable saying, yes, it's all available at this minute to be able to use for roads.
I think that's good because that helps our liquidity in the general fund.
The general fund
Which
stepped
we,
in.
which we need to keep, 3-4 months worth of.
Flush.
Right, and normally I wouldn't have any issue, but we've paid a lot of asphalt, like cold mix out of the general fund.
That's
And
what
we've
I was
paid a
gonna say.
lot, we paid that whole heated dock project out of the general fund this year, that's a big hit. And so, I just, that's why I
I
wanted
think
to
we
give
just
you
need to
that
call
little
that
disclaimer.
liquidity.
That's one number I'd like to see.
The
is,
heated dock?
Well, how much was paid out of the general fund that shouldn't have been, it should have been allocated.
Oh.
That way, all that money, when it comes time to do something with it, that reserves back to repay.
I
what
can
had been
show,
taken
I
off.
can get that when I'm doing the financials for you. And then also, you know, we did feel the impact of the lost revenue. And a lot of it was from vehicle, because when we were, you know, so
Right, it's all
we
shut
did
down.
feel that impact. Even though we're doing okay, we did feel that.
People couldn't buy new vehicles.
Well, a lot of them did buy new vehicles.
I know, you know, there's a,
Couldn't
you
get
can't.
them.
can't
Also,
buy a
then you
brand new
couldn't do
one.
driver's licenses for a long period of time. There was different things that were kind of shut down. So,
Sort of right.
all right, anyway, but yes, I can,
And then we got 2 minutes left. The last one is the water. Kent and I are both partial. We
Well,
both believe
and
it's a
the reason I
value.
say that is, well, we've had 2 districts in, one
Mhm.
that has a well in our county, basically, and I guess has a few hookups.
Couples.
But rural water district number 1 encompasses all, pretty much North Marion County.
Yeah.
And it's an old system, and water in the north part of the county is far scarcer than it is in the south part of the county. So we don't just have households on rural water district number 1, we got feedlots, we got everything on that thing. And it's almost essential to maintain that system.
And the proximity makes it a little more difficult. I know we've had the other discussions about county-wide water systems. There's already infrastructure in place, but there's a gap to
Yeah.
get there.
You know,
And that,
they-
you're talking $10-20 million
Yeah.
to
You know,
make
little
that, just that
adage, it comes
piece.
down to water.
So, okay, well, let's do the easy one then. I'm gonna guess there really isn't much temperature to proceed with the Roxbury request. And I don't know that we need to take formal action on it, but I think they would appreciate at least knowing.
Maybe we could-
Tina, you had a.
well, on your water districts, I think if you're gonna fund that as a category,
Yeah.
you probably need to have some criteria in place
Okay,
on
before
what
making a decision.
what would constitute being qualified for funding.
Very good. Good.
So whether they have, how
Yeah.
many people they have, you know,
Yeah.
all of those factors, you know, how
Good
many
point.
households they service, how many in Marion County, et cetera.
Well, and I'm
Yeah, well,
guessing
2 people.
by now, if there's other water
We have
districts
other
that
water
were
districts.
interested
Yeah,
in money,
yeah,
they would
but I'm
have
at-
contacted us.
Well, that's what I don't know.
Well,
There is
they
nobody.
probably wouldn't have, and if you designate something to water districts and you don't have that set
Yes,
up,
you're
you don't have any grounds to exclude someone or to include
Not come out of
someone or to approve or disapprove.
Right.
Okay.
What's your minimum over there in that district per month?
25.
25?
Yeah, we have affordable water, we really do, I don't know how long it can stay.
Yeah, we're setting at 20 down in ours right now, 19 or 20.
Okay, so then,
All right,
I wonder if you bumped if you really do have a desire to do something with water, an average of 55 is not
that's
gonna
not
do
gonna do
anything.
anything.
So I wonder if you bump your building slightly, like to 900 or 850.
No. We're not gonna get into that today, I'm afraid. At least I don't. I think the temperature is pretty strong in the room to keep the building high. Well, yeah, okay, well, let's do that. Maybe I'm reading the room wrong. What's the room's temperature? I know 2 of us would be in favor of probably reducing the building and adding to the water. But again, you know, most of these you're looking at, but every dollar helps.
Yeah,
But what's the other's temperature on water versus building?
Well, you saw where I was on,
Yeah.
ended up on water, you know, I think 100,000 in that would be good.
Yeah. But now I'm
I wanna
on the
hear our
other side.
priorities, what we're gonna give it to.
Did you take employee pay and put it in the water?
I don't wanna touch Brad.
No. I'd rather take it off of the building and see where we're at.
I'm gonna have to weigh it out, that's tough
Okay.
on me.
Then why don't we just, at this point, these are all just targets, just leave it as it is?
Yep.
Or,
We're
or take it out of your reserve
Yep.
would be the other.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd wanna see it tied to improvements with the thought in mind of making it countywide. So if you're gonna use these funds, how are you making it? How are you making it?
Then it won't work, because they're on maintaining wells or.
Right, I mean, it's kind of no different than the hoops that we have to jump
Sure,
through on
absolutely.
spending the money that we're granted. You've gotta do something to achieve a goal.
Right.
And a goal for us, county-wise, would be to make it county-wide, so.
Yeah, I understood. We got a lot further today on this than I thought we would.
And then-
I'm real.
On water too, what about even our cities? I mean, they've got some
They've
money.
got-
They've got some money.
They've requested their own, they have
Direct.
direct funding. Any city that wanted to apply for it could apply directly. And I know
Okay.
Peabody applied
Okay.
and is doing a water project.
Good deal. And I'm just
yeah.
looking at how they can get some money.
So
That's
our cities are addressed.
Yeah, that might be
All right.
starting point, is getting them to work together first.
Yeah, let's recess until, meeting at 12:30,
All right.
lunchtime. I hear the whistle.
Yeah.
That's the best motion you've made so far.
Okay, we're recessed.
Yeah, the switch was off down there, wasn't it, Dave?
Yeah. And take the check.
Nice.
Usually it's a light comes on.
Yeah, this one was off.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we are back in session, commission meeting on January 31st. First item is agenda approval. I'm going to ask if there are any additions or corrections or any changes to the agenda.
Does county councilor need any time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then with 3:15, we will have some executive session there.
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. Do we have any public forum comments? Any comments from the public in the open forum? If not, we will move into administrative items. Everybody should have a copy of the minutes, January 24th. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Dahlke. Is there
I'll
a second? Second by Dave Crofit. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, I do have that ready for signature.
All right, Tina, I think you got a few
Okay.
things for us.
We do have some change orders. Not sure where they were in your packet, but.
Try not to sign twice.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I see we're signing one for Tampa Community Foundation. Is that their own building?
Yeah, the library.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, although the tax bill came in quite eye-opening.
Okay.
400 square feet.
Commercial, with commercial.
With no plumbing.
Main streets are in
Got those amazing
Is that it?
dog feeds up there.
Drives up values. All right, Tina, what else do you have for us?
Okay. You have area and transport fuel bids from Road and Bridge, and there was one bid for each.
There's one bid for each, so for area fuel bid, X service.
I'll make a motion to go with the two that provided bids in their respective areas.
Okay, area fuel bid, X service, $16,806.90. And transport fuel, MFA, 24,000, excuse me, $24,613.40. Motion by Jonah, second by Kent. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
You did your transport also?
Yeah.
Did area and did,
Sorry about that.
did we?
Well, yeah, I did,
You did all
they
together?
were both in your motion, yeah. Whoever bid in their respective area.
Sorry, I was looking at the change orders.
Respectively.
There was one, I think Commissioner Dalkey did not sign this one for Web Creek. Did you intend to skip it?
I missed it.
Wow, caught that fast.
Yeah.
Tell you
I
what.
think it was,
I'm gonna
Tell me
start
if I'm
skipping here and there.
No.
You're not gonna catch
We're
Tina.
on the same
oh,
page.
no, don't say that. I'll have to get my penalty cards out. Okay.
See, I almost lost my gold star.
Almost.
As long as the penalty card comes with the penalty box. Like hockey.
Thank you. We had a resignation. Fairplay Township Treasurer Clifford Head has resigned. And we did look for registered Republicans in Fairplay Township. Rhonda Curry is a registered Republican in Fairplay Township and is willing to take on the role as the Fairplay Township Treasurer. And that does require appointment by the Board of County
Make
Commissioners.
a motion to appoint Rhonda Case Curry.
Okay,
Which
second.
one? Fair play.
Fairplay Township.
Treasurer.
Motion by Jonah, second by Kent. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
And we thank her for serving.
Yeah.
I believe that was all I have for the administrative, unless you wanted to make any motions on this morning.
First of all, let's pick up Prairie View discussion.
Okay, Prairie View, I got a chance to go over there, but Rob was out of town until Friday, and I didn't make it back to talk to Rob Friday, but I did talk to Under Sheriff Starkey, Larry, and Jimmy Philpott. They didn't have too many things, but still of a nighttime is a different problem for them. That's what my mission was, to ask how we could do something for that. So I would suggest you go ahead and approve it either that way, or you wait until see if we could drop it back to the 65,000, and if Rob would have an idea to how to use the other 20-some thousand towards the sheriff's department. That was my goal, to see if they could use it in a mental health in cases that they have, or to see if they could get some help directed in some way like that. That was the only mission that I was after, to see if we could make sure that our money helped just do something for the sheriff's department. That was what it was after.
Okay, we have Prairie View on the agenda for next week.
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay with approving their budget request right now. I'll make a motion to approve their budget request and save them the trouble of having to come in.
Well, I think they should come in.
Okay.
We've bumped up with this issue of not having 24-hour day service And it's causing some issues for our sheriff's department, really is. So we need to have some discussion. That's my point of view.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? If there's not a second, the motion will die, and we will have a report from Prairie View next week, and then hopefully take action.
I will retract my motion, so
Okay.
it doesn't die.
So it doesn't die. That'll reflect better.
No, because I don't want it to reflect next week.
That's right. Yeah, the motion is retracted. We'll hear from them next week, gather more information, and then we can.
And I hope that I will visit with Rob this week to get see if his
Sure.
input and having.
I think there's some clarification there to be, so it'll be good. It'll be a good discussion. Anything else on the Prairie View issue? Okay, then, since we did have our work session this morning, we talked about two issues, the first being a bond issue and the second one, road priority projects. The temperature I got from the commission is that there's a possibility that the commission is ready to move forward with action on the bond proposal so that we can start the paperwork.
I would make the motion to go with, I don't know the name of his company, I didn't ask him this morning what's the actual perfect name is.
Stifle. Maybe it's Steeple.
Is it?
Steeple.
Steeple Nicholas. It's
Steeple-
Dave Arterberry.
Steeple Public Finance.
Dave Arterberry's firm that was here this morning as a representative, and for us to proceed with him being our guidance for this bond.
Okay, we have a motion to proceed with the bond process. In that, we include the consideration of a home rule resolution.
That's right. I was gonna make, I'll wait till this motion moves.
Would that be separate?
You can do it either way. Did you want to include an amount in your motion
An amount?
of the bond?
Yes.
Proposed bond. If you don't, that's
Yeah.
fine. I was just,
At this time, I wasn't. I don't know that we sat down, that was, I was pretty adamant about the 5 million, but I guess I will add that to my motion, so we'll see if that fails or passes. And I will go ahead with that and add that to my motion as $5 million as a maximum bond, road bond, infrastructure bond.
Okay, we have a motion to start the process on a $5 million bond to go toward road infrastructure.
I'll
Using the
second that.
Stifel Public Finance firm. We have a second by Dave Crofit. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Aye.
I believe the next action would be to move forward with the process of coming up with a home rule resolution. Is that the proper?
we could, if it's okay with the board, then I would have a conversation with Dave Arterberry and Bond Council this week.
Okay.
Come up with recommendations and potentially bring a draft resolution back, or the opinion of the Bond Council as far as whether you should do that or not next meeting. Is that okay?
Yes. Would there be a motion to direct Tina to do that?
And that would be a charter ordinance that we would pass.
A charter resolution.
Right.
Charter,
Resolution.
yes. Yeah, that's fine.
And I would make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jonah. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. Very good.
We're backwards. I was gonna do it. Got there.
Got there. Well, we are ahead of schedule. I really do not want to start the planning and zoning report until 1 o'clock.
Did you want to do anything about ARP right now, or?
What action can we take?
Maybe no, I don't know, I just didn't know if you,
I didn't hear you clear statement.
whether you had any action on the ARP discussion or not.
Would directing you to research the premium pay plan be
It's not necessary to do it as an action.
Okay, well then that would have been my only. Was there any other action that?
I think we need to lock down those numbers. just, I'm ready to move forward with the averaged numbers that were proposed.
Is that motion?
Yeah, well,
Don't we have to do the bylaws first?
Well, yeah. but we
You can
still-
set your categories,
okay.
pending the finalization of the infrastructure, the, what are we calling
Charter.
it? The documents. like-
Yes, framework.
Right, there we go, the framework.
So, yeah, based. Subject to the framework, I would like to go ahead and set the categories for how the ARP funds would be used, based on our work discussion earlier, our work session, and the average numbers allotted for each category.
Okay, so we would be looking 750,000 premium pay, retroactive premium pay.
What our averages were.
Let me go back to that, sorry.
Or the name categories and not amounts?
I wanna,
Because that's, the ambulance will be flexible. Next week we'll have a firm number.
okay. We need to make some changes here with the board. I retract my motion.
Well, I would think we could proceed with the premium pay. The others I would wait a little bit. Because next week we can take action on the ambulance. And the rest of them, I think we still have a little work to do.
Just want this list of categories that we're working on.
Yeah.
And no figures.
Okay.
Okay, how about if we make a motion to proceed with the categories of American Rescue Plan program, categories of employee premium pay, COVID ambulance, public health, storage building. You want to put reserve?
I do.
Okay, we'll put reserve in there, and let's put water projects in there as well, only setting a dollar amount on the category of premium pay.
At 750.
That's $750.
Got a motion?
That'd be my
Second.
motion.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay.
And with that, Tina will be doing research on the process of distributing premium pay and bring it back to the board for approval. Commissioner Balky?
Nothing.
Thought.
Thank you. I'll keep it to myself. Thank you.
All right, we still have 10 minutes.
We could do a short executive session, potential litigation. There would still be one at the end, but we could do one right now that would be helpful, I think.
All right.
Gets us out of here earlier, we've been here all day.
I would move we go into executive session to discuss pending litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B for consultation with our attorney, with clerk, counselor, commission, going in at 10:50. We will be out at 1. I have my times right, so 10 minutes.
12:50.
12:50.
12:50.
And back out at 1.
Thank you. 12:50 out at 1. Second by Jonah. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. We'll be back in 10 minutes, 1 o'clock.
With the state law, I was really fairly familiar with, and then dovetailed those together to the extent that they overlap or that they have any applicability throughout. Short form answer, while I find a lot of what's being said by Mr. Edwards to be very compelling and quite frankly in some cases very useful from a county's perspective in terms of our ability to control, I don't find enough here for me to say to this board or to our planning and zoning board that what they did and the determination that they made is something that I would find compelled to reverse or say, recommend that you reverse or go against. I think I would love for this to be something that, this is just speaking from my perspective, a district court rules on as opposed to us, because ultimately some of the questions aren't fully resolved, and I think Mr. Edwards makes a good point about that in a number of instances. But again, the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think, took the approach that is intended in the law as it currently exists in terms of health, safety, welfare issues, as well as what they're compelled to do in terms of unreasonable withholding of any kind of an approval. And so with all of that in mind and weighing the various elements of it, long and the short, I find what they did to be sustainable from my perspective as the county counselor for the county. So we could certainly always have been before proven wrong on that, but I want somebody with greater authority and wisdom than me to come in and tell them that they did this in an incorrect way. So.
Okay. Any questions from commission? Again, I want to thank the Planning Commission and staff for their job, and again, the applicant and interested parties. Very, very interesting process. But after going through the information and following the guidance from the Planning Commission, if there is no further questions or discussion, oh, you do have, yes, sir.
Recommendation by the Planning Commission has 5
Conditions.
conditions.
Yes.
That will be mentioned in the motion to.
That is included in the
if it is-
resolution.
If it's made that way?
Yes.
Okay.
After hearing, because I'm probably the one that jumped up and got in the way of this first off. After hearing what the council's had to say, I'm gonna take council's advice and make a motion to adopt the recommendation of the Planning Commission, including items 1 through 5, as in resolution 2022-06.
Okay, we have a motion to approve resolution 2022-06.
Is that a separate motion though? I thought your motion was to adopt or approve the recommendations with this motion.
Yes.
Okay.
And then there would be a second.
Okay,
for
second
the
resolution, right. Okay, then the motion from Jonah is to approve the Planning Commission's recommendations on case PC 21-03 with 5 conditions. This, Mr. Dahl?
No.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now I would ask for a approval of resolution 2022-06, following those guidelines and listing the 5 conditions. Motion by Jonah. Is there a second? Second. Second by Kent. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Just my statement before it needs to go.
That's right. I'll just sign it this way and go that way.
Again, my appreciation to the parties. We apologize for the delay, but we wanted to be sure that everything was handled to the best of our ability. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Feel bad for the guy. Yeah, I think he really did put on a good case.
He did. And some of what he, which is why I said what I did, I think
It's just unfair for him. He couldn't win.
there's, so far in talking with far as I know, they have yet to actually go flat. They really probably need to if they're going to. Before this just keeps being a snowball rolling downhill. In other words, file some kind of an injunctive action to stop it where it's at. That's up to them. There just wasn't enough there. I think what they did was good in terms of reviewing everything. And then by the time you go through that, you guys go through that telecommunications act?
You look thrilled about that.
It's
already.
It's a lot to learn.
Well, and then they keep referencing back in other sections of the act, so you have to go back and reread it.
Mhm.
And then I ended up cutting and pasting the parts that related to what we were wanting, and it was still page after page after page after page.
Right. If you fix the formatting on that act, it puts it in context a little bit better. You
See,
can tell which sections go with what.
Yeah, I didn't discover that until Sunday afternoon about 4. And then it was like, I should have talked to you about that before, and I wish I would have known that. Because once I got started, I thought, oh, I could make this read a little easier.
I did the same thing, honestly. I went through it 2 or 3 times.
Oh. Yeah, that was hours of time, but I kind of wanted to make sure it gets better than I'll take.
Again, appreciate the diligence. That's why you're 8-0.
Well, we're getting there.
Before we move into the next one, which is the Weeby trash case, we've still got 20 minutes. Perhaps with the commission's indulgence, we can talk about Sharon's office space. Would that be appropriate?
You could certainly add it to it if you like.
Okay.
She's here. They want to reduce it.
Not half.
You're moving in with Brad.
That could be beneficial, honestly. We have a lot of business.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
I've been under the assumption, and maybe it's best to do this now and clear the air, but I'm under the assumption that Sharon's going to move in after extension moves out.
That's why I thought time is appropriate to take action. Extension tentatively is planning to move out in March. Sharon's lease comes up in July.
The end of July.
Yeah. So there needs to be time to prepare, to notify the landowner, which we appreciate their cooperation with us over the years. But it seems to be an appropriate place, appropriate fit for that use. Do you have any comments?
No, I've looked at that space, and there's an appropriate amount of space for our offices and for our files and a lab and a small meeting area in there. It could even be a shared meeting space in that larger, when you go in the entrance there, that could be shared between our department and EMS when they have small meetings.
I was gonna ask you if that was gonna be big enough for your committee.
It could work for some of our smaller meetings when we don't expect applicants or a lot of attendance.
You need to be here anyway, probably.
Either here or the lake
recording
hall.
device. What improvements would need to be made? There need to be some plumbing?
This is where she's got a long list.
Let me get out the list of things. Honestly, I think with the addition of one more sink in that work area, which should be easy to do because there's a crawl space under that building already, shouldn't be hard to drop a water line and connect. Beyond that, the office space is set up in a way that we could use it.
Okay, so
So-
no significant.
Pretty minimal updates on it,
Very good.
honestly.
Need paint too.
Paint, yeah. There's some bookshelves and things in there that may or may not be attached to the wall that could come down or be moved to make that space more usable. But pretty minimal.
Okay. questions or?
When we talking about $5,000 worth of improvements, or,
No, I don't think it
I
would
mean,
be that much.
would your budget handle that?
Considering we won't be paying rent for the remainder of the year, yes.
Yeah, that's right, that will stop.
Good answer. Good answer. Mr. Dalkey, you have a thought?
And the heating and air in that building is, I don't, from what I remember, it's aged. I don't know exactly where we're at with that, but if this was a long-term solution, I think we could probably save some money putting a new unit in heating and air.
Especially before they move
Two
in.
units.
That's true.
Yeah, I think there's a couple units in there, but I don't remember whether we have a track record of what age-wise and stuff like that, but I know the heaters use a fair amount of gas.
What,
And
So
I'm just,
how many offices are there?
there are,
On your side?
on that,
The side you would be
on
occupying.
the west side, there are 3 offices.
And one.
1, 2, Jamie and
Jamie.
Travis on the other side. So I think there's one unit, or one system serving the whole building. It does get a little bit cooler on the east side. To keep it warm, it stays pretty warm on the west side. So I don't know if a mini split system or something like that would be an option.
I'm just thinking that before we do something, if it's the time to do it, I don't know, Kent, that's, just take a good look at it and see, or do we wanna wait till they're in and do something then? Or?
It's best to do it before they get moved in.
That would save money over the 10-year
I think-
period.
I think it will.
Okay, would you have a directive then to Sharon and Travis to kind of work together, look at a proposal and bring options?
Yeah, you might do that, Sharon, just to bring it back to us and see what's available.
Because you do have a window, there will be a window of time.
Okay.
And the other thing is, in looking at uses for that space, there are obviously other departments interested in that space. But in going through all the pros and the cons, there's just a real nice fit with EMS and planning and zoning using the same space. They can share a lot of the same resources, a lot of the clientele is compatible. Some different departments have different needs. Obviously, we've got other departments that have needs. But this is kind of a win for us in that we're getting out of a rented space into an appropriate space. It's a very good idea about the heating and cooling. I hadn't heard that, and this would be the time to look at it.
It might be good to have all of the electrical plumbing and that looked at while we're doing that,
Yes.
because it's all old. I mean, it may be good, but
Yeah.
while we've got people there, just to give us an idea of what might be coming up there.
Might as well fix it before you move in, we'll have to.
Well, I'm not saying
live
we
in
have
a
to
mess
fix anything,
later.
but at least give us an idea. In the next 2 years, we're gonna have to replumb it or whatever.
Do we need action on our change? This location.
Or need computer words,
Today,
running stuff.
necessarily, the directive that you've given in terms of the research and then bring all of that, and then if there's gonna be action, that'll be.
And as far as the move, and
As far as the consensus.
On the lease, yes, if we're determined that that is in fact gonna occur, might as well take action on that now, so we can give them as much notice as possible.
And that determination will be on July 31st. Okay. I guess, would the board be ready to take action to appreciate our landlord's opportunity to work with the landlord, but with this other opportunity in that lease on July 31st?
I would make a motion to formally commit that planning and zoning move to the extension office after the extension office has vacated the building, in a time frame that allots them to make any updates as we deem necessary.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
I think Dave will.
Yep.
We'll give this to Dave Profit on the second.
No, I gotta stay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kent Becker then. I'm sorry.
Kent, yeah.
Kent.
You don't have to,
This is
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You're moving out.
We have a motion by Kent, is there
Not
any
in.
other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
That Opposed, nay.
Good
One
abstain.
abstain. So 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
It's safe. There's enough here to make the move.
Okay, appreciate that.
EMS, and I will bring a proposal back.
Good.
Consistent with that, we won't be that shape for one of us to send a notice to the landlord.
There's something in the lease paperwork about that, about a written notice, and I
Yes.
can't remember if it's 30 days or 60
It
days.
is, but I just thought we could, if we know that it's gonna occur, might as well give them the courtesy of notice
Yeah,
right away.
absolutely.
Send it.
Yeah. And again, we appreciate the landowners working with us, and we appreciate the relationship with the Extension Department. There are no means pushing them out, but my understanding is their timetable is, it would be available in March.
I think the extension office is happy with their new space
Yes.
downtown,
Mhm.
and they're excited to be in that building and functioning down there.
Yes.
They are there now.
It's turned into a pretty nice space.
It
Pretty
is.
much, they're
Did they,
pretty well in it.
did they take the kitties? Do you know?
I don't think so.
That's
I'm
the most
sorry.
important thing.
Do we need to?
You need for us
Should
to
we
put
make
We're
a
not
that
gonna,
in
vote?
we're not gonna
somewhere.
talk about that right now, I just was asking.
Brad, would that require a vote for them to take?
On the cats, yeah, if we're gonna do anything with felines.
Okay.
You guys seen custody hearing and everything?
Mhm.
Oh,
We seem to have a couple hanging around in here.
Not going anywhere during the
Literally.
season.
Literally.
Literally.
All right, if we didn't have 10 extra minutes, it would really bring this under control.
I have one thing that I
Oh.
could fill a few minutes with.
Yes,
if
sure,
you
that'd be
have
great.
time. Okay, and Bryce and I didn't have a great chance to coordinate before his meeting this morning. Would you like an update on the Forstead, on the Expedition Wood project?
Yes.
Okay. So the roads working group has been formed, and there was a kickoff meeting on Friday to discuss some of those preliminary issues that are coming up. To get a general idea of when construction may begin and just start having those conversations with that group. They rebranded to the Sunflower Project. So the ownership is all still the same, paperwork's all still the same. They're just calling that project Sunflower. So they have met that obligation 90 days prior to the estimated notice to proceed date to form that roads working group. They're expecting a final notice to proceed somewhere in May of 2022. So that's coming up right around the corner. And then by that date, they will have all of their deposits and securities and those obligations with the county solidified. And then prior to the commencement of construction activities, they'll provide that road inventory report, which they're expecting to have that completed by March and submitted to the county road and bridge department. By April, they'll start excavation on the foundation for 5 sites that they already have permits approved for, and then they'll be filing 5 more applications for 5 more turbines. May of 2022 through 23, they're expecting laydown yard and access road construction. And then by June of 22, they'll have the concrete foundations poured for those first 5 turbine sites. And then there'll be September, they're looking at transmission line construction. And let's see. So then the rest of the turbines will begin June of 2023. The start pre-commissioning on July of 2023.
So they're taking the winter
So-
off then? There won't be construction in the winter of 22. 23.
It will be, yeah, it'll be progressing, so they they won't be able to get turbine towers as soon as they had hoped. Those are in the procurement process, but the delivery dates have been pushed out just due to demand and supply issues.
But their plan meets the criteria for significant process by the July 1st date, is that?
Yes, so July 14th of 2022,
Yes.
they'll have to have those first 5 concrete bases poured.
Okay.
Base rings,
Okay.
turbines on order.
Yep.
Who did they have present when this was all established? Sharon? Did they have legal counsel there, or was it just the management team?
Just the roads working group.
What I'm wondering, based on past experience, is if it might not be useful, it doesn't have to be something that is compelling, but a memorandum of understanding that we could generate with that chronology in it, that they would sign off on, so you have all of that, and so does the board.
That's up to the board. We do have some checkpoints. I mean, if they don't meet that construction criteria by July, then their permits will expire and their CUP will be void.
The only reason I'm saying it is because you have some additional signposts in there that are established when it will do certain things by a certain date. Doesn't mean they have to, it's just this is the goal and this is what's been agreed upon. If they miss one, it gives us the opportunity, not that you wouldn't really do that, but to come in and say, this was kind of our understanding of what you were going to meet. We need to have some idea, does this impact all the rest of this? Because the one date is non-negotiable, which is when we get to that July date.
Right.
And it wouldn't take a whole lot for us to draw that based on just reiterating what you guys came up with for dates on those different pieces.
I guess that's a question for the board, if, you know, if you feel that's necessary, or if that's the way the board wants to proceed with that, just to keep those dates true and honest.
Is that something you can handle?
Yes.
Can we do that as a directive, or do we need to make a motion?
No, that would be a directive now, and then we'll get it, I'll get it to Sharon to get to them. And I'll just have to get those dates again from you. It's probably overkill, but based on how things went the last time and the different kinds of points at which alterations had to be made, it's just nice to have that communication. And we have from this, we have a basic set of guidelines from which to, it doesn't mean they have to hit them. It just means that this is what you're intending to do. If you're going to get a month behind, or there's going to be some issue, be helpful for everyone to know, because the questions come in from the property owners and everywhere else as to what are they doing. Haven't seen anything happen, and now there's a big mess here. Are they going to leave that? You know, we've been through this before, and so.
Yes, and some of those points are made in the regulations in Article 27,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
after a certain amount of time of inactivity or a certain amount of time of non-use, those things can be remediated through that process.
Yeah, this was just a set of guidelines.
Yeah.
And you don't have to, but I know the last time it occurred to me that, well, I wish I would have done that with them, because that was already in process, but it would have been nice to have had that in place, just so it's sitting on everybody's desk and we have some idea where they are and when it's happening.
Who is the road working group?
That would be something else I want to know. There's one.
So in that comprehensive agreement that the commissioners adopted, it was set up based on that. So there's a county road engineer, county superintendent, county support staff, and then there's from Orsted, a senior construction manager and scheduler, primary traffic engineer, one additional engineering designee, and then a landowner designee.
The last group that come in here and built a wind tire, they come in and charged right ahead, and moved right ahead. Sounds like we have, and it could be due to supply and demand, like you're talking about. But at 5 at a time, is that what their base plan is? 5 at a time?
Well,
First 5?
The first phase is 5, and that has to do with some regulatory requirements that they hit at that two-year mark.
Right, right.
And then their next phase is 5 more. They plan on submitting those other 5 applications very soon. And then after that, it'll be basically the remainder of those turbines.
And there's what, 85 or 80?
Close to 85.
Somewhere around in that
Mhm.
area. Okay. Just a little different approach than what, because we know that the cranes cost money, we know that all the building stuff costs money to have, so.
This became necessitated based upon some deadlines
Yeah.
they had to hit or it was over.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they did that with a limited management
Okay.
format of just 5.
Appreciate the update. It was good to hear things are moving forward.
On the Met Towers, how do those, are they pay the landowner leases, or are they?
The Met Towers would, so they're the 2 temporary Mets that are already up, or
There's
the ones that are proposed in there?
No, there's 2 of the ones that are already up, but I think there's another one
Mhm.
that's by another company that, to my knowledge, is not building anything.
So I might need more background information on that
Okay.
tower.
Just wondering how long they get to stay up if they never build a thing, so.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Right, generally, if it's a standalone Met Tower, it'll have a conditional use permit that goes through this whole approval process. And then the conditions of that particular CUP would tell how long they can have it up
Okay.
in that development plan.
I just wondering about a company that's not going to build.
In a worst case scenario, if we inadequately address that, and I think that was addressed, but if not, that July date, if you don't meet the standards for the project as a whole, these would, it's a terrible way to say it, but these then come crashing down. Is that at that point they have no authority to have them up anymore?
We're not talking about Orange Dip, so.
Yeah, yeah. No, with this particular project, I've been very adamant and made it very clear that that July of 2022 date is very important for the well-being and life
Of
of
the
the
project.
CUP.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the update. And we hope for good things moving forward. With that, we'll right on schedule to move into the final zoning case 22-01, Weedy Trash Service. Appreciate you being here.
Sharon, are you gonna contact Cody?
Yes, I can.
Gonna contact Calvin, make sure he's here.
Let me call Calvin. Hang on just a minute. Okay. Let me make sure. Okay. This is basically part of that packet. And then on the top, so there's a set.
It's a set?
Yes.
Pass the rest down.
Thank you. That first page is actually an updated planning commission board contact.
Yes, we have a few changes.
Yes, we have three or four new members.
You've got one open seat.
Yes. So this case for, PC 22-01, the request for a conditional use permit to establish a trash service company at 3171 Alamo in Durham, Kansas, filed by Mr. Calvin Weeby. Would you like for me to give a report, or do you want Mr. Weeby to speak? Okay.
Why don't you proceed
Okay.
with the commission report, and then if Calvin would like to speak, we're more happy to hear you.
All right, so, I hope you've had a chance to look through the application. Mr. Weeby is proposing to have a trash service company that will basically headquarter on his property at 3171 Alamo. at this point, he'll have one, maybe 2 trash trucks, poly carts, the associated equipment to be able to go around to residences and commercial properties that have contracted with him for trash service. And that trash will be transferred to the Marion County Transfer Station where it'll be disposed of. The intent is not to have any waste dumped on site at his property or stored more than overnight or over the weekend until the transfer station is open again. The KDHE does not regulate the transportation of solid waste. They have some administrative regulations that are given as a guideline, and Mr. Weeby does have a copy of those that basically deal with health, safety, and welfare of everyone involved. The property itself is an agricultural tract, and the nearest residence to this property, or to the location on the property that the equipment will be stored, is close to 4,000 feet away. It's nearly a mile from his property where the equipment would be stored to the nearest house, so it shouldn't have any great impact on any surrounding properties. There's not expected to be any more traffic per se, because those residences and properties are already receiving, or were already receiving a trash service, and those trucks were already traveling those roads. The only point may be there at the, like, just the ingress and egress where you'll have that main traffic back and forth to the headquarters. So, let's see. Staff feels that this request is consistent with the spirit and intent of the zoning regulations, and believe this particular use will benefit the larger Marion County community and not be harmful to the overall agricultural operation. And in addition of the new trash service is absolutely a necessity for the communities and rural areas that have lost their current trash service, as we all know. And without a way to transport and dispose of the trash appropriately, I fear that sanitary issues will become prevalent and evolve. Dumping of trash in unapproved locations such as waterways, road rights of way will definitely create an environmental risk and health hazard. And right now, burning trash is unacceptable according to the EPA. So with that, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously to recommend approval of this case. And their one condition, sorry, okay, so the one condition that the Planning Commission recommended was that a future expansion were to exceed 5 trash trucks, that the applicant come back to the Planning Commission for a development plan amendment. So with that, do you have any other questions for me or for Mr. Weeby?
Say that again, 5 trash trucks?
5 trash trucks, which I know.
Come back in for another CUP?
Not for a CUP, it'd be for a development plan amendment. And so they've also talked about possibly expanding to do like, to get roll-off containers for construction and demolition waste. And that would also be brought to the Marion County Transfer Station at that extra fee for disposal of C&D materials. But there's no intention to transport hazardous materials or anything that would take any sort of special approvals. No special waste.
Other questions?
Calvin, everything said?
Not really. I mean, that's what it is right there. It's
Yeah.
pretty real.
Yeah, Sharon does a good job of summarizing the situation.
That being said, I'd recommend approval.
Commissioner Doherty is on.
Calvin, congratulations. Thank you for starting your business and stuff. By any chance, do you know how the county charges each residence and each, have you researched all that and how we charge?
Well,
It's not your job to, but I'm just asking.
Well, you're gonna get hit with it though.
I mean, I know that there's when I pay my property tax or real estate tax or whatever, there's that
Yeah.
$63 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I know.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about if you go picking up commercial, and this is not against this new business starting at anything. I think with the change that's going on in our county, I've always been leery, Tina knows I brought this up many times. Are we charging our businesses, our residential, I mean, is everything being brought to us in a fair manner for businesses in our communities, outside of our communities? Because if he goes and starts picking up a business outside, the rules was put together with some coordination at the time and to try to come up with this kind of stuff, whether there's 2 trash carts or 2 dumpsters sitting at a business or something like that. So, he don't have to know this, but I'm just saying that I think we need to know and need to, because it may happen in our south end and with Nisley's already. I don't know where they're coming with their trash, whether they're bringing it up here. Whether Waste Connections continues to drop out of our county and do different things. But I don't know who the police is. We don't have no police officers to keep it, but we're gonna have to make this transfer station, if we start picking up all the extra tonnage that from here, we're gonna have to make our transfer station pay for itself, or else we're gonna have to raise the $100 for residential, and then the business is gonna have to go up and for this, and so I'm just saying, you guys, everybody, not only me, needs to think about what we're doing and how we're doing it, whether we need to look at the system or not.
I think it was stated in here that if they pick up outside of the county, they will deliver to that county.
I did write that wording in my original
Yeah.
application to her that, I mean, I understand that the trash in Dickinson or wherever
Yeah.
needs to go to the right place. Now, if we pick up two people on the way to Dickinson County, can I pick up 2 Dickinson County people on the way back? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is just, I know how our transfer is funding, our stuff, transfer station is, and I think it's sort of an issue that's been out there since it started, and we've addressed it a little bit, but we don't know how all the businesses are doing today, because there's nobody out there to report this back to us.
I know this is an important issue to you, Commissioner Dalkey, but let's stick on the topic
Yeah.
of this application. We'll pick up the trash discussion at appropriate time. But today we have an application before us, and let's focus on that application.
Okay.
Yes, Ken?
I recommend approval of the proposed conditional use permit as presented, with the one condition.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0. Thank you very much. Again, we appreciate you stepping in to fill a very valuable and important need in our community.
Yeah, my son and I made our first practice runs the other day, just to get our routes figured out and see how everything worked and all that, so.
Truck looks good.
It's got a little rust on the side, but that might get fixed eventually. Yeah, I
You
think
need to
our first
actually
actual
approve that.
run will be,
You didn't do the resolution.
official run will be a week from tomorrow.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-07.
We have a motion to approve the
Second.
resolution, by Jonah, a second by Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Done with me.
We're still looking
I
for
believe so.
We're okay.
We'll get the resolution published in the newspaper and it should be adopted after that. Or
Official or
Official. executed after that.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your work, Alvin, and thank you, Sharon, and the planning commission again for working through all the details.
Beneficial having him as a taxpayer in the county too, because then he's less likely to want to go pick up trash on the outside. Because then he'll have to make up for it in his taxes.
Yes.
Well, what can I say?
Thanks,
Yeah.
It's easy to keep him honest out.
Anything else, Sharon?
I don't believe so. Just to clarify, does Nisley did they take a lot of the residential waste back to Hutchinson or?
I don't know, we'd have to ask Josh.
More volume if that service is provided in county?
No, it's just,
They take it home with them,
Nicely?
yeah.
I think they probably haul it back to Hutch.
That's
I'm
what
not
they
sure.
said.
Okay.
well, they probably haul one load back to Hutch. The
They're
rest they
doing
bring
some of
here.
both, I think, because when Josh was here last time, he said they were bringing some loads.
So they bring some, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got, it's not a full route and then the end of the day. So they're filling the truck, dumping it, filling the truck, dumping it, and then filling the truck, probably going home.
So it may be one truckload that they're actually not dumping at Marion
Yeah.
County Transfer Station.
Just because it saves them on gas.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Got a lot done today, Sharon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we've got Isaac Yett next with Lake.
He was out there earlier.
There he is.
Well, Isaac, I figured out I've never taken a picture next to you again. I never thought I was that fat, but now I know I am.
Guess I haven't seen the picture.
What a way to start, huh? Isaac?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Several of us did.
Remember, he's younger.
Yeah, you look like that when you were that age. All right, what do you have for us?
Okay, just a couple things here. I'll start by passing these around. So these are the tree bids that we received for the project around the park and lake.
Packet for each one of us?
I got 6.
Okay.
There should be 6 there.
Good enough.
Tina wants one. You can have my copy there.
Is your copy?
Yeah, but that's okay. I think I know it all. We ended up getting 4 bids. We had a total of, I think it's 14 removals and 2 trims and then 7 stumps grinding. We have the stump grinding, the only place that will be taking place is in our swimming area. We have some dead cottonwood trees, so those we did ask to get the stumps ground, the rest of them we did not.
Did you go through them and make sure they're all apples to apples?
Yes.
So, and they are?
They are, yeah,
There's no way.
everything is pretty much identical.
The one is, doesn't really list.
Yeah, what
What
is
they're doing.
broken out, yeah, and I think, if I'm not
It happens
mistaken,
to
it
be the
says
cheapest.
16.
6.
It's 16, it says 16 and then the
Yeah.
7 stumps ground, yes.
And your recommendation?
So I, honestly, the Tipton's has done work out at the lake, Aesthetic Tree Service has done work out at the lake. Sunnyside, that was a new bidder for us. They're out of Durham. And then BP Tree is another one that is a new bidder for us, and he is local here.
Who's local?
BP has never done work. This was the first bid I've received from them, and then Sunnyside, I believe he's out of Durham, and that's the first bid that we've ever had from them on a tree job as well. But everybody else that submitted a bid has done work at the lake, and honestly,
So you're recommending the low bid?
yeah, I feel good about the low bid.
Even though he's from out of town?
So he is from out of town and has property out at the lake.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, he has a residence out of town, which is where his business is stationed, but he does have a residence out at the lake as well.
They come a long ways to cut trees.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably come a long ways to stay in his residence at the lake.
Yeah.
And then, because
No other discussion, make a motion to accept Tipton's Incorporated from Williamsburg, Kansas, low bid of $55,600 even.
Okay,
for tree service.
we have a motion from Commissioner Dalkey, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Crowfoot, any further discussion?
well, yeah, since the local guy wasn't within 10%.
Yeah. If no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0. Thank you, Isaac. That's quite a spread from.
Yeah.
Depends what kind of equipment you gotta use.
Yeah. And crew, I think crew was the big one.
You get a nice bucket truck, so you get a long step ladder.
Also, I guess maybe you should make a motion that Tina and the current insurance and stuff like that, all
Yes.
that, you've got all that?
I do have that. I didn't make 6 copies of it, but I
Okay.
do have it all at my
Okay.
office for all the bidders submitted everything on time, and I do have insurance and proof of workers' comp. The only thing that I was gonna bring up on that is the Sunny Slope, and he left a note on the bottom of the page there
And
that
there's a notation on there.
he said that since the work was under $20,000, his insurance said he didn't need workers' comp, which is the first time I'd heard of that, but, so I didn't get a workers' comp from him.
I can't believe that.
Well, owner-operator can become exempt too.
Okay, well, that
They
he
still
was,
charge us, our work comp still charges us, they charge the county in those cases, so we require it.
okay,
We require
and
it.
he said if
Okay.
he had to have it, he could get it, but he did leave that note there, but besides that, all the other ones, I did get both insurance and workers' comp, and I'll give you a copy of that.
That's fine with me, I just want to make sure we have.
Yes, yes,
And then it'd be a one-time payment when the work is completed.
correct, when the project is done, yes.
So then we don't need to have a bond. Still.
Good to know.
If anybody else wants to work for $300,000, not have a bond, they can get a one-time payment when the work's all finished.
What else do you have for us?
Yes, so here, about 3 weeks ago, Craig Johnson, he is the local fisheries biologist with the state that is in charge of the lake. He came out to the lake and we got to talking about things, and he went through, I took him down to the dock and showed him the dock. A couple days later, he came back with the director of Fish and Game, and he came back with the, I don't know his job title, he's the one that is in charge of the CFAP program that we have out at the lake. And they walked through the dock, they just wanted to see everything, they were very happy about it. They were very happy that we moved forward and got that completed. I'm gonna pass this around. So I got a call from them a couple days ago. They had been discussing it amongst themselves. There had been numerous talk about extending the walkway on the dock. The state wants to pay for that. The Kansas Department of Fisheries wants to pay for that. So, and like he said they got all this passed. He wanted me to get pricing and all of that stuff and get it submitted to them. So I'll give you guys, you can pass this around, Randy. This is just the conversation that we had and what they would want to do this. On the front page is the letter from the state. There should be another one for you there. because there should be 7 copies there. What they're wanting to do is, is put that money in with our payment through the CFAP program. So initially, normally, it's a $25,000 payment. We get 2 payments a year, one 75% of the overall cost, the next one 25%. So they were willing to just bump that up for this year, the additional $6,000 for that walkway extension. If it is something the county wants to do, they said that they would be willing to cover that cost.
How far?
10 foot, that would be 10 foot.
That means they'll re-anchor it and everything then?
Yes, that, and on the second page should be the official bid there of what the company that installed the dock would do for that payment. I will say that does not cover the gas or electrical.
No, it don't, no.
I spoke to both of which, it sounds like both of these, they said were high estimates. It'd be about 1,000 for gas, and the electrical said that they could get it done for about 500. So it'd be an additional 1,500 around there, without them coming out and giving us an official estimate. That was their rough guess, and they said that was on the high end.
Can you add extension onto the pipes?
I haven't looked at what they've done.
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't know what
he
it
made it
says?
seem like they could.
It's the flex,
Yeah,
flex hose.
Flex gas line.
Yeah.
We had brand new, whole new hose.
I think just an extension. on
No,
it.
probably.
That's what he mentioned, was that they could just cut that wherever they wanted to
Oh.
put that extension in, and then
Okay.
put in another
Okay.
piece and
Couple breakaways.
splice that. And this does not have to be, something that is decided today. But I did want to present this because they did just send it over, and they said that they are willing to do this.
I would make the motion that we accept their offer and
We have a motion
proceed with it.
to accept this
Is
Kansas
that-
Department of Wildlife Parks and Tourism offer and the bid for extending the dock.
I've had quite a few comments. People said
There
that needs to go out for the old fishermen.
Some of them are, well, it's at least 20 foot off. No, I mean, it's crazy the numbers I hear.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's made me wonder if we need a second on this. Jonah, second, further discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. We appreciate their willingness to assist us with it, it's a huge asset.
Letter.
Yeah, you wanna maybe make a motion
I'll make
regarding
the
this
motion
amendment?
to authorizing the chairman to sign.
We have a motion
Commission.
by Jonah to allow chairman to sign.
Second.
Seconded by Kent, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
And the letter of appreciation too needs to be sent. I
Yes.
think whenever this gets done or whatever, a letter of appreciation to the CPAC person or whoever.
Do you want that from the board or just from?
No, from the board, from the county. I don't
Okay.
care.
I can get you that information.
They must
You have
like
more
it.
good news for us.
Huh?
That was good news, you got more good news?
Yeah. That was really
It's for the year.
the 2 big things that I had. The only other thing I did want to just touch briefly on last year, that we did do a spring cleanup project out at the lake in April, and that was something that I think went over very well. And I just want to see if we would be able to do that again this year. We haven't got anything, dates or anything nailed down yet, but it would be sometime early, mid-April.
Who was in charge last year?
We were, well,
What we pay,
yeah.
what we pay for coffee and donuts?
Something like that.
I don't think we did anything.
We didn't, we need to.
We can, I was gonna say, yeah, we can, I don't think we
I
did.
know a place that's affordable on cupcakes.
Yeah.
And they're good.
They were good. That was it for me.
Well, thank you, Isaac.
Yes, unless you guys have any questions or anything like that.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
about 2 minutes if you want to stand and stretch a little bit. I need to anyway.
Technology's coming
Serious
back.
phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to move someplace else. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll tell Brian to
Well,
call.
we're back from our 2-minute break, and we're here with the County Law Office to talk about the tax sale proposal.
Well, yeah, where was he at?
Can we end a phone call conversation and start the meeting?
Okay, I gotta go.
Okay, we're ready?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry about that. But thank you for coming today so we can talk about the tax sale proposal. I guess first, if you could give us a little bit of background about your company, maybe other counties that you serve.
Okay.
And the assets you could bring to this project.
My name first is Keita Kelly, and I'm with Kelly Law Offices, and we're out of Tonganoxie, Kansas. And we are very small. It's me and my husband, and actually our secretary is our daughter.
Oh, that's family
We're
business.
a family business.
That's cool.
Uh-huh. And I've been an attorney for, gosh, 40 years, which really dates me. But I worked for 17 of those years for Leavenworth County. I did their tax sales every year. I did all of their personal property tax collection. I did all of their Board of Tax Appeals, some planning and zoning, things like that. We had 2 attorneys, and we kind of split things down the middle while I was there. So as soon as I quit that, was about, well, it's been 12 years ago now, I started doing the same thing, only contracting with other counties. My first county was Butler, and I still am doing Butler County's tax sales. I did get out of the personal property and don't do that collection anymore because it was just not feasible anymore. A lot of, as you realize, personal property taxes have fallen off. They don't tax businesses anymore. Boats went down to 5%. So the taxes we were collecting were so small, they were taking way too much effort for a $10 gain. So we don't do that anymore, but I do tax foreclosures, and that's primarily all I do. My husband does a lot of real estate law, probate, estate planning, anything of that nature he does, and I'm capable of helping him if he needs help with it, but we kind of each like doing our own thing. And I do Cali County, I've done them for several years. I do Wilson County, and I'm doing Jefferson County this year too, as well. So right now I have 4 tax sales that are in the process, and they're all in a different stage. Butler County is coming up on the tax sale in about a month. We'll actually have that sale. The one thing that I feel like I bring to this is knowledge and experience. I mean, I've done it for years and years, and I understand the tax code, Chapter 79 inside and out. I also, I do think a small firm, like we give you individual attention, more so than if you go with a larger firm. You're never having to go through, if you call, you're not going to have to go through 3 or 4 people to get to me. Either my daughter will answer or I'll answer, But we do some things that I don't think other firms quite do. A few years ago, the title companies got a little picky. I guess that's the way I would say it. Usually if somebody was deceased, we would serve them by publication. And I believe that's what Kansas law says to do. The title company disagrees. And so since the title company is the one making the decision if they're issuing title or not, we're going with what they want. And so if we have someone that's deceased, we find all their heirs and we serve all of the heirs. And that way we're guaranteeing if somebody comes to the tax sale, the buyer, and they're putting their good faith in the fact we've done our job and they purchase it, they're going to be able to get title insurance. We work one-on-one with Security First, and I'll give Richard Schodorf is their legal counsel. And if I have any questions, is this service going to be good enough for you guys to issue title insurance? I'll call him and I'll ask him, and he'll, let us know. And I believe we're the only firm that they have approved to issue title insurance on for a tax sale. So we do that. We also go a further step as we come down and we take a picture of each property, and we've done this for years. But we'll take the photograph, we'll have the map, we'll have a PowerPoint put together, we'll work with your IT department to get it online so that people ahead of time can go in and research. Hopefully don't show up blindly and just bid on something because it's going for $5 or whatever. But we do put all of that on there, and so they have a general idea of what this property is. Back the very first year I started this was back in 1992 for Leavenworth County, and at that time we had a lot of people that showed up. We didn't do the photos that first year, and that's what made us realize we needed to do the photos, and we needed to set a minimum bid because we had a lot of people buying something for $2. No clue what they were buying. They would show up and bid on it. We had one lady, this is my favorite story, showed up the next day and said, "Where do I get the keys?" And she bought a vacant ditch. She hadn't done her research enough to know. She thought she bought this house for $5 and was so proud of herself. But so we try to make sure the buyers are completely informed. We want them to know what they're buying. We don't want to just sell the property for the heck of selling it. But the goal of it is to get the property back into the hands of somebody that's going to pay taxes. Because, it's going to, usually it's about 5 years delinquent by the time it hits all the statutory requirements to be sold. And so that person, sometimes you can get them to pay the tax once they realize you're serious about it, they'll pay it. But if you get somebody that's just been sitting on it, letting it deteriorate, why not get it into the hands of somebody that's going to clean it up, put it back on the tax rolls, and make an asset out of it? So I am open for any questions or anything you might have.
Okay. When you get first list, this is going to be a county here that we've tried to stay up every other year or so on tax sales, but it's might have fallen behind us some.
Mm-hmm.
First time you see our list, maybe 150 or so properties. What's your first step from that 150 down to try getting it down to tax sale?
What we do is, while the title company is doing their work, getting the title searches done, we send out letters to whoever the county has as the title owner. So it may not be correct once we get the title report, but it's usually going to be fairly correct. And we send out a first letter letting them know that, hey, your property is eligible to be sold in the title sale, but if you pay the first year tax, depending on how delinquent they are, we'll let them know what year they have to pay to pull it out of the sale. So we give them that benefit of getting enough paid to pull it out of the sale and give them another year to try to catch up, before it comes up again. And part of the reason we do that, part is so that taxpayer can have that opportunity, but mainly it's a good way for us to do address searching, because we're spending only 53 cents on a letter. It comes back, we can do some more address searching, send out another letter. When we get to the point of filing the petition, then at that point everything becomes due. But then in order to serve them, if we're doing it through the mail, if they're out of state or not local where we can do it by the sheriff, it costs us about $10 for certified mail. And if that comes back, we've spent $10, we still don't know where they are. We also use a investigation service out of Wichita, and Emery Gold is the investigator. And if we run across somebody that's just really difficult, I think we do a really good job. Actually, Butler County, I'm really proud of us this year, because we started with 206 properties and our tax sale we're down to 18.
Cool.
So all those got redeemed, and that's the best one we've ever had.
Yeah.
I don't want to say we can do that every time, but that one we're happy with. But we do we use Emory if we run across somebody, and there are some people that are couch surfing, you know, they don't really have a stable address, and they're here and there, and you can't catch up with them very well. And he does an excellent job of finding those for a reasonable price.
So, from, what kind of price then from, we pay all of that price plus your fees, anything?
Right, yeah, I go ahead and pay Emory up front, but then it comes back out at the end from the cost. I've never had a tax sale that actually costs the county anything, because what you're doing is you're collecting, as soon as it comes to me and goes through the abstract company, hopefully at the same time almost, when they come in to redeem, if they're just in that 1 year even, they will pay the abstract fee and the attorney fee as part of the cost. So you're collecting those fees when they redeem ahead of time. And then once it's filed, we always ask the court for 20%. The statute says there's 5% automatically, but you can ask for more. And we've always asked for 20% and always never had a problem with the judge granting that. So then that 20% also goes into that account to pay you back for publication fees, for my fees, for the abstractor fees. And then when you actually come to the sell, any monies that brought in there, if there's still costs that have not been covered, that will come off the top before the taxes are paid, and before, if there is any overage, it will go back to the taxpayer. But that's after you've paid costs, you've paid taxes, you've paid any other liens that are out there. So, you know, I can't guarantee that, but I have to date never had a sale that didn't bring in enough money to cover the cost.
What's your average time? So when you get the list before the tax sale, average, you know?
I used to always say under a year. We could do it under a year easily, about 9 months. But the title companies have been taking longer. They used to give them to me in about a month, and now it's taking them between 2 and 3 months. So that takes a little longer up front until we get that title report. We can proceed with the petition. And then the fact that we're searching down heirs and heirs of heirs. You know, if somebody died 50 years ago and we're trying to find their great-grandchildren at this point, it does take us a little bit longer. So they are going about a year from when we get it to when the sale and when it's finished.
I'm gonna ask Tina, do you have any questions? I put you on the spot,
Yeah.
since you do the most direct working relationship.
I really don't at this point. I might think of something later.
Okay.
I
Right.
didn't prepare any questions.
I think basically answered the things that I already was going to ask first.
And if the county took care of I think we've even discussed it with our legal counsel, maybe trying to cut some of the time down before we send a letter from our county attorney that we are turning it over to our county prosecutor to those tax sale. We would send the first letter, so, I mean, does that change things for you?
Butler County does that as well. They
Okay.
send out a letter, and then when they give it to us, we send out another letter.
Okay.
And, I don't know, a lot of times if somebody gets it from a law firm rather than from the county treasurer, they deal with it a little differently. So, yeah, it's hit twice. I mean, we want to make sure that everything is done correctly. So, yeah, the county treasurer does that. When we do the tax sales, we work hand in hand with the county treasurer. That's our first contact for anything. Sometimes we'll have to call a mapping department or something if something just doesn't seem quite right. And we'll work with them. If we see a legal that just doesn't quite make sense to us, we can call them and ask them some questions. Then, and also mapping works with us to get the maps ready to put online when we're ready to sell, so we'll work with them. Do you have CIC?
No.
Do you have Anatron or? Okay. Most of the counties we work with right now have CIC, but we've worked with Manatron before. And what we usually do is just remote in. So if a taxpayer calls us, we can go in and we have view-only permissions. So we can go in and figure it for them, how much is due on this date or that day, and we can let them know a few other things. And it also helps us in researching addresses. I use right now it's called an IDI address search subscription, which I'm really kind of happy with. They usually come up with something close to the right address, and with a little work back and forth, we can usually find that address. But it also helps if we can go in to look at the tax and see what address the county is using, because the list we may have got may have had an address and they may have changed it. So all of those things help.
We also have pictometry, which is kind of a useful mapping tool.
Oh, okay.
Now, you said you only want to try to collect 1 year back taxes. Do you ever try to get more than that, so they don't have repeat, so they don't come back next year?
Jefferson County, I don't know, you all know Jefferson County real well or not, but Jefferson County insisted they didn't want first letters out. They want to do the whole thing, and they have 400 parcels, because anytime they've tried it, it's gone on for 3 or 4 years before they even get a judgment. And then the other thing with Jefferson County, they're using a smaller local abstractor. I think she does a good job, but it's taken her 2 years and we still don't have title reports. So we have tried that. I don't think it's the best idea. I think it's better to try to get them to pay at least on a yearly basis if you can.
But didn't you have to do the title every year, title work every year?
You would, unless you're getting them back on track. Sometimes that 1 year, they realize, oh no, if I don't pay this, I'm getting another letter and they'll
It's
get.
the same people every year.
Yeah, it is.
One thing I like is though, in that process, you're also adding those fees onto that 1 year tax code.
Yeah, every year they're paying
So
extra.
it's in the taxpayer's
They're
best
paying the
interest.
title work?
Yeah, every year they're gonna pay the title work and the attorney's fees.
Yep, that's an eye.
Now, if they wait till we file the petition, then they have to pay every year, plus the 20%.
To keep it out of the sale.
Keep it, to pull it from the sale. Now, if they file bankruptcy, our hands are tied, we have to pull it from the sale because of the bankruptcy stay. But they can't do that every year. They might try it once, but, so.
Our treasurer, Susan Bird, just joined us.
Hi.
Sorry, we should have
Nice
had
to
you
meet
here
you.
earlier.
Oh, no,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine, I was tied up, it's all good.
Okay, but obviously critical relationship here. Did you have any questions?
Well, I kind of missed the first part, but you were talking about just basically doing one tax year at a time.
Well, it depends on how far, right now, the 17s are eligible to be sold. So if you haven't done one, and with the 16s or even the 15s, we would do them all. And that 1 year would become those 3 years. They have to pull it up until there's no eligible years.
Right, okay, that's
So-
good, that's what I was hoping
Right.
you would do, okay.
Yeah, so it depends on how far back the taxes
Right.
are uncollected. Well, another thing we do is if we get no bid, another thing we do is we send out a letter to every neighbor when we get ready for the tax sale, and we say, hey, because a lot of times you've got a 6-foot strip between two houses, it's not fit to anybody but neighbor A and neighbor B. Be nice if they bid against each other, but if you only get one in there in bids, at least you're getting it back so you don't have this odd piece of parcel sticking out there. And we also try to make sure the cities, if we have a ditch or something in a city that's really not good to anyone, and the city has been mowing it or taking care of it, we'll let the cities know, and a lot of times the city will come and buy that. It doesn't get it back on the tax roll because then it's exempt, but it gets it out of the treasurer's tax rolls where you're doing that every year. So, yeah, but if we do have a property that doesn't sell, we roll it over to the next year. And the reason we did that is once in Leavenworth County, the county always wanted to purchase them, and then they would sell them through that 7920, 2801F, I think it is, where the county can hold it and sell it. But 1 year, what they bought had underground tanks on it. It was an old filling station, and they ended up with a nightmare, you know. So we figured it's probably better, but you know, it's your decision if you wanted to bid on it. certainly could, but we figure it's probably better just to let it roll. Next year, you'll get a different crowd in there, and so.
I had another question. Do you work with any counties that have a county escrow program in place?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Butler takes payments.
Okay.
And Howley takes payments. They both will do that. But if they're delinquent enough on that date, so if they still have 2017s, it doesn't matter if they're paying $100 a year, it still falls into the tax sum.
You're still considered, that's fine.
Yes.
I was just wanting to know if you were familiar with that, and that's good. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Good.
When we do those escrow payments in that kind of a setting, and we've got that fiduciary relationship set up, are we just are they just then applied as soon as collected against the outstanding delinquency?
Right.
We don't have any other reporting requirement that triggers for the county, does it?
No, no.
Okay.
It's almost the same if they just paid the first half of the
Yeah.
year, which happens a lot. They will have paid that first half and forgot about the second half, or that's when they hit financial issues and stop
Okay.
paying, so. Same thing, it would just be applied to what's due that year.
Other questions?
Are we, said tax sales are, they're eligible at 2017 is what you said?
Right now, right.
Are we at 2020?
What we're doing is accelerate, instead of like a lot of the counties over the years, and I'm sure you've experienced that, have used that 5-year rollover and they just don't do anything. So your cities and your county continue to, well, the county's the one that controls it, but holds that for every 5th year, trying to go ahead and set these up now so that they're an annual type of an action. I think that's what's being asked here, just want to be sure.
I want to just make sure you're aware too. Everybody's being transparent.
Well, the reason that 17 comes in there is, the delinquent taxes are bid in by the county treasurer the first Tuesday or second Tuesday of September. And that's when your redemption period, your 3 years starts. Now, if it is a commercial property or if it's a property with specials and vacant, you can do it sooner. But we always do the 3 years so that we're not accidentally selling something that is a homestead and then we get in a lot of trouble for doing that. So the homestead is the longest, and that's the 3 years. And if it is a house, we don't have any way of knowing if they're renting it out, if they're living in it, or if it's a homestead. So it's safer to wait that 3 years. So like on your 17s, they weren't bid in until 18, and then you counted your 3 years off. And so September of 2021 is when they became eligible. And the 18s won't be eligible for sale until September of 2022.
And that provision and that policy that you approved goes ahead and deals with, or at least as eligible, because of the homestead element of things on certain properties versus others, but we have a more accelerated approach that we can potentially take. But
Yeah, if you had a property that you knew was a commercial property, then they fall into the 2 years. And if you knew it also had specials on it, then it can fall into that 1 year. So then you can sell it, include it in the sale a lot quicker, but you would have to tell me, hey, we want to throw this one in with this group. And I did want to address, it took me 2 hours to get here, which is not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, I go clear to Cali County, I go clear to Wilson County. I like driving, especially through the Glenhouse.
Yes.
But so much can be done by phone, by computer, that really, I come down to take the pictures, we come down for the sale, maybe 3 times in that period that I really have to be here in person. So I don't want you to think the distance is a problem at all. And if you tell me where the good restaurants are, I'll come down more often.
Those are getting harder to find.
It come on certain days.
Well, when we go to Butler, we just were down there last week to take the tax sale pictures. And my daughter comes with me because it's kind of a 2-person job. But we always make sure we hit Latham right at lunchtime. And Latham is a town of less than 100 people, but it's got this Latham saloon. And the gal makes everything by hand, and it's so delicious. So we plan things,
That's cool, very good. Other questions?
On the qualified properties that we were just talking about, those that would be commercial, had the specials, I mean, there are gonna be some of those when I look through them. Is that something that is part of the process that we would turn over to you, or is that something that, for example, I and Susan would need to look at so that we could tell you, throw that in because we've already checked and it qualifies? Which do you
Yeah.
prefer?
Well, I prefer you say, hey, this one qualifies, we can do it earlier, here, throw it
Okay.
in with the list.
Okay.
Any closing comments?
I don't think so. I think we're the right firm to do this.
Okay.
It's what we do. It's what we like to do, which is important, I think. And I think, you know, between me and my daughter and my secretary, that we can handle just about any case that comes along.
Well, I really appreciate your interest in the position and taking the time to come down. I think it's been very informative for all of us. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
safe
you.
trip home.
Thank you.
You're driving with the sun.
Yeah, it's true. It's 70 degrees. It's a good day to be driving.
All out the window.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and your next firm is attending via GoToMeeting.
Oh, okay.
And I see that they're on. Let me make sure that they are. Yeah, Chris and Michelle. And I think they can hear us because their microphones are green now.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you for accommodating us this way. I just got back from California. I was out there doing a tour of colleges with my kid, and I've got that kind of Monday morning travel hangover. So this is great. Thank you so much.
And Chris?
Oh yeah, Chris,
You may be muted.
your microphone's on, but we can't hear you, so I'm not sure if you have an issue with your computer mic.
Turning it on.
Now you're muted, now you're unmuted. Yeah.
No, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I still can't hear you.
Get it unmuted and then forget to turn the mic on.
Hey, Chris, why don't you jump off the computer and hop on your phone with an earpiece? That might work out better. And we can't hear you. I think you're agreeing with me, though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming over to my office. You watch this. Here he comes. Oh, there he did. He just walked in. Hold on a second. Okay. He's gonna listen to us, and then he's gonna hop on his phone.
All right, well, there we go. Thanks for joining us. To start with, why don't you give us a little background and tell us what you can do for Marion County?
Sure. Well, normally I would let Chris start this and give his background because it's much more extensive than mine. Are you guys getting an echo with my voice?
We are not, no.
Okay, then I'm just going to ignore it and take one earpiece out because I'm getting a pretty solid echo of my own voice. Chris has been doing tax foreclosure for Sedgwick County for about 30 years, which is long before I even graduated from law school, long before I even graduated from high school. And the firm has held the business for Sedgwick County for a very long time. And Chris learned that through his mentor, and about 10 years ago, or 12 years now, he needed someone else to join the ranks on the tax foreclosure, so he pulled me into that. So I've been doing this probably since about 2009, 2010. So at least half of my practice years. Over the last, probably since about 2015, we've known a lot of the county treasurers over the years that have been in positions for a long time, and we go speak at the county treasurers meeting and do regular presentations there. And so various counties, some of the rural counties, have asked us to start cleaning up some of their tax foreclosures. So for about the last 6 or 7 years, we've been engaged by rural counties outside of Sedgwick County. And I think that's all in our information packet, the other counties we work for. I think we're up to 10 or 11 counties now total. I haven't counted recently, but we typically work at the direction of the county commission and the county treasurers. Whatever you guys want us to do or however you guys want us to handle things, that's our MO, because you do have options on how you handle different things in the tax foreclosure process. here, and I can give you some of the differences in how we handle them for each county. Sedgwick County is very, very meticulous. This process has been in place for so many years. They have a system very regimented. In August, they're getting ready to do the treasurer's bid-in. In September, the treasurer's bid-in takes place. They start assembling a list to give us. Over the years, that list has ranged from 1,000 parcels to 2,000 parcels. They used to not send out a demand letter, or a warning letter, for lack of a better term, and then they started sending out a warning letter, which goes out in September and tells people they have until October 1 to pay their taxes, and if they don't get them paid by that time, their taxes are getting turned over to our office. So like clockwork, on October 1, the tax roll list ends up over at our office. We coordinate with whatever title company that the county has contracted with for the tax foreclosure services, and we work with that title company and in conjunction with the treasurer's office to make sure that all of the information is given to the title company. In the time that we're waiting for the title company to turn over the title work, we actually do something at the preference of our Sedgwick County treasurer, and we file something we call the skeleton petition. So the first petition that we file is only includes as named defendants those listed on the tax rolls. And so if there's a mortgage company or lien holder that we would discover when we receive the title work, they aren't included on the original petition, what we call the skeleton petition. But when that petition gets filed, and at the time that the petition gets filed, it locks the taxpayer into paying all of the delinquent years of taxes. And in some cases, people have slipped through the cracks and they may have more than the standard 3 years of homestead delinquency or 2 years of commercial property delinquency. They may have 5 or 6 or 7 years, and they are typically the people that come in, and we call them frequent flyers, and they pay right before the tax sale is getting filed. They pay just enough to get them out of tax foreclosure, but still leave a lot of years on the books. And that's as a point of frustration for a lot of treasurers, and some treasurers, they don't care about it so much. And so whatever the treasurer wants to do, or whatever the approach that the Board of Commissioners wants to do for the county that we're working for, that's how we handle it. Some will say, yes, please file the skeleton petition, get it on file right away. We have a guy with 7 years of past due taxes on the local motel. And some counties are more sensitive to their constituents, and we understand they're in elected positions, and so they want to soft shoe a little bit through the tax foreclosure process. So they may want to send a warning letter and maybe given another 30 days of forgiveness. We do whatever you guys want us to do, and we can give you the pros and cons of handling it each different way based on our experience and what we've seen. Sometimes counties will want to soft sell the tax foreclosure process to their constituents and send that warning letter, and after a couple of years they're irritated because the same people keep ending up on the tax foreclosure list, and they say don't send the warning letter this year. The warning letter is not statutorily required, so it's completely optional for each county. We typically we recommend against sending a warning letter if you're really looking to come in and clean up delinquent taxes and get everything kind of up to snuff. After we take that process in Sedgwick County, we do that skeleton petition. We get those served to all of the individuals that are listed on the tax rolls, and then typically we see a pretty big influx of tax payments come in, and at that point, they're also paying the redemption costs, and I can talk about that a little bit if you'd like to, what the redemption costs consist of and when they get packed onto the properties. But the redemption costs, which is all the costs that pay our fees and the abstract fee, those are paid by the taxpayer. So it ends up being a cost neutral process for the county because the county doesn't end up paying anything out of pocket for our services or for the court proceedings. So in Sedgwick County, we file the skeleton petition, we get it served. We usually get our title work within about 3 months, and it's usually on about 1,000 to 1,500 parcels. We immediately amend the petition to include all of the parties that are identified in the title work, and then we start serving those parties. And through the service process on both rounds there, we're usually pretty good on redemptions. In Sedgwick County, our redemption number, I want to say even now, like out of 600 or 700 parcels, we're down to only 190 or 180 left to go. And I think that's attributable to the fact that our process service is so good. We have an in-house process server here in Sedgwick County that works for us. And so locally, he does, and he's a retired police chief, so he knows all of the addresses in all of town, so he's pretty good about getting us served, getting our process served for us. We have my legal assistant who does in-house skip tracing, and we provide paper services through Westlaw and other private services that does our skip tracing. That is a firm expense that doesn't get passed on to you guys. It's just part of our operations here, so it's included in that. But we use those two locally. Out of county, we obviously use our skip tracing services, but we do find in a lot of cases when we have trouble finding someone, we usually pick up the phone and call the treasurer's office because they're a lifeline most of the time. Because in small towns, you guys tend to know everybody or know who's somebody who knows somebody. And we have found that often if we are getting return mail and our skip traces aren't coming through, and my legal assistant will search Facebook and obits and looking for people if we're getting return mail back from those locations. But typically our lifeline is to the treasurer's office because we find that the locals tend to know more than we do, obviously. For our out-of-town counties, like Marion would be, we would do our service through either through the sheriff or through certified mailing service. And again, that's another one of those things that we take our direction from you guys on. In some counties, the sheriff likes to go out and do the service of process, and in other counties, the relationship between the county offices may not be as good, and the sheriff may not want to do the treasurer's office, service of process. So we remain sensitive to that, and again, we take your direction on how you want us to handle that. We get those served, we go through the statutory waiting times. Anybody who hasn't filed an answer is deemed in default. We enter a journal entry, we prepare for sale, we move forward to sale. We bring our own staff in to conduct your sale at whatever location you would like us to conduct it at, and we'll coordinate with the treasurer's office and the sheriff's office to see how they want to handle the sale. In some counties, the sheriff wants to be involved, in some counties they don't. In some counties, the treasurer's office wants to use all of their staff, and we are there to assist. Down in Cherokee County, they have phenomenal staff down there that every time we go down there to do a sale, we're like, hey, we just feel like we're showing up. And then in other counties, they're not as well staffed. So Chris and I and one or two of my assistants will go and manage everything from bidder registration to fund collection, preparing the sheriff's return, on all the accounting. So again, we just kind of gauge off of what the county's preferences are, and we want to tailor our services to what your needs are. So I'm going to take a breath there because I know I'm talking really fast, giving you a lot of information, which is typically tends to be how I function. Do you have any questions at this point on kind of our general procedure? And if not, I'll move on to our fee structure and redemption costs.
Any questions? I think we're ready to move into fee structure.
Okay. So with our fee structure, one of the, and I'm sure if you guys have been doing this and never had outside legal counsel, I'm not sure your history is, I'm sure you're aware of the fee structure is statutorily set. We are able to charge, as outside counsel, we charge a per parcel attorney fee. And we typically wait to hear what you guys have, how many parcels you have. If you have 5 to 10 parcels, obviously our per parcel fee is going to be larger than if you had 250 parcels. So the more parcels that you have in a tax foreclosure proceeding that you want us to clean up, the less our fee will be. I think the largest fee we've ever charged was I want to say $295, and it was the case that had about 22 parcels in it. So I'd say typically our per parcel price ranges from $200 to $300. Depending on the size of your proceeding. Once we get the list over to our office, we tell the treasurer, we work out a spreadsheet with every taxpayer's name, the parcel identification number, the taxes that they owe, and then there are additional columns for when you tack on attorney's fees, which is the first of 3 redemption costs. When you tack on the abstract fee, which this is the second of the 3 redemption costs, and when you tack on the court costs, which is the final category of redemption costs. All of those redemption costs are paid by the taxpayer at the time that they come in to redeem the property. And so depending on where they are in the proceedings depends on how much of that redemption cost that they are charged. We don't say, okay, I've got the list, all of those redemption costs are on there. Typically I say, okay, we've got the list, we're gonna organize this or help you get it organized, treasurer's office, or we're gonna go back and forth for a couple weeks to make sure we've got all the right information and clean things up. At the time that I get the list, my attorney fee is tacked onto that parcel. So if someone comes in to redeem, they have to pay their taxes and whatever interest you may charge, and then my attorney costs. Once we send it off to the title company, then I call the treasurer's office and they say, okay, this list went to the title company today. You need to add that additional redemption cost on there of the abstract fee. While we are preparing the petition, if you want to do a skeleton petition, while we're preparing that, those are the only two costs that remain as redemption costs on the parcel. Once we file the lawsuit, whether it's a skeleton petition or whether we wait to get all of the title work back and file just one large petition, which by the way doesn't cost you any extra for us to do it one way or the other. Once the suit is filed, then that third redemption cost of court costs is tagged on. And so once the lawsuit is filed, all of those court costs, all of those redemption fees will have to be paid by the taxpayer. But we do step the process, so the sooner they come in, the less they're gonna have to pay. And of course, I'm sure you know, once the lawsuit is filed, then they can no longer, you get rid of the frequent flyers. They can no longer pay the oldest year of eligible delinquent taxes to get their property out of the foreclosure proceeding. They have to pay all years and all interest and all redemption costs in order to get that out of the tax foreclosure proceedings. So that's kind of the stair-step process on the redemption costs and how it's paid for. A couple benefits to the county is that it's cost neutral to you guys. All of those, what you have to pay the title company, while you may have to advance it out of the general fund, it's reimbursed back at the end of the case. If we get to a point where we have a sale and the sale does not bring enough money to cover all of the costs of the case, we reduce our fee if we have to take no fee on any of those parcels that were sold in sale, we reduce our fee to make sure that it it is all the expenses of the case are paid. Chris, did I miss anything on that? I feel like I've missed something or two. Maybe he's still not.
Can you hear me now? I think
Yes,
that's my problem.
Yes, we can.
I think Michelle's pretty much summed it up. A couple points though to emphasize is that our and like most council, I think we do tend to do it on a per parcel fee basis. We've developed a structure where and there's great lawyers all over the state that you can engage, but if you can, we're fortunate enough to be retained by the county, we provide tax foreclosure services from soup to nuts. All right, so for that per parcel fee. So you've got us engaged to provide ongoing advice that may not have anything to do with a pending tax foreclosure, but your county council, county attorney, treasurer, whomever can pick up the phone and say, hey, we have this question, what do you guys think? That's part of the services that we provide by simply representing you in a tax foreclosure proceeding and for our per parcel fee. And so we don't handle valuation issues, payment protests and valuation appeals, that really are a whole different animal. But if it has to do with tax foreclosure, tax collection, even if it's not related to a pending tax foreclosure action, we provide those services. And we limit our fee to whatever's collected in the case. So like Michelle mentioned, and we've had it a couple times, it's rare, but it has happened a couple times where at the end of the day, total redemption costs paid and the proceeds of the sheriff's sale were not sufficient to pay all the expenses involved in the case, and we just simply reduce our fee to make up the shortfall. And in one case, I had to eliminate my fee whatsoever. But our goal is to make it budget neutral to the county. We've been in some situations where there becomes a little dispute as to how much of the tax foreclosure fee obligation should be spread out, should be spread out amongst different units for budgeting purposes. In this case, basically, everything comes out of the tax sale, and if there's not enough, our fee is reduced. So that, we may be a little, I don't know, I think we're a little bit different in the way we structured that, but that's how we do it. So I think that, oh, and the last thing is that there's not any ongoing obligation to pay our fee. Basically, we don't get paid till the end of the case. So there's not any type of billing or anything like that. So if the case takes 5 months from beginning to end, we don't get paid until after the sale is confirmed and the proceeds are being dispersed.
On that, I will add that we have 2 full-time staff members that work on our tax foreclosure cases, and we have if we start emailing with you guys, and Ms. Spencer may have already seen this on the email, and maybe not, we have a group, it's just called Clandestine Tax Foreclosure Group, and we ask that when you reply to us, you reply to everybody. So that way we can be prompt in answering your questions, or direct the right person to call you with an answer, or to email you back with an answer. And so we we have weekly tax foreclosure meetings where we do a weekly status on all of our tax foreclosure cases. It's Tuesday at 10 o'clock if you ever want to have us tune you in. So we have those weekly meetings, and we track everything. It helps us just keep every tax foreclosure matter moving forward in a prompt fashion. Depending on how fast the title work comes back, we work with whatever title company direct us to work with. And in some counties, I understand they may have an online process, but in some counties, they're still going out to the courthouse and researching the books. So if it takes a little bit longer, that will gauge somehow how long it takes, sometimes how long it will take us to get your case done. But as fast as we've done them in 6 months, but it's probably more reasonable to say a 9-month proceeding, given the statutory waiting periods in, like the IRS or any entity answering on behalf of the United States has 60 days to respond to the lawsuit once we get it filed. So obviously there's 2 months built in right there. So that's about the time frame for things on the tax foreclosure proceeding. And do you have any questions about any of those matters?
Can I ask commissioners if you have any questions? Susan? Tina?
No, none of this.
Wow. You're checking them all off the list. Brad, did you have?
No, I think I'm familiar.
Sure. Okay, very good. You've hit a lot of topics in a short period of time.
Sure.
This is Chris. I do have a question. Is what do you expect is your parcel volume? How many parcels?
We're checking, just 1 second.
You sent it to me.
Okay.
And I don't want to hazard a guess without looking
I know,
again.
I don't have that.
Before any kind of initial warning or any kind of letter, I think the list was potentially like 170.
That's what I was thinking,
170 to 190, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Without narrowing it down. That's just a very preliminary list.
That's what I got, yes.
Okay.
Do you mind if I ask a few questions about the current status of your tax foreclosure proceedings?
Please do.
So when was the last time you had a tax foreclosure sale, and how often are you running tax foreclosure sales in Marion?
We had actually we had a sale in 2020, but it was split into 2 sales to make it more manageable. We had been having them every 2 to 3 years, and they've been trying to do it. What they want to transition to is doing it every single year, just to stay on top of it and get that parcel list more manageable. We had one in
December
2018 or 19.
I would say
2018, and then I think there was one in 2017, but it was started in 2015.
Yeah.
So I believe it was 2017, 2018, and 2020, or the most recent. And that might.
Do you guys have very many problems with what we call the frequent flyers, the people who pay enough to get off the list but then show up in the next round of tax foreclosure proceedings?
Yes, that has been a problem in the past, and I think that the county is wanting to move away from the potential of somebody just paying 1 year to get off.
And so what is your, and what are your thoughts on the warning letter? Do you already do a warning letter? Do you want to institute it? Do you want to get rid of it? Where are you guys on that?
I think that the commission and the treasurer have kind of discussed doing, the county doing a warning letter.
Initial.
Prior to turning it over to an attorney. And then probably doing a demand letter initially or a warning letter. I think that that's something they still want to do. Give somebody a chance to redeem before actually additional fees are added. Is that right?
Yes.
Warren?
Okay.
Especially since this
Sorry.
is kind of a newer process where we're going to be more diligent and about following through with everything. I think that was one thing that the board did want to do.
Yes.
I will say that my experience has been that when you change the proceedings up slightly on your taxpayers who are used to being able to come in and fly under the radar with a late payment, it does ruffle a lot of feathers. And we recently acquired started doing the personal property tax collection for Sedgwick County, and they haven't done it in probably 30 years. And so we just started with that in 2021. And one of the situations that we ran into there was that people would say, well, I've always paid my taxes late, and I've always come in and waited till I renewed my tags and paid these, 9 months delinquent. And they weren't able to do that anymore. They were being locked down, and then they were having to come over to my office, couldn't get their tags renewed. And so it did create a lot of questions from constituents, needless to say, and they received warning letters. Sometimes they don't read the warning letters, but our county also wanted to do a warning letter that said, here's the situation you're in, and we're no longer going to let these ride. But I think it's probably, if you guys are going to start cracking down, that's probably a good idea to kind of give them one more, this is your last chance, because it will create a lot of angst among those people who like to be frequent flyers, for sure.
Very good.
But that's on personal property, right? That you're talking
That
about?
was on personal property, yeah. That was a brand new process we started doing for Sedgwick County this year, but it was the same situation where people weren't expecting to not be able to get online and pay their taxes. They would get in to pay their taxes late, and there was a flag now on there that said you have to call this law office in order to get those paid. They had received a warning letter that told them it was coming down the pipeline, but only a handful of people read those when they come in the mail. So just kind of a practical experience there with regard to, if you're going to tighten up the procedures, that extra little nudge via demand letter may be helpful.
Good. Other questions for us?
I do have a
Okay,
question,
Tina.
if that's okay. This is Tina, the county clerk. So do you provide any assistance with listing the parcels, providing information about them to the public, or helping us put the parcels online in a list format with addresses and or photos?
So typically, this has come to us in varying ways through the varying counties. Sometimes our treasurers, when they prepare the initial list, they just print off what they've got on their tax rolls, and depending on what system the county is using, it'll come to us in varying forms. Sometimes it'll have a legal on it, sometimes it won't, sometimes it'll have a common street address. It just depends. What we do is, when we take the initial list, is we start putting that together in an Excel spreadsheet, and I can send you a copy if you'd like to see what that looks like. It's the same format that we use for all the counties, and it becomes a working, breathing, living document. And when I had mentioned earlier, we'll get the list and we'll go back and forth with the treasurer's office or whoever the county designated county representative is to start organizing those into a fashion that is readable and publishable because we know we're gonna have multiple publications that come up. So we do that, and sometimes we get that information and it's all there and more, and so our Excel spreadsheet is put together very easily. And sometimes we get the information from the county and you know, we're missing something. Maybe we don't have a geocode or parcel identification number or tax ID number, and so we work to get that. When all of that information is gathered, we'll have a working, breathing, like I said, Excel spreadsheet that becomes the master document for the case. It's the document off which publications are made and lists are created, and information is provided to the public. And we actually send that list over to the title company with a memo that says, here are the 3 pages of things we need to make sure that you're looking for when you're searching histories of people and parcels. You know, IRS liens, state liens, bankruptcies, divorces, because our job is to give everybody that has a potential interest in this property notice of the pending lawsuit. And that may be someone as remote as a decedent's heir that's living in Washington or Oregon, and we've had those before, and we track those people down and can get them notice. But then this master Excel sheet becomes the document off of which all information is gathered and contained. And so we prepare that however, I mean, we can do whatever you want us to do in that. By the time we get to sale, we have what we call our Exhibit A, which neatly lists all of the parcels and their owners and potentially interested parties who may have an interest in those parcels. And it's very succinct, and I'm happy to send you examples of all of those documents if you would like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? If not, we're just got a minute or two to wrap up. If you have any closing comments? I guess not.
If that's directed to us, asking lawyers whether they have closing comments is kind of dangerous. But we do appreciate the opportunity to, more than anything, to chat with you. I'm sure you guys will make the best decision. We can provide any additional information. Just reach out to us. And again, we appreciate the opportunity and to meet at least on a remote basis, and hopefully we can be of assistance to you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate your time and the information.
Thank you.
Very good. Susan, that kind of puts you on the spot. You have the most at stake in this process. What are your thoughts on the 2 candidates that we heard from?
I'd be fine with either one of them. My main concern was consistency.
Okay.
I want us to, when we start this process, I want it to be the same process every year.
Yes.
And follow the same rules.
Yes.
We do everything exactly the same way every time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really important. And I
The
think
only-
they both offer that.
The only thing I would say to that, because I've heard that before, is that really comes from us.
Yes.
In terms of we establish what it is that they do. When you retain them, you're retaining their expertise, but how they apply that expertise is entirely up to us. They'll give input, no question, and either one of them, I called a few places about the Kelly Law Firm too, and I've not gotten any kind of bad review from anyone in either case. But how they do it is they do. I asked that specifically. Are they flexible, or do we have to fit into their scheme? And I didn't get that answer from anyone. And if you want to do it a certain way, as long as it's legal, they will go ahead and adjust according to what we want. And I think ours is going to be a little different than some of what either one of them described.
Tina or Brad, other observations?
No, I mean, I just wonder, are there any other firms at this point that you want that, I mean, have you reviewed any of the other proposals in depth where are there any other firms that you want to interview? And then I think there's a difference between who they provided as references
Right.
and then who their clients are. I didn't know if there's anybody on the commission that wants to reach out to any of their references and ask questions, or, you know, if there's any other parts of the process that you want to vet further.
Thoughts?
Well, I know Chris is a legal counsel for a bank I'm affiliated with. So if you want him, that's great. I'd have to abstain. But it seemed like, I'm old school. I'm glad somebody showed up. I'm so tired of this Zoom business. I'm gonna kick it to the curb.
Okay, Commissioner Dalkey, that is.
Do you know any of history on our past 2 tax sales, what they cost us, Tina?
We have that information is filed
Yes.
with the court, so we could get it.
Susan
But
gave it
I
to me as
haven't,
well.
I haven't really gotten,
I gave you Susan Robson's fees,
Mhm.
yeah.
But that's, what I'm getting at is Susan's fee plus the title fee, total what a sales cost and what we're gonna be looking at with something here.
There's also a bit of a hidden cost
Yes.
in that, in terms of some of the other staff elements, or any kind of work through the sheriff's department. I haven't contacted them or calculated anything. I don't know what Tina would have on that in terms of staff time being used in any way for service or anything else we would do. I don't know.
We'd never collected
I don't think
the
we've ever-
appraiser's fees.
No.
And both these people said we could now.
Mhm.
So that's gonna change.
They put it as part of their fee, and so when
But how's the person buying the property not gonna pay it?
Yeah, they have to.
yeah, they would.
yes, they will.
So
In order to buy it,
the bid's all gonna be $500 or more.
to start with.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, easily.
If you
So
buy
we
it for
won't-
zero.
So we won't sell anything.
That was why I mentioned when you started this, you might have sticker shock over some elements of it, because the additional costs
Well,
that
I'm
you can
for
charge
this,
for,
but-
yeah, we haven't been doing.
Make sure I was hearing it right.
One thing question that I picked out, one versus the other, maybe somebody else heard it different. But the Kelly group that was here was talking about doing pictures and actually visiting the site.
Yep.
I didn't pick that up from Glenda's.
Tina asked that
I know,
specific
I know,
question.
I just
and
wanted to
they
really,
pivoted.
yeah, it felt like it wasn't quite there, so I just wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly.
That may encourage the online bidders a little bit.
Right, and
It won't
it
do
also,
anything for people that, we
Know
got
what it
one
looks
looking
like,
for
well, it
it.
also helps if any properties were left holding, right? And for them to be uploaded and put on, there's not all this extra legwork to get that listing.
One thing to keep in mind though, for most of these, we are gonna have some sort of an image anyway for pictometry.
Mhm.
So regardless whether the tax attorney does that or not, we can still get the information. It's just a matter of, I liked that Kelly said that they did that and then they would put it in a slideshow kind of situation. I thought that was helpful
Yes.
And
for
they've
marketing.
Some
But
element of
it's
that.
nothing the county couldn't do without the attorney doing that stuff.
They've done some element of that, because I think they had several counties where it just didn't have what we have available to us. And so in order to fulfill the obligation to go ahead and be able to show the property effectively, they just got into this habit.
The one advantage that we do have that I don't know that we had before was the skip tracing. Try to find errors, because conceivably there are errors out there that forgot about the property 30 years ago and the rest of the family's gone. They might say, hey, let's just keep it the family, maybe we can do something with it.
I'm very familiar with Emery Goad. I can't believe he's still living. I mean, I shouldn't say that in a bad sense, but since I've been practicing, he's been doing this, and he'd been around a long time when I started. So I think that firm, they do a lot of that, and it's fairly slick the way they do it. They've got different kinds of vehicles that, like a cable truck and different things. They've even had people come and say, my cable's not working, can you come in and fix it? They're not there for that reason. They look very convincing, and they do a nice job fairly economically, that kind of thing. And I know that Chris, they do have something in-house that they use, but it's only in Sedgwick County, if I recall correctly. I think they mentioned that. Out of county, then they start pulling in different PIs to do that.
I mean, they felt pretty close to being the same. just fill in these little half one-ups
Mhm.
from Kelly. Not to mention, like Ken said, they did show up. And it is, I don't mind the Zoom thing, it's just, we've been here all day, so maybe I'm a little more judgmental.
Makes the decision very
Yeah, if I was only here for the same amount of time.
I guess I don't understand how a firm, a business of any size can keep everybody at home and get anything done and really be receptive to their clients.
It's happening every day.
Yeah.
I know it is, but
I'm going to back up a step to a question Tina asked to the commission. If we want to look at any other candidates we had seen in the preliminary list. Personally, I think we have two excellent
I
candidates.
think that's why we picked these two.
I think one of these two would be our candidate. Does anyone feel that we need to cast a wider net?
I don't think so. I
I
think
mean,
both
that
of these-
helps focus our decision.
I would like to talk about what Dave was talking about too. Is it appraiser's fee? Is that what, that's what he was asking?
Yeah.
It's title work.
It's title work that
Oh.
we pay half for 300 hours.
It's not really an appraiser, abstractor's fee is what.
Abstractor's fee.
Okay, that's what it is,
Yeah.
okay, I was gonna say, wait a minute here,
No,
I'm
no,
not.
abstract.
I'm
Or we
not
pay
with
half-
that, because
or we pay
I don't
half
need to
of
know
it.
what that place is worth.
Yeah,
if you're
no,
gonna buy it. I mean,
she was doing a nice job of explaining, because I think most of them in one way, shape, or form, I mean, a few times I did it, that's how we split them. You have the attorney's fees that attach immediately, at least at some level. Secondly, then, if you're gonna have to do the title work, which usually you're gonna need to initiate fairly soon in this process, if somebody doesn't jump right on it from that initial warning letter, county or otherwise. And then that's a set fee, that abstractor is going to go out and do all of this work, and they're gonna charge you a fee for that, as we normally see. And then the third fee always is triggered by, well, you didn't get it done, and you're now on our list, and we filed either a mass petition with all parcels listed, or individual named cases against each one of you. In either case, I mean, it's just a matter of how much the fees are gonna be, whether they're apportioned between a group in the larger petition or each one individually, but that's not our issue. Well, it can be. It goes back to these property owners again, it's just gonna cost more when we do it on an individual basis, and some of these folks just don't have it. So it gets back to Dave's point of, get a bidder on it.
I mean, our average sale's been $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, after we paid
No, I mean,
$300 worth of title work.
Easily, yeah. And
We don't get that back.
Right.
So what you're saying is there's gonna be a $300 fee plus what you bid for the property.
Well, that is the one question that I would like to call them back and ask. I want both to explain. I've never heard anyone, and maybe that's just my ignorance, but.
I think that'd be great. I
Yeah,
think it's
that
the way
they've
it
never
should
had a
be.
situation where that it's cost the county any money. I've not experienced that, but, I'm not sure what she's including.
That is the one benefit that I've noted that Clinda has over
Yeah.
Kelly would be that they would potentially reduce their fee to cover any
He's gonna owe us
standing fee. So, I mean, that
No, he
is
just
really a
wouldn't be
big.
charging.
No, he'll just charge zero. There won't be no, oh,
Right.
yeah.
He may only do it 1 year, if that were the case, but and I don't know in terms of the first presenter, if that would also be something that would be adjustable. I didn't offer that, but whether that, she said, haven't run into that, I haven't seen that too much. Where, by definition, with the Clinda firm, they're saying we do that, well, they run into it. It's a realistic element of this, that you're not necessarily always gonna generate a zero-sum game.
I think it's just what practice you implement and then you.
Yes.
That you tell them ahead of time.
We're not paying you anything.
And
for
then-
something.
No,
Yes,
I
know.
mean, you tell the
auction, yeah.
taxpayer ahead of time.
Yes.
And then it's well known when you go into the sale that these fees are,
And-
you're not gonna buy something for $100.
And the longer you sit back, the more expensive this is going to become.
No, this is for the new buyer.
Correct.
I'm not worried about the old guy.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Well,
Either way, though, when you publicize it, you know, you would put that out there, that it would be
these
for,
fees.
it,
It's
now,
pretty-
they wouldn't have to pay the back taxes if it's a new buyer, but they would have to pay the abstract fee and the
Absolutely.
attorney fee, and so there would be a minimum bid on everything that
Yes.
would cover those costs.
And the one element of the, well, it's complex very quickly. The one element of this that we really didn't get into in here that probably should be something you have explained and be allowed to consider, those redemption rights are a big deal to a point. Banks deal with it all the time. If you've got someone who comes in and purchases with homestead potential, we've got, okay, have they paid a third of the total mortgage value or less than a third? It impacts how long the property is tied up before it can be transferred.
See, banks buy stuff back just so they can resell and get on the
Well,
road.
to protect their mortgage.
Yeah, sure.
And then hopefully the property is
So
worth
that would make them
that.
pay
But
that
again,
abstract fee.
I've done many of those for different banks, and the first thing I'm doing is contacting that property owner who has some redemption right, whether it's less than a third of the mortgage or more than a third, on that element of it. They can sit there and say, nope, I want that amount of time to try to come up with the money to pay it off so I can still redeem. And we have to sit and wait. Now the bank's holding a piece of property they have to maintain and take care of.
The county has to hold it, or the
Well, the
bank
bank does, basically, that
So
sheriff's deed
they'll
is
pay us the
transferred.
appraisal fee then.
Yes.
And we'll be out of business.
Yeah.
What we want.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, if the county ends up with the property, then obviously the county will pay those fees to the attorney that the buyer essentially
Yes.
potentially could have paid.
Yes.
And so the goal at this point has shifted somewhat with the commission and with the county in general, is that instead of trying to just get this property to a taxpayer who will pay the taxes, the county is now wanting to recoup some of those expenses,
sure.
which I don't have a problem with. That's gonna be a different approach.
two-pronged approach.
Yes, it's a whole different approach.
Because if the person won't pay a fair price, they probably won't do anything with it. They'll try to hold it and we'll get it back in 3 years.
That's right. And that happens
This
with
will
too much
qualify the
frequency as
buyer.
it is.
Okay. That's what I was
People are
understanding.
speculating on them still to this day.
I mean, we ought to charge a $500 bidder's number.
I'm always interested in.
This isn't Barrett Jackson.
Why not?
Like two of the properties that Tina knows that I'm talking about, they sold at this last tax sale for $5. And it was beyond livable houses. They're still beyond livable houses in Peabody. City of Peabody don't want nothing to do with them. I've went and approached them. I asked them to work with me. They turned me down. They didn't want nothing to do with them. So they'd rather just let it set and do something else. So how would those two houses be now if there was $400 or $500? Where would they be? Last year's tax sale, December 8th or so, 2nd, whenever we did that, where would they be today, I wonder, with this new approach in our system? Would they be in our land bank by now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or they might have sold
Be the
on
first
sale.
approach we would take, is to put them in the land bank.
Huh?
Put them in the land bank, but then they'd be online, so
they'd still be for sale.
They'd still be for sale.
Mm-hmm. At us trying to recuperate that $500 or so.
Yeah. Something.
Well, once you have it in the land bank, then the county can make the decision if they're gonna
Yeah.
clean them up
Mhm.
and then how to market those.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, at that point, you know you're not recouping.
Right. But you are headed in the right direction toward rehabilitating, remediating. The property owner or the person who bids at these, in the right circumstance, if they're astute and they get good at this, write the little book to tell you how to do it kind of people, they will go in, they'll buy these properties that are like exactly what you're describing, and they will find somebody who will appraise them with a straight face at 5 or 10 grand. They then go ahead and donate it to your land bank on our approaching them, and they've got an immediate tax benefit. I've done it over and over and over again, and these guys make money off it.
Yeah, I got the wheels turning. Yeah, we got that. And if you need a tax write-off, it's a
If you
simple
have,
way to go.
you know,
But you still have the property.
No, you get rid of it. Donate it.
you make sure a land bank's willing to take it.
Give
But
it to
we're
church.
talking a lot about the process, and I think with either a candidate, we
need to
could
decide
develop the
who you're gonna
process.
have.
Well, I'd like to see Susan comes back next week, I think. Give her some time to think, and because she's gonna be doing most of the one-on-one, and I suppose, most of the one-on-one with these people.
And there are a couple of questions, I guess that's after the fact, now that we've talked, I'd like to ask them, and then talk to both of these ladies, because they're gonna be the ones dealing with that.
That sounds like a good approach. Let's have the three.
On the agenda for next week.
Have a three-person committee.
think about it, I mean, gives time to digest it.
Yeah.
If there are questions, we can, you can approach both of the applicants with those questions. And that way we should be ready for a recommendation at the next meeting and take action next week. Does that sound?
Yep.
All right.
I think the commission's good with either one of the two, so.
That's, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We're ready for Krista. She's been waiting patiently for 15 minutes now. Now she's got someone to talk to.
You're on top.
We're ahead of time for
Yeah,
quite a while.
we were. I have a thought that I can't say out loud. Why we're behind.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Krista.
Well, another executive session day.
Wow, really? Did you have anything first to report before we do?
I did check with Erin, I know last week when we were here about the grant, she said it's $1,000 grant, the one that we
Okay.
had signed
Okay.
previously.
Very good.
And that's my report
Thanks for
for
following
today.
up.
Are the cases up or down, or in?
Cases are going down, so that's good news. That makes us all happy. They're down a lot compared to what they were last week. So hopefully we're going as quickly down as we went up, would be my hope.
Anything else in report or questions? And the executive session was for personnel performance, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I would move that we recess into executive session and we'll discuss personnel performance, non-elected personnel, KSA 75-4319B for personnel matters, non-elected personnel with Krista, Commission, Counselor, Clerk, beginning at 3:17. How long? 20 minutes?
Yes, that's plenty, yeah.
If it's plenty, you might want to go a little shorter, because you can't take any other action after you come out and until the time expires. So you don't
Okay.
think you need the whole?
Let's do just
15?
15 or 10 even, I think would be sufficient this time.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll second
At
10.
3:20, we will be back for 10 minutes, we'll be back at 3:30. Am I getting my hours correct
Yeah.
this time?
Yes.
Once. Is there a second?
I got a second.
Jonah beat you.
Okay. Well.
Sound travels too slow.
I said I'd second the 10.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We will be back at 3:30.
Oh, okay. You went to work someplace else. huh?
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, we're out of executive session, no decisions. I guess we are ready for another executive session in order to discuss potential litigation. Man, I'm going blank on my words. To discuss potential litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B for consultation with our attorney, with the commission, clerk, and council, beginning at 3:31 for 10 minutes and come out at 3:41.
Second.
Second by Jonah. Any discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried.
Yeah, I'll get you.
And just for fun, should we have another executive session? We do right now.
No, that's it.
This
No, we got
conference
15
will
more
now be
minutes. No,
recorded.
I'm just
We
kidding.
need you to walk in so we can do another one.
Everything's on.
We don't have any more, Phyllis.
Everything's on.
Okay, we're out of executive session, no actions taken. Are there any, I'm gonna guess there's nobody online, if there's any public comments? Or public, any commission comments? Okay, I've got just a couple announcements, we are planning to open the sealed bids on roads on the 14th at 11, is that right? But I don't have anything scheduled for the 7th.
Is Krista down here or no?
Yeah, she's been here gone.
Done here?
I put
What do we
a
open
question.
bids on?
I'll get you.
Sorry, Tina, it's what?
I'm sorry,
Yep,
I put
see ya.
a work session on the 7th
Yep,
with question
bye.
mark at 10 o'clock, I didn't know. 14th, you had talked about maybe doing a work session, you did set 11 o'clock, and that's for bids for crack seal
Crack seal on
proposals.
the pavement.
Well, that's right, yeah.
So I would probably say no work session the 7th.
Okay.
If we do need to do something, we could do something the 14th. Mr. Dolphy, will that?
In that work, is that, am I going the 14th or 15th to Topeka?
You're going the 11th and the 15th.
11th, 15th, okay. 11th to 15th.
Both days.
It's the 14th, the morning will work.
Doubt it. Go ahead though. I mean, if I get here, I get here. If I don't, I don't, because my time off is not gonna be available for February.
Okay.
Not very much.
Okay, at this point, we'll plan on the 7th being the traditional
I get there
12:30.
One's at 5 and one's.
The other thing I had was Kansas County Day at Topeka.
They
It was
can't
Wednesday,
imagine over.
the 26th.
16th, February 16th, yeah.
Yes, the 16th, that's Wednesday, the 16th at Topeka, if any commissioners are interested in going.
I think what that is, for what KAC is doing, is they're just having booths set up. So if if Marion County wants to have a booth,
Oh.
we would have to let KAC know so they could reserve a space, and you'd have to have someone to man that. KCC EOA, which is the county clerks and election officials, we will have a booth. Bryce was saying that he will be at Topeka that day to represent the district's road
what he's the president
association.
of, yeah.
And some counties are having their own individual booths, but you would kind of have to have some materials developed as far as what you'd want to hand out to legislators and or anybody that stops by if you did a booth.
Right.
And I will already be there for KCC EOA.
I really don't see the benefit for the commission to have a table. But I was approached by a legislator that if we're there that day, that he'd like to see somebody. So I will try to go and set up a time to meet with, if anyone else wants to go along.
Ask him if he's gonna be there the 15th, I'll be there.
Representatives?
Yeah, Barker.
Barker.
He called. He
You're
called
gonna be
to
there
check
the
on
15th,
road
I'll be there,
caution.
'cause that's where.
I think you're there the day before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I'm there the 15th, so might as well.
I might be able to,
Okay.
on the 16th.
Okay. Well, and you're welcome to stop there anytime. I mean, even if you're there any day there in session, call and set up a time.
Well, yeah, I know that.
They'd be
I'm
happy.
sure you'd be happy to see
So
you on the 15th.
you don't want like a reserved
No,
table or anything
no.
for the county?
No, I think we would just go as individuals, set up a time to meet with the legislator to just make, because that's the main
Who's going by the
return
booth?
for us,
Right.
is just that
Who's
contact.
going by the booth?
I didn't understand
Say,
your
who's gonna
question.
be going by the booths?
That's a great question. I mean, the
Who's my
KCC
target audience?
What's
Yeah,
the return on
KCC
investment here?
Yeah.
I think KCCOA is more targeting the legislators, going by the booths, but there may be public going by the booths too. And so some counties that are having a booth there, they're prepared, like economic development type
Yeah.
materials to hand out about their county, is what they would be handing out to either the public and or the legislators.
So our target audience would be our local legislators.
Jonah needs to get Hillsboro covered.
Hillsboro's already up there last week.
This is
or
county
last
government,
November.
this is county day, not city day.
Yeah.
They did local government day, which was primarily cities,
And you were-
last week. And counties are invited to that too.
But he said none of his counties were there. So that's why he was,
Oh, for the KAC part?
yeah. So he
Yeah, I
was
didn't stay
kind
for
of
that
wanting
part.
one of us to stop by, someone from his district. So.
I
yeah.
did talk to him
Good.
he did come to the KCC EOA
Good.
legislative reception. I invited all of ours,
Good.
and Stephen Owens and John Barker came, and our senator did not.
Okay,
So,
very good. We appreciate your legwork in that organization and the contacts you make. Is there anything else? If not, I really appreciate everyone's attention today. I think we made some good progress. I'm ready for an adjournment.
I make that motion to adjourn.
A motion by Randy, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jim. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Everyone opposed, say nay. 5-0 carries. Thank you very much.